and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you.
Welcome to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel with your top headlines from across the region. It's 7 a.m. in New York and 2 p.m. here in Israel. I'm India Naftali, and these are your latest developments coming to you live from Israel. Hamas seems to be already preparing for the next round of conflict, as reports grow that the United States may set aside its demand for Hamas's full disarmament. It appears the terror group has begun stockpiling advanced weapons in African countries, Yemen, and other locations. Reports suggest that Hamas also plans to smuggle those weapons into strategic areas, including Gaza. Meanwhile, the Gaza ceasefire did hold over the weekend, but not without incident. The IDF confirmed the elimination of a terror operative who crossed Gaza's yellow line and entered the IDF-controlled area. As the terrorist approached the IDF troops, he was quickly identified and eliminated. The IDF added it remains deployed in Gaza in accordance with the ceasefire guidelines and will continue removing any threats. IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir toured Rafah and warned that the IDF is ready to seize additional territory if necessary. The army now controls over half of Gaza, including key security corridors. And now the Israeli government decided to form its own commission and investigate the failures surrounding the October 7th massacre. This is a departure from the traditional state commission of inquiry that many in the public had expected. Under the new decision, ministers, not the Supreme Court, will set the commission's scope and timeline. Prime Minister Netanyahu will appoint a special panel within 45 days to define what the commission will examine. The move has generated mixed reactions. Polls show a majority of Israelis favor a full independent state commission with broad subpoena powers, similar to the one that investigated the Yom Kippur War. Critics, including opposition leader Yair Lapid, say the government is avoiding accountability, while good governance groups and the October Council, which represents 2,000 families affected by the war, have expressed concerns that the full process may lack full independence. Inside the coalition, opinions also differ. Some ministers support involving retired justices, while others, including National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, argue the courts themselves should be investigated as part of the review. On Saturday night, about 2,000 people rallied in Tel Aviv, calling for a traditional state commission. Protest organizers say they plan to escalate their campaign in the coming weeks. Next, we turn to Lebanon. Lebanon now says it will file a formal complaint to the UN Security Council, accusing Israel of building a concrete border wall that extends beyond the Blue Line, which is the UN delineated separation line established in 2000. The Office of the UN Secretary General says the construction has already blocked over 4,000 square meters of Lebanese territory from public access. Lebanon calls the move a violation of Resolution 1701, which ended the 2006 war. Israel denies crossing the Blue Line and says the wall is part of a defensive plan approved years ago. And now Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is making his position clear. There will be no Palestinian state west of the Jordanian border. The statement comes just hours after the United States submitted its draft UN security resolution on Gaza. Netanyahu insists his policy has never shifted, saying he has rejected pressure from both inside and outside Israel for decades. Take a listen to his exact words.
ההתנגדות שלנו למדינה פלסטינית בשטח כלשהו מערב לירדן, ההתנגדות הזאת קיימת ושרירה, היא לא השתנתה כהוא זה. אני עודף את הניסיונות הללו כבר עשרות שנים, ועושה את זה גם מול לחצים מן החוץ ולחצים מבית, אז אני לא זקוק לחיזוקים וציוצים והרצאות מצד איש. הנושא של אי פירוז לכאורה של החלק של עזה שנמצא בידי החמאס. לא יהיה דבר כזה. גם בתוכנית 20 הנקודות או בכל דבר אחר, השטח הזה יפורז. והחמאס יתפרק מנשקו. או שזה יקרה בדרך הקלה, או שזה יקרה בדרך הקשה. כך אמרתי אני, וכך אמר גם הנשיא טראמפ.
And now with us is Gideon Israel, founder and president of the Jerusalem Washington Center, to speak on this draft resolution submitted by the U.S. Gideon, thank you for being here.
Happy to be here.
Can you break down this resolution that was just submitted? What does it entail, more or less?
Well, I don't think the text has been officially released. There have been various rumors and various summaries. In general, what this is a plan for how to govern the Gaza Strip and what that will entail and reconstruction of Gaza. But I think even before we start talking about this, it's important to understand how we got here. When President Trump entered the White House in January, already in February and March, he said to Israel, finish the war however you want. He didn't say how, he just said, finish the war, do whatever needs to be done. He said that no Gazans can remain in Gaza. They need to go to other countries. They have no future there. He later said that if Egypt or Jordan don't accept Gazan refugees, he will consider withholding aid. Later, he said that I have given Israel everything it needs in terms of weaponry. I've sold them everything they need to finish the war. And he also said that Israel should break the ceasefire unless Hamas releases all the hostages. So President Trump gave Israel free rein to do everything it needed to do to conquer Gaza, to eradicate Hamas, to finish the war. And unfortunately, Israel did not take advantage of that. The Israeli government and the IDF did not take advantage of that free rein, that open opportunity to eradicate this enemy from our midst. And what we're seeing now is the consequence of this, because the Israel-Gaza conflict is a small conflict, and the real strategy or the broader strategy that President Trump has for the world is to pull countries away from China, away from Russia, away from Iran. And in order to move on to that strategy, the Gaza war has to end. So if Israel wasn't able to finish it on its own, this is what happens.
And as you mentioned, there is this mention of the whole who will govern Gaza following this first stage of the peace plan. And what do you believe will come in the coming weeks? What will this resolution propose about the governance of Gaza?
I think for Israel, anytime there's a resolution or a decision at the UN about Israel or what it needs to do, usually it's not too favorable to Israel. I think if past is precedent, we can understand that even if a resolution is crafted by the Trump administration, which is the most favorable administration ever to Israel, at the end of the day, how it develops and as players change and as new players enter the picture, it can be quite worrisome for Israel as to which countries might gain a foothold in Gaza, and some things, once this resolution comes about, there may be unknowns which enter the picture, which can also be damaging to Israel.
What are a few of those countries that are trying to get their foot involved in Gaza at this moment? We know about Turkey and how Israel has categorically rejected any Turkey involvement in Gaza.
Turkey, Qatar, but really any nation, anybody who thinks that another nation is going to patrol Hamas or another terrorist organization for Israel and is going to risk their lives and risk their soldiers to keep the peace, I think is sorely wrong. And we've seen this in Lebanon, and we've seen this in Egypt in the distant past. So I am certainly very concerned about what the future of Gaza will hold. Obviously, we're also seeing in the resolution the wording that kind of says if A happens and if B happens and if C happens, then there may be a possibility for a Palestinian state or Palestinian statehood. I thought, and I think many thought, we've moved on from this. It's already clear that any possibility for a Palestinian state is not only viable, but it's doomed to failure and will lead to perpetual war in Israel. If you would have said to the Israeli population on October 8th that there's a possibility in another 2 years that Israel, with other nations, will be facilitating some type of framework that in the future could bring a Palestinian state, I think people would have said, you're crazy. It's not happening. There is no way that Israel will let any type of Palestinian or Arab entity to remain in Gaza. That was the lesson from October 7th, that there were those who thought, well, we can live here and the Palestinians can live there and we can somehow peacefully coexist. That was shattered on October 7th, not only for people who already understood that this was not possible, but even for those who were on the center left, who thought it was a peaceful coexistence was possible. That was shattered. So the fact that we're returning to really what is an Oslo type of framework, I think is certainly shocking for many Israelis who would have not have believed that we could reach such a position after 2 years of war.
One of the most controversial parts of the draft says that it may suggest the conditions may finally be in place for a pathway to Palestinian statehood. You touched on it, but is this really realistic, or is it just more symbolic?
It could be symbolic, and it could be just to sort of appease other states who want to have this language. But once you have this language already in this resolution, so a few years down the road, when President Trump is not the president anymore and there's a different president who might be less favorable to Israel, this language and this commitment by Israel could be used to move forward towards a Palestinian state without having all the preconditions met, and which could be very harmful to Israel. So I think the language is very problematic, and like I said, I don't think anybody would have believed 2 years ago on October 8th that we could have reached this point now.
And that's why Israel is pushing hard to soften parts of the resolution, just this part we spoke about the potential paving the path to a Palestinian state. If the U.S. doesn't change that language, what are the diplomatic consequences for Israel-U.S. relations?
I don't know if there are any diplomatic consequences. I think the fact that this is the fight that Israel is fighting is sad. What should have happened is that in May or June, Prime Minister Netanyahu should have picked up the phone to President Trump and said, President Trump, we have conquered all of Gaza. The IDF is stationed in all necessary positions. Now we can move forward with the Abraham Accords. Now we can move forward with the plan that you put forward in February. We're not there. We're at another point, and therefore we're fighting this battle over language, whether Palestinian state will be included or not. But I think the consequences and the repercussions are already being felt.
Prime Minister Netanyahu did say that among increasing global isolation, Israel will need to become more self-reliant. Do you think U.S. aid to Israel will continue to be something that the Jewish state can count on in years to come?
Well, let's talk about what happened before the war. There was a significant negligence among the political echelon and among the IDF top echelon that had reduced the IDF to an army that could not fight a war for more than 2 weeks without reinforcements from America. I mean, the fact that we live in such a dangerous neighborhood and our leaders could have allowed for such a situation is absolutely unthinkable. So the fact that we had reached such a point of reliance on America was already a problem. Not to mention the fact that the idea of chief of staff, each chief of staff for the past 20 years has reduced the army to such a size that it can't really fight on more than one front, which is also, again, unfathomable that such a thing could be done. Now, regarding the aid, it's Israel started receiving the aid that it receives today, the same framework, in around the mid 80s, and it's been receiving aid in the same way for the past 40 years. We've added some joint cooperation projects. It used to be that 26% was converted into shekels, but now all of the money is spent in the United States. But Israel is not in the same place economically as it was 40 years ago. And it's long overdue that Israel should wean itself off the aid and move more to a partnership framework with America. Now, weaning itself off the aid doesn't mean simply saying, okay, that's it. We don't need any more aid and goodbye. It's much more complicated than that. The way Israel purchases weapons and how they purchase weapons for many years in advance, the contracts, it's not something that can just be finished overnight. But Israel should be looking for a framework when this 10-year deal ends, I believe in 2028. Israel should be looking for a framework where it weans itself off a small portion of the aid each year, say 10%, $300 million, and it turns the aid into various joint binational foundations in many subjects, which can serve as the foundation for U.S.-Israel relations in the future, which will truly be partnerships between the two countries that are working on joint projects which are mutually beneficial for both countries and even provide revenues for both countries. So Israel is long overdue to wean itself off the aid, and it needs to do it within the next 10 years, and it certainly shouldn't think that it can go on for decades to come receiving aid from America.
Certainly, Gideon. Thank you so much for joining us and for sharing more on this UN resolution and U.S. aid to Israel.
My pleasure.
Finally, in southern Lebanon, the IDF carried out multiple raids overnight as part of its ongoing campaign to prevent Hezbollah from rearming. Troops under the 91st Division entered Aitaron, which is a Hezbollah stronghold in southern Lebanon. The IDF successfully destroyed structures recently reactivated by the terror group. In Ramya, another Hezbollah stronghold, soldiers from the 300th Baram Brigade seized assault rifles, magazines, and ammunition. The IDF says Hezbollah's continued presence in the south violates the Israel-Lebanon ceasefire agreement and that the operations will continue until any threat is removed. With us now is former Israeli Air Base Commander Brigadier General Galik Shafir. Thank you for joining us today here at ILTV.
My pleasure.
Israel says Hezbollah's presence in southern Lebanon violates the ceasefire agreement. Does Hezbollah see that the same way? And how much does the Lebanese government actually how much control does the Lebanese government actually have in these areas?
Not much of a control in the southern Lebanon area. And what we're seeing now is kind of a conflict of attrition between Hezbollah and Israel, where Israel is weakening Hezbollah as much as it can so that the Lebanese government has the will and the ability and to move forthright to actually overtake the Hezbollah strong points in southern Lebanon. This is difficult because part of the Lebanese army is made up of Shia soldiers who sympathize, obviously, with Hezbollah. So it's really problematic, and it may take quite a while as we strike and churn Hezbollah, not just in southern Lebanon, but also in the Bekaa Valley, and in the routes where they bring in personnel and weapons, so that the Lebanese army and Lebanese government gains more and more confidence in its ability to take over from Hezbollah without going into civil war. This is a long stretch that we're only at the beginning of.
To what extent is the Lebanese army able or willing to confront the Hezbollah activities along the border?
Probably not very willing or even not very able, and that is the reason why it's a long stretch until Israel tires out Hezbollah by daily harassing the Hezbollah militants who loiter around South Lebanon, and as more and more weapon caches are discovered, bomb them out. And so that the Lebanese see that the future is in the government exercising its sovereignty, not just in South Lebanon. So that's why I call it a war of attrition until Hezbollah budges away and understands that it cannot have its way. Iran is supporting them, but obviously in a much more difficult channeling than it had before. So let's brace ourselves.
Can you share a little more with us about this wall that Lebanon is accusing Israel of building and complaining that it's violating the borders? What can you say about that? What is Israel's stance on that?
Well, there've been many years that Israel and Lebanon could not reach a final agreement on where exactly the border runs between Israel and Lebanon. It dates back to 1948. It was drawn on a map with a not too sharp a pencil. So there were no computers at the time. So if you're talking about the width of the pencil on a map, then you can argue where the border actually runs. And there may need to be a third side arbitration on where exactly is the border. So both sides have a claim on where exactly the border is, but Israel is not going to wait for an arbitration and erects a cemented wall so that there will be no clear firing site from the Lebanese side into Israeli villages along the border. That is the idea. And so this will go on until the reality on the ground is established, such that the Lebanese, even if we do withdraw from areas close to the border on the Lebanese side, will not be able to have direct sight to Israeli villages and make them feel more safe.
So when the IDF does destroy infrastructure and seize weapons inside of Lebanon, how does that affect the risk of escalation? Are we closer to a broader conflict, or is this still considered contained?
My personal view is that Hezbollah under no way will try to fire at Israel because it knows we have complete superiority over southern Lebanon, and they're doomed to fail because they have the number of rockets that they have, the quality of the rockets, and the training of their people has been reduced to such an extent that they will pay dearly if they open fire, and they also risk that the Lebanese army will check them. And so I think they're not going to create any provocation, and it's going to continue the way it is now. Excuse me.
Israel. And speaking of, we've been speaking of rearming, Hamas is reportedly moving advanced weapons into African states and Yemen for future use. How serious of a threat is this? And what does this tell us about Hamas's long-term strategy?
Well, as long as Hamas is not able to move those weapons into Gaza itself, as it did in the pre-war days, as we control actually the Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza, they will have to dig very deep and long tunnels in that area in order to smuggle weapons, and I think it's not going to happen. So they're actually getting themselves prepared, not for a war, but for a conflict with whoever runs Gaza, be it the Egyptians or even the Palestinian Authority, so that they don't look like they've given up. It's also part of the face-saving maneuver. And they've offered, by the way, the Palestinian Authority to keep their weapons cache locked up so that it could be used at a later stage, and the Palestinian Authority had not agreed to this. So it's a last-ditch maneuver. That's what it's called in air warfare. Last-ditch maneuver to try and improve their situation with the discussions that will be coming up on who runs Gaza and who has the power. I'll just add that obviously, under no circumstances, unfortunately, we cannot take away their Kalashnikovs or hand grenades, what we call light arms, because we're not going to look under every bed and in the sands of tents all over Gaza, where there are about 2.3 million people. So this is unrealistic, but we're talking about the heavy weapons, let's say from tank killer rockets and upwards.
And regarding the F-35s and Saudi, and how is Israel reacting to potentially Saudi also having access to F-35s from the U.S.?
Not just Turkey, but also Turkey, not just Saudi Arabia, who are in there. I think in alluding to the previous speaker, Israel has drawn itself through acts of not understanding the power game that the United States is playing, and also for internal political reasons, pressures from the right-wing extremists that turned Israeli diplomacy into a limbo state. And in that limbo state, slowly, for the past 2 years, most of the European countries have turned against the Israeli activities in Gaza, the Democrats in the United States, and by now a lot of Republicans as well. So we've lost a lot of power and leverage over what is going to happen. And the United States has decided that Israel, that's my understanding, cannot make a decision on what's good for it. And the United States decided it will make the decisions. The place in Kiryat Gat, where they've stationed their command, is taking the place of the Kiryat in Tel Aviv. And slowly but surely, they're pushing Israel out of the equation in Gaza. And we can see this with the argument in the United Nations.
Yeah,
So unfortunately, we've been, I would say, channeled into this position where we are no longer major players in this game, but the United States wants to create a Middle East that supports the United States policies towards Russia, Iran, and China. And Israel has to get its act together and understand, we have to understand the limits of power and execution of power in Gaza and the West Bank.
Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your insights.
Thank you.
That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Stay with us throughout the day for updates coming out of Israel and the Middle East. You can also catch us on our ILTV app. I'm India Naftali. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Khaled Ben David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments and security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. 11 years after he fell in battle in Gaza, Lieutenant Hadar Goldin's body was finally returned by Hamas after it was recovered from a tunnel in Gaza. With the return of Goldin and Lior Rudayev, the remains of 3 Israelis, Ron Givli, Dror, Meni Godard, and Thai worker Sundisak Rinthalak still remain in Gaza. Israel and the U.S. have reportedly agreed on a deal that will provide safe passage to some 200 Hamas terrorists still hiding out in tunnels underneath IDF-held areas of Rafah, and then have them deported to another country. But no nation has yet agreed to take them in. IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir called for an external probe into the October 7th attack after a panel appointed by him concluded that the Army's internal investigations had proved inadequate. In the Knesset, Prime Minister Netanyahu argued against an official commission of inquiry amid protests in the gallery by family members who lost loved ones in the attack. In a wave of airstrikes, the IDF takes out Hezbollah military infrastructure in South Lebanon, including rocket launchers, and 3 Hezbollah operatives, among them Samir Ali Faki, who was engaged in weapons smuggling for the terror movement. The IDF has now eliminated 15 Hezbollah terrorists this month who were taking part in military activities in violation of the ceasefire agreement signed with the Lebanese government. The IDF's Arabic language spokesperson, Colonel Avichai Adrei, announced his retirement after 20 years. Adrei is Israel's most influential media figure in the Arab world and has won acclaim and threats for his effectiveness in presenting the IDF viewpoint throughout the Middle East. And now our big story. While the country rejoiced over the return of Lieutenant Hadar Goldin's body from Gaza after 11 years, there were also troubling signs evident for Israel on multiple fronts. In Gaza, Hamas continues to retrench and rearm in those areas outside IDF control. Efforts to create a multinational Arab Muslim force to assume control of that territory are moving slow, with no nation yet accepting to take part. And the coordination between the U.S. and Israel over the post-war process in Gaza seems strained, evident in the wrangling over the fate of those Hamas terrorists still hiding out in IDF-held areas of Gaza. Meanwhile, on the northern front, Hezbollah is still trying to rebuild its military infrastructure in South Lebanon in violation of the ceasefire agreement with the Beirut government, necessitating continual IDF airstrikes across the border. And Hezbollah's patron, Iran, is moving ahead with rebuilding its nuclear facilities and defying international inspectors, increasing the odds of further conflict with Israel. Well, joining us to discuss these issues is Or Yisachar, Director of Research at the Israel Defense and Security Forum. Or, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Caleb.
Well, let's start with Gaza. The issue of these 200 terrorists, problem in and of itself, but emblematic of what seems to be almost a sort of make it up as you go along approach to issues that should have been resolved with the ceasefire agreement.
Right, and I think all parties understand that by the point where Hamas is part of the history books, we cannot actually end the war in Gaza. I think Israel and the administration speak in unison on this topic. We heard President Trump. Hamas can disarm peacefully, or we do it quickly and violently. We heard Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary Rubio saying point 13 of the ceasefire agreements clearly stipulates the demilitarization of Gaza, and Hamas has to lay down its weapons. So all parties understand that it's not just wishful thinking. This is pivotal and central to President Trump's attempts to instill peace in the Middle East. If Israel wants to normalize with Saudi Arabia, you better get rid of the Muslim Brotherhood main implant in the Middle East. And I think secretly and under the radar, these Arab countries understand that. The 200 terrorists stuck in a tunnel, it's quite a remote issue. It's very local. My only advice for those who are concerned is to just imagine what would happen if, God forbid, 200 IDF soldiers would be stuck in a tunnel at the mercy of Hamas terrorists. What they would do with them, I think we all know the answer.
Right. And certainly the U.S. and Israel on the same page in wanting to get rid of Hamas. But maybe timetables are slightly off. The U.S. really wants to see this regional peace move ahead. The Trump administration making steps. For example, talk about building this big base in Israel that would house international troops. Certainly an answer to the security issues in Gaza, but is that in some ways perhaps a troubling precedent for Israel moving forward? After all, administrations change, U.S. priorities and Israel's always don't align.
Well, I think we have had U.S. military personnel presence in Israel for a while now, but this really is next level. And my first concern would be to the American electorate before I'm worried about the Israeli point of view, as in I would very much look up into the average American asking themselves whether or not Americans should have boots on the ground in the Middle East. And I think the answer is no. What I think we're going forward with this is a military base, like leading from behind style, where they oversee
no
Israel's
boots
efforts.
U.S. boots in Gaza. We should stress
no
here.
U.S. boots on the ground in Gaza, and that's nothing Israel ever asked for.
Right.
The IDF can perfectly well handle with Hamas on its own in Gaza. And I think moving forward, we really do need to reimagine the available toolbox of solutions for Gaza. Within the Yellow Line, there have been talks on models or proofs of concept where certain cities will get sort of an autonomous state, such as Rafah or Bet Hanun or others, with the help of Abu Shabab or other militias. So by so doing, breaking the sort of the monopoly that Hamas has over the control of the Gaza Strip and avoiding a situation where the Palestinian Authority is part of the future of Gaza. So if we can actually make that proof of concept happen, the Emirates or city-states in Gaza, we can definitely implement the same model elsewhere in Judea and Samaria. You're right, timetable, time is running out, and Israel certainly has to use the next 3 years with Trump in the White House to, as fast as they can, reach the normalization with Saudi Arabia, security agreement with Syria. This is at the top of the agenda for Israel and for the administration.
Right. Now, actually, since you mentioned Syria, let's move to the northern front. But let's start with Lebanon, because as dicey as things or tricky as these things may seem in Gaza, its situation more severe, certainly in Lebanon, with Hezbollah trying to retrench in South Lebanon. It seems like one can't even call it a ceasefire agreement at this point. The IDF having to strike almost daily at Hezbollah targets in South Lebanon.
Absolutely, and we can see the guiding hand behind all of these attempts, as U.S. sources claim that Iran wired as much as $1 billion to Hezbollah over the past few months. So we can clearly see that Hezbollah is making a great deal of efforts to rearm, and Israel cannot accept that. Under the ceasefire agreement, we saw how Israel demanded and accepted not only that Hezbollah does not fire rockets at Israel, but that Hezbollah does not arm itself in order to prepare for the next war. And Israel has been enforcing this ceasefire agreement ever since, with much success. But we can see how Hezbollah's raison d'etre is to arm and sort of wage resistance against Israel. This is a huge problem for Israel and for Lebanon. The Lebanese government, Lebanese president, have already declared and pledged in August to disarm Hezbollah. And it seems that they could have gone to this point because of Israel's military action, because Israel was bleeding in Lebanon and fought against Hezbollah. And now the Iranian efforts in Lebanon are putting all of this in jeopardy. We heard voices in Israel and in Lebanon, the topmost ranks in government who expressed serious interest in normalizing relations between Israel and Lebanon, something that is really unheard of. And Hezbollah's attempts to arm itself, to rearm itself, and Iran's attempt to help it do so are putting sticks in the wheels. And I do hope that the international community holds Iran accountable and Lebanon itself accountable to prevent Hezbollah from acting this way in its territory.
But there are some analysts who believe that the Lebanese army simply doesn't have the capability, even if the government would have the will, and believe a wider conflict between Israel and Hamas, another round of full-out fighting, is almost inevitable. Do you share that view?
Right. So I think it's interesting because in Lebanon, we increasingly see how voices point the finger at Hezbollah rather than at Israel. We not only, of course, not Shiites, who are the natural base of Hezbollah, but Christians and Druze and Sunnis who have had it with Hezbollah and Iran's attempt to militarize Lebanon. And they claim, we don't want Lebanon to be involved in those fights. I spoke to these people who analyze Lebanon. We heard them on TV. We heard how even the foreign minister of Lebanon says that Hezbollah is the main obstacle to peace. We heard the Lebanese president say, for example, every time we make one step forward, Israel comes and attacks. But then again, it's kind of starting the story halfway through. If the Lebanese government prevents Hezbollah and Iran from militarizing Lebanon, Israel would not have to attack. So this wheel sort of repeats itself, and the ultimate response is for the Lebanese government and the Lebanese people to take responsibility over the territory. The U.S. offered help, France offered help, Israel offered help. But it seems like they have a common enemy now, which is Hezbollah and Iran. And now the main question is, how will the Lebanese people and the Lebanese government take control over their own territory, get rid of Iran's infiltration attempts within Lebanon, and march forward toward normalization with Israel? I think it will be a blessing for the region.
You mentioned Syria also has a common enemy with Iran, with Israel, and yet there are many in Israel who simply don't trust him, the former al-Qaeda figure, believe he's a leopard who can't change the spots. There was a meeting, almost a historic meeting, between President al-Shah and President Trump in the White House this week. But some of the things that President al-Shah said after the meeting or perhaps don't point in a positive direction, saying, no, the IDF has to withdraw from those areas of South Syria. It went in after the Assad regime fell. No demilitarization of South Syria. What are the real prospects of even security cooperation with Syria?
Well, I think security cooperation is a step in the right direction, but it's a bit step far removed from where we are today. We know that Syria wants to normalize with Israel, not because they like Jerusalem too much, but because they understand that Jerusalem is the gateway to Washington. And we understand that Israel is interested in that as well. Syria can be the first domino stone on the way to normalizing with Saudi Arabia, a lesser country, so to speak, on the way to the great custodian of the holy places of Islam. And we see how Shara is trying to portray a more moderate figure of itself, playing basketball with the head of CENTCOM, but commander of CENTCOM. And we do see how he is, I don't know if desperately, but he is trying to please the Trump administration. He will sign that agreement if he gets what he wants, if he can present to his people an achievement. And Israel is happy to talk about various arrangements with the Golan Heights, but I think the demands are clear. Recognize the Israeli Golan Heights, work with us to secure the Syrian Golan Heights, and protect the Druze minority in Syria. If you can do all these three things, you can. The dam is broken, and the dam will be broken on the way to full Israeli-Syrian cooperation. I wouldn't call it peace. I would call it a common sense security arrangement between these two countries. Mutual recognition that's already a massive step.
Right. And briefly, Iran, you've mentioned it several times. Troubling signs there, too. Iran clearly trying to rebuild its nuclear facilities. Again, is it almost inevitable that Israel will have to resort to military force with or without the U.S. to deal with the Iranian nuclear threat?
Well, I think it just proved the doctrine of peace through strength. I mean, both President Trump and Israel said over and over, if Iran does not stop nuclearizing, we will have to attack. And sure enough, at the end of those 60 days opportunity window that Trump gave them, and the 61st day, Israel attacked. And we see how the Iranians were shocked. They did not see this coming, but they are also determined to rebuild their nuclear facilities, and this cannot happen. So this also proved, on the other hand, the invalidity of the concept that we can sign a JCPOA, a nuclear agreement with Iran, like the West did in 2015. And there you have it. The agreement did not work. Last month in October, most of the clauses, what they call the sunset clauses, already expired. The deal itself will expire in 5 years, and Iran is more determined than ever to acquire nuclear weapons. So the correct formula here is to, yes, strive to diplomacy with Iran, but let's not delude ourselves that the regime will sort of give up on its nuclear ambitions. Right. And so there has to be a muscle here that says if you don't stop nuclearizing, we can strike again and again and again until such time that you stop threatening Israel with destruction. You cannot have nuclear weapons. And I think the big achievement from the June war, the 12-day war, is that the American electorate understands that the nuclear Iran is a threat on the United States, not just on Israel.
All right, clearly challenges for Israel can remain on multiple fronts there. Or Yisachar, thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. Israel's war against Hamas was fought on other fronts besides Gaza. This includes the media battlefield. Israel and its supporters pushed back against coverage that in many cases they saw as inaccurate, unfair, and biased. Among the worst offenders was the BBC, the UK public broadcaster with global reach. Now the BBC's two top executives have resigned after a recent internal report found fault with some BBC practices, including its coverage of the Gaza war, especially a documentary that focused on the son of a Hamas official. But while admitting some mistakes, the BBC chair is still pushing back on claims it has a bigger problem with its Israel coverage.
I don't think there's a systemic bias in anti-Israel. I mean, there are loads of arguments that suggest almost the opposite, you know. I think that we have issues, as we have put underlying problems, and we've made changes in leadership to try and deal with that. But I think, you know, it's worth talking about the scale of the BBC and how much it does and how much excellent, impartial journalism it does.
And joining us for more is Flor Hassan Nahum. She's a special envoy for Israel's foreign ministry, someone who frequently speaks out on behalf of Israel in these foreign media outlets, including the BBC. And Flor, you heard there the chair of the BBC, again, refuting the claim of a bigger problem, certainly when it comes to its coverage of Israel on the BBC. I mean, even with these resignations, which were prompted, let's be honest, more by their reporting of President Trump than their reporting on Israel, if changes is really coming to the BBC.
Well, I don't think so, because they seem pretty unrepentant. Tim Davie and Deborah Turnes, who left, are saying, no, we don't have a bias problem. They don't have a bias problem. They retract 2 Gaza stories every week. The problem is that they put out the Gaza story, which is a blood libel on Israel. They get the facts wrong. They won't call Hamas terrorists. They take the numbers of the Hamas so-called health ministry and use it as fact, and they regurgitate the talking points of the terrorists. And they seem completely unrepentant. And with everything that's happened, with all the stories they've had to retract, let's talk about some example. Al-Ai Hospital, where they said that Israel killed 500 people, it turned out to be a Hamas rocket, and then all of a sudden only 7 people were dead. The blood libels of starvation and famine, which now have been retracted by the UN, but who's looking at the retractions? And as you mentioned earlier, the famous documentary with the poor little boy in Gaza who turned out to be the son of the terrorist regime, Hamas's one of the ministers. They weren't even unrepentant about that. The only thing that has caused them to move is the fact that they did something to Trump. But I want to remind everybody that there's actually been a report, the Assassin report, that came out about a year ago that did a 9 million word check on the BBC and BBC Arabia, and they found it to be wholly biased. This is AI, and this is cold analysis that found them to be completely biased. What more proof do they need? Right. And let's talk about the way this actually has impact in the real world, why we're talking it on Security Brief, because coverage of things like the Al-Ahli Hospital bombing actually started protests and riots throughout Europe, governments pressuring on Israel, arms boycotts dealing with Israel, something you deal with as an envoy. So we're talking about not just changing just public opinion, but actually impacting on policy when it comes to Israel's security. Absolutely. And even worse, they don't make the connection at all that the anti-Semitism and the rise of anti-Semitism around the world, and the UK especially, is connected to their negative coveraging, peddling blood libels about the only Jewish state in the world. Never mind the fact that there's real massacres and there's real genocide and there's real starvation going on in places like Sudan. Gets very little coverage. So it's the obsession and the bias.
Right. So what needs to be done? I mean, you certainly have been active in this field, but what could the Israeli government be doing more, the Jewish community be doing more to deal with these kind of issues, especially when it comes to a platform as influential as the BBC?
Well, it would help if we actually had some type of strategy in this country for fighting the communications war. We don't. We don't have one central command of how to fight the communications war. You have the Foreign Ministry and you have the Prime Minister's office that hasn't had a spokesperson for a long time, only recently, and also has a National Directorate for Public Diplomacy without a head for over a year and a half. You'd think in the middle of a war, that would be important. I think what has to change, Kalev, is first of all the understanding here in Israel that this is a real war and that the answer to that real war can't be a nice to have, it's a need to have. That kind of Israeli mentality that it doesn't matter what they say about us, it's what we do on the ground, that has to change because we're living in a different world. We are in a hybrid war. The war is hybrid. It's both military and it's also narrative and it's also communication. And Israel is not even in the arena of the communications war.
Right. I will note one thing. We should note the announcement of the retirement of Colonel Avichai Adrai from the IDF, someone who's been in this position for 20 years, who speaks Arabic, who's been I can think of actually no other figure in the Israeli government or military that had maintained the position of that kind of experience, that continuity, and was able to be as effective as he has been. So there is an example of what can be done when the right person is out there in the right place.
But that's the Army spokesperson unit.
Right.
The Army spokesperson unit have actually done a decent job. But if you're not in coordination with the Prime Minister's office because you don't have a head of a public diplomacy directorate and you're not all in the same message and there's no central command, you can have fantastic people speaking in different forums, but if there's no real strategy or communications fighting this war, it's like all of us being soldiers shooting in a different direction. So whilst people like that have been amazing, and I will say something else, you know, Israel's image, if we are to be accused of being this aggressive military force, do we really need a man in a uniform being the spokesperson for the country? Just these things have to be thought about, how things look and how things and how the messaging is put out and by who and in what structure. We have none of it. We are all soldiers in a war without a military command, without a command structure. And that is something that the government has to wake up and change because the real Third World War has already started, and it is in the media.
Well, certainly it is, and certainly the impact that the media has had on governments and public opinions. You could see no greater illustration than, for example, Israel's war against Hamas.
Absolutely. And the fact that Hamas has the sympathy of the world somehow, and not Israel, who was attacked, that is as much as an indication of the hatred of Israel, but it's also as much as an indication of the lack of strategy in Israel.
All right, Flor Hassan Nahum, thank you for joining us on Security Brief. And now a final word. The U.S. this week marked Veterans Day on November 11th, the national holiday honoring those who have served in the armed forces. Israel has no equivalent to this holiday, the closest being Yom HaZikaron, which, like the American Memorial Day, is focused on those who have fallen in service. Perhaps Israel felt it had no need for a specific day to honor veterans when the percentage of those who served in the IDF were once a clear majority of the population that was eligible to do so. But that number has dropped significantly in recent years to a minority figure, even as the burden of reserve duty to those who do serve has dramatically increased over the past 2 years. The government is now in the process of trying to help out those younger veterans with various benefits, most notably a bill moving through the Knesset that would provide special tax credits to IDF reservists. But the measure, first introduced this summer, has become stalled owing to a dispute between Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich and the Likud over the terms of the tax credits and who qualifies for them, with both sides accusing the other of grandstanding for public approval. It's well past time for this infighting to stop and this bill to immediately become law, as reservists suffer under the financial burden of missing so many days of work and study since the start of the Gaza war. But of course, it is the height of hypocrisy for Smotrich and the rest of the government to claim sympathy for reservists while at the same time they advance a new version of the Haredi enlistment bill that in actuality would strip away most of the real incentives to reduce the deferments given to the ultra-Orthodox sector. The IDF is suffering a real manpower crisis and needs to boost enlistment, and no amount of tax credits for reservists will compensate for all the days they've had to spend away from home, work, and family to make up for that shortfall. Now, the U.S. treatment of its veterans is certainly not without faults, but on America's Veterans Day, I do think of my late father, David Mandel, who after his service during World War II greatly benefited by the GI Bill of Rights that helped pay for his education, for the mortgage on his first home, and even the cost of my own education. Perhaps Israel doesn't need a Veterans Day or even a GI Bill of Rights, but it does need the government to respect the sacrifices of those who both serve and served, in giving them the benefits they deserve and penalizing those who fail to heed the call to duty. Thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
And in other news, Americans for Ben-Gurion University has launched the David Ben-Gurion Speaks, an AI-powered video series that brings Israel's founding prime minister to life. Let's take a look.
I am David Ben-Gurion, and 50 years after my death, my namesake, Ben-Gurion University, has bloomed into an oasis of innovation in the Negev desert. 20,000 students on campuses in Be'er Sheva, Sdei Boker, and Eilat study desert and water resource, sustainable drylands, alternative energy, global health, medical breakthroughs, robotics, and fields unknown in my time: nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity. My friends, it is not enough to be up to date. You have to be up to tomorrow. Israel's future was rising from the Negev, just as I had envisioned. And so they came to destroy it.
At Emunah's Neve Michael Children's Village, one center is offering safety, healing, and hope to some of Israel's most vulnerable girls. Here's the story of how the Teen Girls Crisis Center is changing lives, one girl at a time.
For girls who have endured unimaginable trauma, abuse, neglect, and fear, the road to recovery begins here at Neve Michael's Teen Girls Crisis Center. It's the only facility of its kind in Israel, a safe haven for girls aged 12 to 15 who have been removed from their homes by Israel's welfare services. Led by director Nadia Bobrovsky, the center provides emotional and psychological treatment, psychiatric care, and constant support, all designed to help the girls rebuild trust and find strength.
The first thing we try to give them is the feeling that they are wanted, that we waited for them.
When a new girl arrives, she's greeted not with judgment, but with love, a personalized sign, a small gift, and the reassurance that she is seen and accepted.
We don't judge them, we accept them, and this is the first feeling we want them to get when they come to our center.
Each girl's story is different, but their needs are the same: safety, stability, and someone who believes in them. Many arrive in crisis, scared, withdrawn, and mistrusting of adults. But over time, something changes.
The biggest change that we see in those girls is the ability to trust people, to form a healthy connections that based on respect.
Behind every breakthrough is a dedicated team of therapists, social workers, and caregivers. And behind them stands Emunah, the organization that makes this work possible. For 90 years, Emunah has been at the heart of Israel's social welfare system, helping vulnerable children and families break cycles of abuse and distress. Through education, therapy, and love, Emunah builds lives of purpose and possibility. The Teen Girls Crisis Center at Neve Michael embodies that vision, ensuring that no girl is left to face her trauma alone.
They will get more tools and will be able to use those tools in the future whenever they get to another crisis or will have a hard time.
At Neve Michael, every girl is given the chance to heal, to hope, and to dream again.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect, thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm India Naftali, coming to you live from Israel with the top stories from Israel and the Middle East. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is making his position clear. There will be no Palestinian state west of the Jordan River. The statement comes just hours after the United States submitted its draft UN Security Council resolution on Gaza. Netanyahu insists his policy has never shifted, saying he has rejected pressure from both inside and outside Israel for decades. Take a listen to his exact words.
ההתנגדות שלנו למדינה פלסטינית בשטח כלשהו מערב לירדן, ההתנגדות הזאת קיימת ושרירה, היא לא השתנתה כהוא זה. אני עודף את הניסיונות הללו כבר עשרות שנים, ועושה את זה גם מול לחצים מן החוץ ולחצים מבית, אז אני לא זקוק לחיזוקים וציוצים והרצאות מצד איש.
In a concerning development, Hamas seems to already be preparing for the next round of conflict. As reports grow that the United States may set aside its demand for Hamas's full disarmament, it appears the terror group has begun stockpiling advanced weapons in African countries, Yemen, and other locations. Reports suggest that Hamas also plans to smuggle those weapons into strategic areas, including Gaza. Meanwhile, the Gaza ceasefire did hold over the weekend, but not without incident. The IDF confirmed the elimination of a terror operative who crossed Gaza's yellow line and entered the IDF-controlled area. As the terrorist approached IDF troops, he was quickly identified and eliminated. The IDF added it remains deployed in Gaza in accordance with the ceasefire guidelines and will continue removing any threats. IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir toured Rafah and warned that the IDF is ready to seize additional territory if necessary. The army now controls over half of Gaza, including key security corridors. And now the Israeli government decided to form its own commission to investigate the failures surrounding the October 7th massacre. This is a departure from the traditional state commission of inquiry that many in Israel and the public had expected. Under the new decision, ministers, not the Supreme Court, will set the commission's scope and timeline. Prime Minister Netanyahu will appoint a special panel within 45 days to define what the commission will examine. The move has generated mixed reactions. Polls show a majority of Israelis favor a full independent state commission with broad subpoena powers, similar to the one that investigated the Yom Kippur War. Critics, including opposition leader Yair Lapid, say the government is avoiding accountability, while good governance groups and the October Council, which represents 2,000 families affected by the war, have expressed concern that the process may lack full independence. Inside the coalition, opinions also differ. Some ministers support involving retired justices, while others, including National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, argue the courts themselves should be investigated as part of the review. On Saturday night, about 2,000 people rallied in Tel Aviv, calling for a traditional state commission. Protest organizers say they plan to escalate their campaign in the coming weeks. In southern Lebanon, the IDF carried out multiple raids overnight as part of the ongoing campaign to prevent Hezbollah from rearming. Troops under the 91st Division entered Aitaron, which is a Hezbollah stronghold in southern Lebanon. The IDF successfully destroyed structures recently reactivated by the terror group. In Ramyeh, another Hezbollah stronghold, soldiers from the 300th Baram Brigade seized assault rifles, magazines, and ammunition. The IDF says Hezbollah's continued presence in the south violates the Israel-Lebanon ceasefire agreement and that operations will continue until any threat is removed. And continuing with Lebanon, Lebanon says they will formally file a complaint to the UN Security Council, accusing Israel of building a concrete border wall that extends beyond the Blue Line, which is the UN delineated separation line established in 2000. The Office of the UN Secretary General says the construction has already blocked over 4,000 square meters of Lebanese territory from public access. Lebanon calls the move a violation of Resolution 1701, which ended the 2006 war. Israel denies crossing the Blue Line and says the wall is part of the defensive plan approved years ago. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Stay with us throughout the day for updates coming out of Israel and the Middle East. And you can also catch us on our ILTV app. I'm India Naftali. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Emily Schrader, and coming up in today's newscast, President Trump pushing for Syria and Saudi Arabia to normalize relations with Israel on the heels of historic visit from Syrian president. As the fragile ceasefire holds, Hamas gaining power in Gaza as IDF withdraws, further endangering Palestinians. Hamas returns the body of slain hostage Meni Goddard over the weekend, leaving 3 hostage bodies still in Hamas hands. In major U.S. diplomatic move, the Trump administration is circulating a new draft resolution at the United Nations Security Council, signaling that Washington is now supporting a pathway to Palestinian self-determination and statehood. President Trump is also touting a deal to sell Saudi Arabia F-35 jets while calling for normalization with Israel. More from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
According to the U.S. Security Council draft, due to be submitted as early as tomorrow, once the Palestinian Authority undergoes reforms and Gaza's reconstruction is underway, the Trump administration supports a pathway to Palestinian self-determination and statehood. This is the wording of the U.S. draft of a joint statement to the UN Security Council with Qatar, Egypt, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Pakistan, Jordan, and Turkey signed on in support for the 20-point plan to end the war and rebuild post-war Gaza. The language is stronger than what President Trump himself has said publicly. The statement frames the plan as a viable path to Palestinian self-determination and a future state. The move comes as the U.S. pushes a UN Security Council resolution to establish an international stabilization force in Gaza. The PA immediately welcomed the shift, calling it an affirmation of Palestinian rights to independence and declaring its readiness to take full responsibility for Gaza under a unified Palestinian government. The Washington initiative has triggered intense criticism from Israel's far-right ministers, who are reportedly pressuring Prime Minister Netanyahu to reject any proposal perceived as advancing Palestinian statehood. At the same time, President Trump is promoting a potential deal to sell Saudi Arabia F-35 jets and conditioning the deal on normalization with Israel and the Saudi entry into the Abraham Accords. Speaking aboard Air Force One, Trump confirmed that Riyadh wants to purchase a lot of F-35s.
I'm looking at that. They've asked me to look at it. They want to buy A lot of 35, but they want to buy actually more than that fighter jets, yeah.
Will the Abraham Accords be a part of that conversation, perhaps getting
what?
The Abraham Accords, getting Saudi Arabia?
And the Abraham Accords will be a part. We're going to be discussing. I hope that Saudi Arabia will be going into the Abraham Accords fairly shortly.
The push for a deal between the U.S. and the Saudis comes just days before Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman arrives at the White House for high-stakes talks. Ahead of the meeting, Trump reportedly told the Crown Prince that after reaching the Gaza ceasefire deal, he expects Riyadh to take steps toward normalization. Officials in Jerusalem are closely monitoring the talks, with Israel concerned that it could lose its qualitative military edge. The other issue looming large in Israel, with Washington now explicitly promoting a pathway to Palestinian statehood. What will it mean for Jerusalem's firm opposition to any such framework?
Amid the ceasefire in Gaza, there are troubling signs that Hamas is reasserting control over areas beyond the yellow line of IDF deployment. There have also been ongoing security incidents. More from ILTV's Devil Klein.
The ceasefire has been holding over the weekend, but not without incident. The army says it killed a terror operative who crossed Gaza's yellow line into IDF-controlled areas and approached the troops. The IDF says it remains deployed in Gaza, quote, in accordance with the ceasefire agreement, and will continue to operate to remove any immediate threats. The IDF also demolished a Hamas tunnel in northern Gaza that was used in December of last year in a deadly attack that killed 3 soldiers of the Shimshon Brigade. Troops have been operating in the Bet Hanun area on the Israeli side of the Yellow Line in recent weeks to demolish remaining Hamas infrastructure, including the tunnel used in the deadly attacks. The IDF says the tunnel was around 1 kilometer long and dozens of meters deep. Amid the ceasefire, there are growing signs that Hamas is reasserting control in much of Gaza, and the group intends to hold on to power despite international pressure for a transitional government. The vast majority of Gaza's 2 million residents now live in areas under Hamas administration, while Israeli forces remain deployed behind the Yellow Line in more than half of the territory. Gazans say that since last month's ceasefire, Hamas has rapidly re-established control over areas from which Israel withdrew, including monitoring every truck entering the strip, levying fees, touring markets, setting prices, and recording all goods entering Hamas-held territory. Hamas claims it is only performing, quote, urgent administrative tasks and claims it is still ready to hand power to a technical interim government. But analysts warn that these actions show the opposite, that Hamas is entrenching itself and signaling that it will not cede control that easily.
Well, now joining us to analyze the U.S. proposal for Gaza as well as the potential agreements with Saudi Arabia is Gerald Steinberg of NGO Monitor. Gerald, thank you so much for joining us today. Always a pleasure to have you on. Now, obviously, Israel wants to expand the Abraham Accords, but the question now is, at what cost? Can Israel afford to have Saudi Arabia with F-35 jets?
There are lots of issues on the table right now. First of all, let's start by looking at the differences between the Trump administration and the Israeli interests. Trump and people around him, Steve Witkoff and others, they want to have big deals involving a lot of money, and the Saudis are the key to that. Saudis, Qataris, and others. They're talking about selling the jets. That's a lot of jobs, a lot of money. It's a lot of close relations with this very, very wealthy oil kingdom in Arabia, Saudi Arabia. So that's an American interest, or that's a Trump interest in particular, and it's short term. In other words, Trump doesn't care what happens in 10 years or 20 years. What he wants to say is get the headlines. He wants to get the benefits of it immediately. In Israel, the issues are much more long term, much more significant. How stable is the Saudi regime? Is the Saudi regime with F-35s going to be a major threat? The quantitative edge, all those things that you talked about in the intro section, in the video that you showed, those are all very, very important issues for Israel. We're almost talking in entirely parallel and different dimensions. Israel looks at it day to day. What are the Saudis going to be able to bring? Yes, the Abraham Accords, but the Abraham Accords are not an end in itself. They're a path towards changing the Middle East. So it's no longer Israel against all these Arab countries. They're no longer going to be support for the Palestinians. There's not going to be a Palestinian terrorist state. If that is not part of the agreement, then we're not going to get anywhere with this. It's just going to be a lot of talk. And I think basically that's where we are now.
Now, switching to Gaza, we've already seen alarming reports of Hamas regaining power in key areas. How concerned should Israel be about the reports we're seeing? And frankly, what are Israel's options in this situation?
Israel now controls about half of Gaza, not where most of the population is. So there is a reduced risk from Hamas compared to where we were 2 years ago. But it's not over by any means. Hamas is still in power, as we've seen. They're still controlling the population. They're controlling day-to-day events everywhere. And they also still maintain their weapons. One of the other aspects of this is when Trump came up with his 20-point peace plan, one of the key aspects was disarming Hamas. Now, turns out, not surprisingly, that nobody wants to disarm Hamas. No other country is going to do it. Only the IDF can do it. If the IDF is not in that part of Gaza, how are we going to disarm Hamas? That's really a stalemate right now. Lots of reports, lots of talks, but it's really a stalemate. And Hamas is using that to rebuild. That's extremely dangerous. So I think that as we are seeing in southern Lebanon against not just southern Lebanon, but against Hezbollah, the war is continuing and will continue at a lower level of intensity. But Israel will have to be active also in the area that it no longer controls. It's going to have to go after those Hamas capabilities piece by piece. It's a long game, not a short game. It's not going to be quick. Let's sign an agreement. We're going to disarm Hamas. We're going to create a new framework for rebuilding Gaza, and we're going to have peace in our time. This is going to be continuing, ongoing conflict, and Israel is going to have to manage that and also the American political pressure to come up with some sort of magic formula and pretend that Hamas is not really a threat. For Israelis, we know that that pretense is not at all a basis for policy.
Well, we are almost out of time, but I want to ask you quickly before I let you go. One of the things mentioned in that U.S. proposal is the path to a Palestinian state. How likely are we to see this come to fruition, and how will Israel respond to this demand?
Palestinian state's been on the table on and off for at least 20 years. We had back, I think it was in 2004, the Bush plan and the quartet that Tony Blair headed, and the Palestinian state was articulated as part of that. At one point, Prime Minister Netanyahu, early in his period in his term, one of his earlier terms, actually gave a speech at my university where he endorsed a Palestinian state and a two-state path to peace. The Palestinian state is the easy part. The path to peace doesn't really exist. Palestinian society needs to be changed from the ground up. That's going to take a long time. So it's really words we're talking about, but words that could work to Israel's detriment if we don't play the game carefully.
All right, well, I do have to let you go, but I want to thank you, Gerald Steinberg of NGO Monitor, for joining us today.
Emily, always a pleasure to talk to you. Bye.
And in other news, Americans for Ben-Gurion University has launched David Ben-Gurion Speaks, an AI-powered video series that brings Israel's founding prime minister to life. Let's take a look.
Hello, friends. I am David Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel. I believed Israel's future would be tested in the Negev, this vast desert covering half our land. It offered space for Jewish immigrants, for agriculture, for industry. For me, it was the ultimate test of the Zionist spirit, taking barren land and making it bloom. Here, security, growth, and destiny would converge. In 1969, a university was founded to be the engine of the Negev's growth. After my passing in 1973, it took my name, Ben-Gurion University of the Negev. And what became of this university is a story I will tell you next.
And now the return of another fallen hostage. The body of 73-year-old Meni Goddard has been identified after being handed over by Hamas. His return brings the number of hostages left in Gaza to 3. With us now is ILTV correspondent India Naftali, who's reporting from Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. India, what can you tell us?
Well, Emily, last Thursday evening, after more than 2 years of waiting, the family of Meni Goddard, whose photo you can see behind me here in Hostage Square, his family received confirmation of his return. Although his body was supposed to be returned within 72 hours of the ceasefire agreement signed back in October, it took more than a month longer for Israel to receive it. The former hostage many guarded was a Be'eri resident and a beloved member of his community. He was murdered on October 7th and abducted into Gaza. The Israeli Prime Minister's office confirmed that the body handed over by Hamas on Thursday was identified as Meni Goddard. The remains were transferred through the Red Cross to IDF troops in Gaza before being brought to the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute in Tel Aviv. Meni Goddard, who was 73 years old, was a former professional soccer player, Yom Kippur War veteran, economist, lifeguard, and a longtime member of Kibbutz Be'eri. He spent decades serving his community, working in the printing house, running the local store, and serving as the kibbutz's chief economist. He and his wife Ayelet, a respected educator, raised 4 children and built a life deeply rooted in family and service. On October 7th, the couple hid in their safe room as Hamas-led terrorists stormed Be'eri. When their home was set on fire, they tried to escape. Meni was shot and killed outside of his home by Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorists. His wife Ayelet was also murdered. Her body was recovered soon after, but Meni's was abducted into Gaza and held for more than 2 years. On Thursday night, a short ceremony was held by IDF soldiers as his casket was brought out of the strip. Crowds lined the roadways, holding Israeli and yellow ribbon flags, paying tribute to a man they called a cornerstone of their community. 3 slain hostages still remain in the strip: Master Sergeant Ran Gvili, Dror Or, and Sudtisak Rin Thalak, a Thai national. Israeli officials stress that their return is a high priority, and negotiators believe that the hostages' bodies were moved multiple times inside Gaza. Meanwhile, in Washington, former hostages released in the October ceasefire deal have been invited to the White House next Thursday. President Donald Trump is set to host them, with commercial flights arranged by the Israeli government.
Calm has returned to the Druze province of Suwaida in southern Syria after a new round of clashes between local Druze forces and Syrian government troops. According to Druze militia statements, Syrian forces launched an assault on the town of Al-Majdal using heavy and medium weapons as well as attack drones. The Syrian government claimed the Druze National Guard was the side that violated the ceasefire following last summer's fighting, while Druze officials accused Damascus of trying to push deeper into the local province. Local sources reported several wounded on both sides, with no confirmed fatalities. Regional observers, including Israel and partners in the Abraham Accords, are closely watching the developments, as instability in southern Syria can have broader security implications along the northern front. These clashes, of course, come on the heels of President Ahmed al-Shara's historic visit to Washington, D.C. to meet with President Trump, where the White House reportedly urged the leader to protect the civil rights of Syrian minorities and advance normalization with Israel. For now, the situation in Suwaida is quiet but remains fragile. And now joining us today to discuss the latest in Syria and the possibility of normalization is U.S. Congressman Marlin Stutzman from Indiana. Thank you so much for joining us today, Congressman Stutzman. Now, you met with Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara at a moment when Syria is trying to rebrand itself after years of brutality under Assad. What evidence did you see that this new leadership is genuinely breaking away from extremism? Do you believe that al-Shara is sincere?
Well, first of all, just being in Syria and seeing the people of Syria and the fact that they are working so hard to recover after the brutal Assad regime would just touch my heart. I mean, they are such strong people, and of course, the people that are very proud of their country, and they want to rebuild. I really believe it's because of the people and the Syrian American community that is going to help make this successful one way or the other. President al-Shara obviously has a very checkered past, one that we would have all said probably not the pick that we would have chosen, but he's the president. And, he is young. He's 42 years old. He has a young family. He, continues to tell us that the reason he joined al-Qaeda and al-Nusra was because of his fight against Assad in Syria and also against ISIS. He's the first president to come to the United States since the French mandate that defined Syria and to meet with President Trump. So those are all good signs. And he was here to sign a coalition agreement to fight ISIS. And so it's going to be really interesting over the next several weeks as he's back in Syria, how this goes. There's obviously still some challenges in Syria. My hope is, and my message to him has always been that, religious freedom, respect for all peoples in Syria has to happen for Syria to be successful. Syria is very diverse, and that diversity can be their strength as long as everyone has a seat at the table.
Now, you've suggested that U.S. sanctions could be eased if Syria meets certain human rights benchmarks. As you alluded to, unfortunately, we've already seen massacres of Druze, of Christians. What safeguards would the U.S. insist on before lifting these sanctions, and is progress being made on that front?
Well, first of all, I would say just having President Trump in the White House is a huge deterrent to President al-Shara. And my hope is that, he truly does want to focus towards the West rather than to Russia or Iran or even China. When I met with him back over the Easter holiday, he told me that he had offers from the Chinese. He wouldn't even refuse to meet with them, or he refused to meet with them. He had an offer from the Russians on his desk. And he said even back then he wanted to meet with President Trump. He's also, saying that he's helped push Hezbollah out of Lebanon and north of Israel. He's open to conversations about joining the Abraham Accords. So there's a lot of good things that are being said. I've said it from the very beginning that his actions speak louder than his words. But so far, outside of what's happened in Soweto and up in the coastal region with the Alawites, where there have been killings and brutal killings, if there's any connection to the al-Shara government, that would be very devastating because I think it undermines what he's trying to accomplish, or I hope he's trying to accomplish. So, I gave him a letter from an evangelical church in Syria when he was here in the United States this past Sunday, and asked, him to read it and to recognize the church, to recognize the Christians, but also we're asking him. And President Trump is very aware of what's happened in Soweto and with the Druze community of the killings back in July. They were horrific. And it reminds us all of the jihadist and the extremism that is still alive in the Middle East and other parts of the world. So my hope is that he truly does want to build a successful, strong Syria. I also just shared with him briefly that, Christians from around the world would love to go to Jerusalem, to the holy city of Jerusalem, and then go to Damascus, which is another holy city where Saul went to Damascus and met Christ on the road to Damascus. So the tourism and the economic impact that would have would be just dramatic for the country. And they could all be living in peace and prosperity rather than having jihad wars around the country.
Well, Israel's security, of course, is tightly bound to what happens in Damascus. After your meetings, do you believe that Syria is ready or even willing to pursue real normalization with Israel, perhaps even joining the Abraham Accords? Or are we seeing more optimistic rhetoric without strategic intent?
I think that we as Americans, and President Trump is the strongest negotiator. He's the strongest diplomat. He knows he has a strong hand. And in this case, I would love to see us have a presence in Syria, whether it's the business community and partnerships, whether it's even our military. There's some military bases in Syria that Americans we could plant some of our military there, and I think that would be healthy to have that done, especially between Israel and Turkey. Syria is going to play a pivotal role in the security of the Middle East and the Gulf states, but also leading up into Europe. Considering what's going on between Turkey and Greece, there's a lot of friction around Turkey, and so this could be something that we as Americans, we could have a presence there. President Trump has talked about having, the military base back in Afghanistan, which I was there. I was at the base in Afghanistan back in 2014, and it was a huge base, and it's pretty much been just wiped away. And so, when we have these opportunities to have a base that can secure peace and we can have a presence there, I think it's something we should do, because we don't want more wars that we have to eventually fight. And by having a presence there would be a great deterrent.
All right, well, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us today, U.S. Representative Stutzman.
Thank you. It's great to be with you.
Shin Bet Chief David Zini is reportedly urging the government to use electronic monitoring bracelets on violent Jewish extremists as attacks on Palestinians continue to rise. Zini reportedly believes tracking devices would be more effective than current restriction orders that bar suspects from Judea and Samaria. Zini has not asked Defense Minister Israel Katz to reverse his ban on administrative detention for Jewish suspects, a measure still widely used against Palestinians. Zini raised the matter amid new violence by Jewish extremists. In the latest incident, a mosque was attacked in the village of Deir Istia. Palestinians returned to their mosque for Friday prayers after cleaning up for an attack by extremists. The IDF confirmed troops arrived after the attack, but made no arrests, saying it condemns any form of violence, and the army says forces respond whenever incidents are reported. This latest attack follows a wave of extremist violence across the territories, including arson, vandalism, and even graffiti threatening IDF commanders. The spike has triggered public condemnations from Israeli security officials, who warned that extremist groups are becoming harder to control. And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 14 degrees Celsius or 58 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see partly cloudy skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 24 degrees Celsius or 76 degrees Fahrenheit. That's it for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our live channel with 24/7 live coverage. You can also catch us on Screen IL. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Emily Schrader. Be well, and thank you for watching.
Welcome back to Hadassah on Call, New Frontiers in Medicine. I'm your host, Mayan Hoffman, and I'm thrilled to kick off our 7th season with you. Over the past year, we've explored topics that really resonated with our listeners, from ageless intimacy to navigating the autism spectrum to paging Dr. AI. If you missed any of these episodes, I encourage you to check them out on our podcast websites. Today, we're diving into an issue that affects millions of men and their families around the world: prostate health and prostate cancer. Our guest is Professor Ofer Gottfried, Chief Neurologist at Hadassah Medical Organization. He's not only a leading expert in the field, but also comes from a family shaped by resilience. His mother is a Holocaust survivor and author, and his daughter is currently serving in the IDF. In this conversation, we'll cover everything from early warning signs to myths and misconceptions, lifestyle choices that matter, the latest in precision medicine, and even what it means to live well after treatment. I'm looking forward to an open, practical, and very human discussion. Welcome, Professor Gottfried.
Thank you.
Now, I want to get started, actually not with medicine, but a little bit about your personal life. I understand that your mother is a Holocaust survivor and author. Did her experience at all influence your decision to go into medicine?
Actually not. And actually, when I took the decision, she was not a Holocaust survivor at the time. And I may explain, it will take 1 minute.
Okay,
is that
please.
okay?
Yes, please.
All right. So she was born in 1935. And she lived in a small village like 70 kilometers away from Warsaw called Biała-Rawska. It's now famous because of this story. And she lived with her father and mother. She's an only child in a very secular life there. And the war started in the 39, and for 1 year nothing happened. And then the Germans came, and then they understood that their life is in danger and then they have to run away. The mother and the daughter were managed to hide. The father joined the partisans in the woods and lost. Nobody knows what happened to him. Probably killed there. And then the mother and the child that was like 5-year-old managed to get to an attic in Warsaw in Żelazna Street 64. I've been there several times. And just across the street was the Jewish ghetto. And there they spent the war hiding, and a family supported them. And I met the family later and the two daughters a couple of times, and they've been in Israel. And after the war, my grandmother married a man. He was a Holocaust survivor, Auschwitz, hardcore with the number, and he was the Holocaust survivor, not my mother. She was a child. Actually, only after her mother died, she started talking, and then the book came out. But during the time when I took the decision, she was not a Holocaust survivor. She was a nurse, a head nurse in Tel Aviv, and this had nothing to do with my decision. My decision was based on my interest in science and the inspiration I got from Galilee and from Semmelweis and Lister and all the great Pasteur, and nothing to do with the Holocaust. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. That's why we ask. I always want to learn about people a little bit and their family. I also was reading about your daughter being in the IDF, being in a very good position in the IDF. So now I want to jump into the questions that obviously relate to the core reason for this podcast, which is about prostate cancer. So I just want to start simple by asking you, what is prostate cancer, and are there different types?
Yes. Well, prostate cancer is a malignant tumor of the male population, actually the most common malignant tumor in men. More than twice its next in line. And we are still studying this fascinating disease. The risk, well, if a man dies in, let's say, car crash and he's been cut to pieces, like a 70-year-old man dies in a car crash, about 70% of them will harbor prostate cancer. And this will not affect their life, or they will not know about it. And this is like a big shadow over our clinical work, but that always, we are always afraid that we're treating those that do not need any treatment. And finding out which one does and which one doesn't is one of the main core interests in prostate cancer. And of course, there are ways, or we believe there are ways, to discriminate these clinically significant from the clinically insignificant tumors. And maybe we'll get to them a little later.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, because I definitely think people, it is very common, as you said, and people are concerned about whether or not they should be treated or they shouldn't, and when should they be checked. You know, I mean, prostate cancer, though, is, as you mentioned, often thought of as an older man's disease. Would you say that's true, or should men maybe start screening earlier in order to preempt it?
Yes, good question. The current guidelines recommend start screening for prostate cancer at the age of 50. And getting early diagnosis. But early diagnosis does not necessarily mean early treatment, because follow-up, or as called professionally active surveillance, is a very common practice today. And this may be the solution for over-treatment that was so common in the past.
Do people have a good prognosis when they get prostate cancer? Like, if they have that early screening, do people generally survive?
Yes. Early diagnosis in prostate cancer usually means cure or follow-up, good follow-up. And we know when to stop the surveillance and to move into active treatment. And if you are under surveillance, then nothing bad will happen, really.
What are the most common signs or symptoms of the cancer?
There are none. No. The symptoms and signs of prostate cancer are bone pain, which obviously is very late sign. And if you're being diagnosed because of bone pain, it's like it's too late for cure. There's still very good remedies and all kinds of treatments, even at that step of the disease.
Wow, that's actually interesting. So in other words, if you don't do the screenings, though, you really might not know until it's too late.
Correct.
So screenings are clearly very...
If it's clinical disease, it's always too late.
So that makes sense. Now, what protects against prostate cancer if you wanted to not get it? I mean, like vasectomies, for example, frequent ejaculation, maybe a good sex life. What those things help?
Well, that's a good question. There's nothing specific that you mentioned. But whatever is good for the heart is also good for the prostate. So having balanced diet and regular aerobic exercise and keeping your weight, all these are very good precautions or things to do to postpone or to not get prostate cancer. And this is proven. Overweight men have higher risk of prostate cancer and sedentary life. So whatever is good for the heart is also good for the prostate. That's the easiest answer.
Seems to be the trend. I think, in all these interviews over the years, whenever I say, well, what is the thing that you can do to prevent it? They say, eat right, exercise, be healthy, and then you won't have all of these other, diseases as well. But what about family history and genetics? Does that have any impact?
Yes. If a relative, father or grandfather, or more relatives have had prostate cancer, that's a very important risk factor. And screening should start earlier, like at the age of 45. But then I follow many people with relatives, and if they keep on coming and the follow-up is okay, nothing happens. It's amazing.
So it's interesting because lifestyle, you said, is impactful, and genetics is also, but then could it possibly be, like I know with like type 2 diabetes, it's a little bit genetic, but it's also more lifestyle. And so while your father might have it, if you're healthy, you probably won't
Absolutely. Yes. It's exactly like this. So,
what about like vitamins or supplements? Is there anything that you would recommend that people take that adds to that healthiness?
Vitamins and supplements are good for the company that manufacture them, not for the consumers. For the customers, no, none.
Nothing needed.
Personally, I do not take anything. And
makes sense. What is PSA testing? I was reading about that. What is that?
Oh, PSA. PSA is actually an enzyme, a protein, an enzyme manufactured by the prostate. And its physiological role is to liquefy the semen. After expulsion, the semen coagulates, and the evolutionary idea behind this is to coagulate it in the cervix, or the uterine cervix. And once the egg will arrive to the uterine tube, she will meet a sperm there. The egg is very sensitive and has a very small range of life that it can be fertilized, and the compensation for that is the male that brings millions of sperm cells, and the coagulation, a fascinating process by itself, very different from the coagulation of the blood, keeps it in the uterine cervix. And the PSA, the enzyme, it breaks the coagulum little by little, and there is a continuous supply of sperms to the tubes. Once the egg will arrive, it will meet sperms. But this is far away from what we are concerned now about prostate cancer. So it's a physiologic enzyme. Now, in the 80s, it was found that these enzymes can be located in the blood, and that patients with prostatic conditions like benign prostatic hypertrophy or prostate cancer have elevated levels in the blood. So this became a tumor marker. From an enzyme, it became a tumor marker, and now we use it to early diagnose prostate cancer. But it's far from being specific.
But I understand it's somewhat controversial, like there are pros and cons to it, right?
Well, there are, because its levels in the blood are high, even in patients with enlarged prostate, benign enlarged prostate. So there is like overlap in the levels between prostate cancer and benign prostatic hypertrophy, which every man has if he's older than 40. So there is interpreting the results of the PSA is not very easy, not trivial, and that's part of the urology occupation, to understand the meaning of it. There are better examination blood tests today, like 4K score or ISO-PSA, that are more predictive of prostate cancer. And we use them quite a lot to avoid biopsy, or MRI, which are the next steps.
Yeah, and I mean, I was looking at that. There's such a breadth or a depth, I guess, of different kinds of ways that one can be tested. What would you say is the most common here at Hadassah? Like, if somebody is going to come in for that 50-year screening and get started, what is the test that they're going to receive?
Well, the guidelines, and in Hadassah, we use the PSA and the rectal examination, which still holds an important part of the practice. So he'll get these two. PSA and rectal examination, digital, by finger.
Wow. And then if the PSA is elevated, would you do an additional test?
Well, it depends on the patient and on his prostate. The patient general health is very important, and risk factors like family history and the level of the PSA and the size of the prostate. But many men with elevated PSA do get MRI of the prostate, and this serves as additional screening, and also if there are lesions that are suspicious, as target for targeted biopsies. We know how to biopsy from the lesion that is seen in the MRI.
So now let's say, God forbid, that you discover that somebody does have prostate cancer. What is the initial treatment they're going to receive, and what in general does treatment look like for it?
All right. So the diagnosis of prostate cancer does not necessarily mean treatment for prostate cancer. As we discussed earlier, there are active surveillance, and I follow many men with prostate cancer and nothing happens to them. They just keep coming, and I keep smiling at them. But there are criteria where you have to move to active treatment, and these are based on PSA, on the finding of the biopsy. If it is high grade, then no doubt that this man is at risk of metastasis, and treatment should be done as early as possible. There is another important imaging test called PET PSMA, and in PET PSMA, a tracer is injected which trace the prostate and its metastasis in lymph nodes or in bones, and we use it in patients with high-grade disease to discriminate metastatic from non-metastatic disease, and those that will get localized treatment, surgery or radiation, and those that will get systemic treatment.
Okay, so I want to also, I guess if you're getting this treatment, then you're monitoring it during the process. Is prostate cancer generally fast or slow growing once it's become metastasized, once it's active? Like, is there a stage 4, like we talk about with other cancers?
All right. The localized prostate cancer is extremely slow disease with doubling time of months and years. But once it's metastatic, then it's a different ballgame. And this could be quite fast disease with a month till it doubles. But generally speaking, prostate cancer is a slow-growing tumor. There is time to diagnose it early.
And you said that, generally speaking, as you've said, that people can have a good prognosis and they live. But what is the percentage of people who are diagnosed with prostate cancer and survive?
Well, I guess most of them survive.
So in the 90s
Yes.
or
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And they are left to die from other reasons.
Like everyone
But that's
else.
medicine, yes, to postpone it and to...
Right, for sure. Now, if a man is treated and he goes into remission, so he's going to survive the cancer, does that affect his daily life in any way or his sex life even?
Yes, unfortunately, many of the treatments do affect the erection because the erection nerves, the cavernosal nerves, they really cross on the prostatic capsule. So if you do radical surgery, you can preserve the nerves. They are microscopic. We know where they are, but we don't see them in surgery. So we can keep them, preserve them, nerve-sparing surgery. But nerve-sparing surgery does not mean erection-sparing surgery. And because they are very sensitive and just one touch will damage them. So I always inform the patient that erection post-surgery will not be the same as erection pre-surgery. Now, radiation also, the nerves are sensitive to radiation, but it takes longer. The injury is, the loss of erection occurs later. Now, in the more advanced disease where we use hormonal therapy, like in metastatic disease and in radiation in patients with high risk, it's very common to use both to provide radiotherapy and hormonal therapy. The hormonal therapy really affects erection, but not only erection, also the libido. And once you take the testosterone, then the man is not interested and it becomes a non-issue anymore. Actually, the finding that prostate cancer is sensitive to hormones by Huggins and Hodge in the 40s was really a breakthrough because they connected endocrinology and oncology. And they showed that prostate cancer is sensitive to hormones, and you can reverse prostate cancer by taking the hormones. Getting Huggins a Nobel Prize like 40 years later.
Yeah, wow. So what signs should a person watch for if there could be a recurrence? Like if they're they go into remission, but maybe it comes back, or does that ever happen?
Post-treatment PSA is very good marker. Now, we as we talked earlier, for diagnosis, it's not so good because there's very large overlap with the benign conditions. But after treatment, let's say after a radical prostatectomy, PSA should be 0 or close to 0. And a rise means recurrence of the disease. After radiation, it's not that accurate as after surgery, but still there are criteria to use PSA. PSA is the best follow-up, no symptoms, no thing like this.
Now, let's talk about research just for a moment. You've been involved in some very fascinating research, like exploring possible links between bladder cancer and the BCG vaccine, Alzheimer's disease. Can you tell me a little bit more about that work?
Well, if moving from cancer to Alzheimer, which is really the malady of the Western world, and we are expecting high numbers and financial cost, enormous financial cost. If we can postpone Alzheimer even by a few years, this would be a major achievement. And the idea is that there are 3 processes in Alzheimer's disease. And one is the beta amyloid accumulation, which is mainly outside the cells. The second is the tau accumulation, the tangles. And the third is the immune system, which takes a major part in the pathogenesis of Alzheimer's disease. And BCG, the tuberculosis vaccine that we use so effectively for more than 40 years now to treat bladder cancer, to prevent the recurrence of bladder cancer, actually modulates the immune system, and it modulates the immune system in a way away from Alzheimer's disease. And we've shown by exploring data from Hadassah that the risk of Alzheimer's disease is reduced 4 times in patients that got BCG, a treatment for bladder cancer, nothing to do with the Alzheimer. And these findings were then studied in 4 other populations in Europe and in America. And the results were verified in different populations. And this sparks interest in this old vaccine that modulates the immune system. And hopefully it will progress. Maybe we will use kind of vaccine against Alzheimer's.
Right. You know, it's interesting. I do a lot of work with the Davos Alzheimer's Initiative and George Brandenburg, and he's really into the idea of being able to have an Alzheimer's vaccine. He speaks a lot about that. And this is interesting because this is an existing vaccine rather than having to develop one. And you came onto this because of your work as a urologist with bladder cancer. That's what led you to kind of put this together.
It's not my idea. It's the idea of some crazy old folks from the medical school that approached me, Berkovier, who is now not with us, and Klein and Greenblatt, the 2 old guys that are with us and are still very active and very bright. No Alzheimer with these 2 guys.
Did they get the vaccine?
I got the vaccine, but actually I got it in when I was born. And yes, it was customary to give the tuberculosis vaccine to newborns. In the delivery room, I got BCG. Nobody asked me or asked my permission.
But I guess you're grateful now.
I got BCG, and I'm still immunized now. When I arrived at Chicago for the fellowship, they did some kind of test, including MAN2, tuberculin test, to see if I have tuberculosis. I told them, don't do it. I'm positive. I'll test positive. And they say, oh, no, we do it for everybody. And I was positive, and everybody said, oh, I got tuberculosis. I told you, I got BCG vaccine. Said, take a chest x-ray and they'll see nothing. And they did x-ray, and okay, you're fine. So I'm positive. But at that time, when I was born, they were doing BCG vaccination in all Israel except in Jerusalem. They were not doing it in the States, and the strength of the Hadassah women in Jerusalem stopped this vaccination. He said, what is good for America is also good for Jerusalem, which is usually right. And maybe this was also right. So I'm got the BCG myself, and I'm still positive. I still carry these bacteria in my lymph nodes, in my cells, lifelong. And maybe I'll not get Alzheimer.
Well, I was going to say we should check in about 10, 20, 30 years. And
but the idea was not mine. It was the idea of the old folks from medical school, and I was just their tool to prove it, because I had the database and the patients and this fascinating idea.
Yeah, and so it's really could be groundbreaking if it comes to fruition.
But the credit is for Greenblatt, Klein, and Berkovier from medical school.
So now I just want to go back to prostate cancer for a moment and look ahead at AI, precision medicine, these kinds of things. Are they changing the way, or will they change the way we detect or treat prostate cancer at some point in general, but also here at Hadassah?
Yes. Well, the guidelines from 2025, both the American and the European do not hold anything about AI, but the patients do. And patients come to me ready and with the right questions, and they are educated, which is good. I love educated patients, but in the current clinical daily life, not yet.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it will.
It will. Yeah, there's a vision for it. Yes. So just to wrap up, I was wondering if you could share something like a story of a memorable patient or piece of advice, maybe that you want to leave our listeners with.
Well, the advice that I can give is go to a big hospital that has all the facilities and all the options, especially if you're doing a surgical procedure. Most procedures go well without any complication, but if something does happen, you would like to be in a big hospital like Hadassah that has all the facilities and can cope with all complications and all events. This is the recommendation I give to my patients and to everybody, I guess.
Go to Hadassah is always a good recommendation. Well, Professor Goffrey, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
At ILTV, we're not just reporting the news, we're on a mission. Every story we tell stands for truth, for Zionism, and for Israel. When you subscribe, you're not just buying an app, you're becoming a partner in strengthening Israel's voice around the world. ILTV is factual, direct, and unapologetically pro-Israel, and we need you with us. Scan the QR code on your screen right now to subscribe and stand with Israel. Because this isn't just news, it's a mission.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm India Naftali, coming to you live from Israel with the top stories from Israel and the Middle East. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is making his position clear. There will be no Palestinian state west of the Jordan River. The statement comes just hours after the United States submitted its draft UN Security Council resolution on Gaza. Netanyahu insists his policy has never shifted, saying he has rejected pressure from both inside and outside Israel for decades. Take a listen to his exact words.
ההתנגדות שלנו למדינה פלסטינית בשטח כלשהו מערב לירדן, ההתנגדות הזאת קיימת ושרירה, היא לא השתנתה כהוא זה. אני עודף את הניסיונות הללו כבר עשרות שנים, ועושה את זה גם מול לחצים מן החוץ ולחצים מבית, אז אני לא זקוק לחיזוקים וציוצים והרצאות מצד איש.
In a concerning development, Hamas seems to already be preparing for the next round of conflict. As reports grow that the United States may set aside its demand for Hamas's full disarmament, it appears the terror group has begun stockpiling advanced weapons in African countries, Yemen, and other locations. Reports suggest that Hamas also plans to smuggle those weapons into strategic areas, including Gaza. Meanwhile, the Gaza ceasefire did hold over the weekend, but not without incident. The IDF confirmed the elimination of a terror operative who crossed Gaza's yellow line and entered the IDF-controlled area. As the terrorist approached IDF troops, he was quickly identified and eliminated. The IDF added it remains deployed in Gaza in accordance with the ceasefire guidelines and will continue removing any threats. IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir toured Rafah and warned that the IDF is ready to seize additional territory if necessary. The army now controls over half of Gaza, including key security corridors. And now the Israeli government decided to form its own commission to investigate the failures surrounding the October 7th massacre. This is a departure from the traditional state commission of inquiry that many in Israel and the public had expected. Under the new decision, ministers, not the Supreme Court, will set the commission's scope and timeline. Prime Minister Netanyahu will appoint a special panel within 45 days to define what the commission will examine. The move has generated mixed reactions. Polls show a majority of Israelis favor a full independent state commission with broad subpoena powers, similar to the one that investigated the Yom Kippur War. Critics, including opposition leader Yair Lapid, say the government is avoiding accountability, while good governance groups and the October Council, which represents 2,000 families affected by the war, have expressed concern that the process may lack full independence. Inside the coalition, opinions also differ. Some ministers support involving retired justices, while others, including National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, argue the courts themselves should be investigated as part of the review. On Saturday night, about 2,000 people rallied in Tel Aviv, calling for a traditional state commission. Protest organizers say they plan to escalate their campaign in the coming weeks. In southern Lebanon, the IDF carried out multiple raids overnight as part of the ongoing campaign to prevent Hezbollah from rearming. Troops under the 91st Division entered Aitaron, which is a Hezbollah stronghold in southern Lebanon. The IDF successfully destroyed structures recently reactivated by the terror group. In Ramyeh, another Hezbollah stronghold, soldiers from the 300th Baram Brigade seized assault rifles, magazines, and ammunition. The IDF says Hezbollah's continued presence in the south violates the Israel-Lebanon ceasefire agreement and that operations will continue until any threat is removed. And continuing with Lebanon, Lebanon says they will formally file a complaint to the UN Security Council, accusing Israel of building a concrete border wall that extends beyond the Blue Line, which is the UN delineated separation line established in 2000. The Office of the UN Secretary General says the construction has already blocked over 4,000 square meters of Lebanese territory from public access. Lebanon calls the move a violation of Resolution 1701, which ended the 2006 war. Israel denies crossing the Blue Line and says the wall is part of the defensive plan approved years ago. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Stay with us throughout the day for updates coming out of Israel and the Middle East. And you can also catch us on our ILTV app. I'm India Naftali. Thank you for watching.
Israel just took a shocking step. The Knesset passed the first reading of a bill to impose the death penalty on convicted terrorists. No appeals, no judicial discretion. Netanyahu backs it. The timing? Just after the return from Gaza of the body of Hadar Goldin after 11 years in Hamas captivity, and with Iran threatening a surprise attack. Security experts are warning that this law could backfire. Will it deter terror or ignite more legislative and diplomatic division?
Hi, Shalom. I'm Mark Regev, and we're here today for another edition of Israel Undiplomatic. And as per usual, I'm here with my co-host, Ruthie Bloom. How are we today, Ruthie?
I'm good, Mark, but we got to get right to some touchy topics here. Let's begin with the Knesset bill. It passed its first reading to impose the death penalty on terrorists. And by the way, mandatory death penalty. And as it happens, it's only the first reading and it needs 2 more readings, etc. So it could be that this is more symbolic than technical, or it's possible, for example, that the Supreme Court will not allow it, etc. But the reason that it's happening now is that Israel was waiting for all the live hostages to be home and for at least most of the dead bodies to be returned before taking any such steps, for fear that it would endanger the hostages.
So let's analyze this issue. First of all, in Israel, we have the death penalty theoretically on the books, but since 1962, it has not been used, and it wasn't used before 1962 either. In all of Israel's history, since 1948, once we became an independent country, the death penalty has been used only once, and that was for Nazi war criminal Adolf Eichmann. And he is, he's out there alone, and he was put to death, and his ashes were scattered across the Mediterranean, so his grave wouldn't be a place where neo-Nazis would come and, have parties and things. But Israel has, we don't do death, not for rapists and not for murderers. And with that, we're sort of in the Western consensus. Most Western democracies don't today have a death penalty. The United States, a very important Western democracy, is the only one that has a death penalty.
And not in all states.
Not in all states, and it remains controversial in the United States. It's an issue of debate. So in Israel, like Eichmann, there wasn't a debate. That was clear. This Nazi war criminal, the guy responsible for the murder of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Jews, should have been put to death. The issue of terrorism has been part of the political debate in Israel. Do we put terrorists, death penalty for terrorists, people guilty of gruesome crimes, should they be put to death? It's been part of the political debate in Israel for years now, for almost as long as I can remember. Is it finally serious this time? I'm not sure, Ruthie.
Well, the issue of the death penalty, when you talk about it in other countries, we know the dilemmas about it. The main one being, I think, aside from, we shouldn't play God or we shouldn't take revenge, we shouldn't behave the way the killers behave, etc. The other argument is, look, we know of people who were executed in the United States, for example, who later it turned out because of DNA testing and new evidence that the person was wrongly executed. And that's awful. And there are many people who say, better to let convicted criminals, either be free or be in jail than kill even one innocent
I
person.
think it's in the Talmud, actually. It's a Jewish thing.
Right. But in Israel, the tricky part is this, and I had my own debates about it because there are, aside from everything else, death row in the United States. This I know because I watch a lot of true crime documentaries in order to relax. That death row is a much cushier prison sentence than the general population, where criminals are very violent and there's a lot of, rapes and horrible stuff that goes on. Whereas death row has better food, has better conditions. And also, because of stays of execution and appeals, sometimes someone is on death row for years and years before being executed, and sometimes dies before he's even executed. In Israel, there's a big difference, and that is that over the years, we have made the dreadful error of freeing terrorists from jails in exchanges for innocent hostages. I mean, our issue with the enemy is that they know that if they kidnap an Israeli, we'll do anything to get him or her back. And releasing terrorists from Israeli prisons is one way to do it. And before October 7th, one thing we know is like the famous case of this, something like 1,100 terrorists released in the Gilad Shalit deal. Gilad Shalit was taken prisoner in Gaza. He was there for 5 years. And finally, after much, much public pressure, Israel released something like 1,100 terrorists. But among those was Yahya Sinwar, the mastermind of the October 7th massacre. And before that, he had been diagnosed with a brain tumor in Israel. And Israeli doctors in prison cured him of it and then released him. So, many, many Israelis who opposed the death penalty altogether, not just for terrorists, but in general, who have an aversion to the death penalty, said, well, as long as they're in jails, somehow the government is tempted to give in to demands, ransom demands, and this is a big problem.
So on the moral issue, I don't think I have too many qualms about death penalty for murderers and rapists and people who've done horrendous crimes. Obviously, there has to be due process. Obviously, there has to be, total, all the evidence has to be there, right? There can be not even the slightest doubt that the person is guilty of the crime. It has to go all the way up to the appeal to the Supreme Court, all that. Having said that, the proponents of the death penalty say not only is it justice and real justice, but they also say, from a utilitarian point of view, it will help because it will deter terrorists from killing innocent people. And I think there are questions about that. First of all, when a terrorist does a terrorist act, let's say you walk into a supermarket with a machine gun and randomly kill people, or you walk into a coffee shop with a knife and start killing people, I mean, you're taking a very big risk with your own life as well. And so is the death penalty really a deterrent? Even there are some people who kill themselves deliberately, the famous suicide bombers, right? And so if you believe that in dying, you expect to die anyway, is it in any way a deterrent? And I think that's a serious question. What is the deterrent capability of the death penalty? Is it actually going to save lives? And I think there's a whole question mark there with the type of terrorists we've been dealing with and the type of people this is supposed to deter. The security services have argued for years that actually that's not a successful deterrent. What is a successful deterrent, but also another controversial Israeli policy, is like house demolitions afterwards. If people think that their loved ones are going to suffer because of their act, right? If their parents' home is going to be closed or something like that, that actually does work as a successful deterrent. But then Israel is accused, of course, of, these people weren't involved in the crime, they just happened to be relatives of, and so forth. And the Supreme Court has ruled on when you can and can't do housing demolitions. But nevertheless, the security services says that actually works for a deterrent because maybe the suicide bomber or the terrorist is willing to kill themselves for what they think is the greater good, but for the greater terror, yes, for their crazy extreme agenda, yes. But they don't want to see the members of their family hurt. And so the issue here, can you really deter someone who wants to be a suicide bomber, someone who is willing to die for their cause, with the threat of a death penalty? And I think it's an open question, and I'm actually doubtful.
No, see, I agree with you. I don't think it's so much a deterrent because, but neither the home demolitions, for example, you say they're worried about their loved ones, but the Palestinian Authority takes care of that by funding terrorists and their families for life. Okay, stipends with money that they have never been able to earn on their own. So it's not clear whether it's a deterrent. But then the question is, again, whether or not it deters them. What it does is prevent us from having terrorists in jails to use as barter. That it does do. It's not a question of deterring the terrorists. First of all, if you believe in jihad against the Jews and Christians and infidel Muslims, why would anything deter you? If you believe that you're a martyr for Allah, why would that deter you? Now, we know that even extremists and even people would be martyrs, many of them have to be given ecstasy pills and things like that to go on their missions because there is a human instinct not to be afraid of death. Okay, it's not as though, plus the people who dispatch those terrorists, they certainly want to live. We know that, the heads of all of these terrorist organizations, they are millionaires and billionaires, and they live it up. At the time of Arafat's death, which was 21 years ago, I believe, today, he was worth some $1 billion. All right, so they send others to kill themselves. So it's true that death is frightening. Also, I think whether or not the final death is frightening to people who believe that they're going to have virgins in paradise or whatever, it's pain. All people are afraid of pain. And so getting killed is scary. You might be in, just the idea that you're going to get shot or blown up or something is frightening. But the point is, this is supposed to be a deterrent, unfortunately, a deterrent for Israel not to be tempted to go through this business of releasing terrorists.
So I want to refer to a few things, but on that last point, I'm not sure it's a real issue. Okay, why? Because we'll always have, unfortunately, as long as this conflict continues and we face a terrorist problem, we're always going to have terrorists in jail who are not death penalty people. People who are raising money for terrorists, you're not going to kill them, I presume. People who are educating for terrorism, people who are recruiting terrorists. The person who drives the terrorist to do his murder, is he going to get the death penalty? I doubt it. So you're always going to have a lot of Hamas people in jail who anyway will provide motivation for people on the terror side to kidnap and do other bad things. And so I'm not sure having the death penalty for the few who are the gruesome killers who themselves cut off heads and raped and burned people alive, the people who would probably be liable for the death penalty, they're a minority of this group, right? And so I'm not sure that solves the problem. You raise very rightly the PA, which obviously gives all sorts of financial incentives to the families of terrorists. Yes, they're set for life almost economically in the pay-to-slay issue, and that was recognized by the United States Congress when they did the Taylor Force Act, because they said, if you're funding terrorism, we're not going to fund you, right? And I think that's well known. But I think there's another issue. It's not just the money. If you live in a society and your son is a shaheed, he's a terrorist who died fighting the Jews, doesn't matter that he killed 12 innocent people in the process, he's still a hero, yes? Your family status goes up. It's not just the money, yes? Your social status from being an anonymous Palestinian family, you are heroes to the national cause in the eyes of the Palestinian Authority. And that's something that's very difficult, I think, to take away. On the issue of due process, I think there's also a situation where, because you have to do due process, first of all, these people will be in Israeli jails for a long time before they're actually executed, because they'll have to go up, as I said before, to the Supreme Court. And when you've got people, let's say, on death row in Israel, at the moment we've got no one on death row, does that provide additional motivation for terrorists to try to take hostages, to do things, to get people released before they're executed? And so I'm of the opinion, in Israeli, we like to talk a lot. We're Jews, we're very verbal, our politicians especially so. But maybe is this really going to happen, or this is just a lot of haraya? Though if you look at polling, it has strong support. A majority of Israelis believe a death penalty for terrorists. But those who've thought the issue through, and you have to ask, will this help? I think that's the bottom question. That's the ultimate, will this help? And I think that it's an open question. I don't think it's clear at all.
So here's the question about this, and then we can talk about an interesting case of 200 Hamas terrorists in a tunnel in Rafah, and we'll get to that in a second. Is it always whether we're deterring something or whether it'll help? Maybe there's such a thing as punishment for a crime, punishment that has to fit a crime. There is something to be said for that as well. And I'll tell you, we know if we leave off terrorism for a minute, think of serial killers, think of Israelis there are these crimes that are so horrific, or against children, all kinds of horrific crimes. And we've seen also a huge spike in the slaughter of wives at the hands of their husbands in Israel. It's not that there are that many, but it's a huge spike in it. And when it started during the pandemic and during the war, it's horrific murders of wives at the hands of their husbands. If you were that woman's family, would you mind? Good, put him to death. He deserves it. I mean, the thing is, there is also an instinct to say, you know what, there's a limit to what we can tolerate as a society. So I know revenge, I would assume that you're not somebody who thinks that we should, I would say, enact laws that have to do with revenge. But there's a point at which, after October 7th, when you say this is popular among Israelis, that's why. And it's a natural instinct to say, you know what? The barbarity, the cruelty, and why should that person be allowed to live? Now, that's why I want to get to these 200 Hamas.
Before we move on to the 200,
yes,
I just want to respond.
Yes.
You talk about punishment, and you're 100% correct, right? And one of the frustrating things for Israelis is people are sentenced to life, sentences in jail for horrendous crimes, because we don't use the death penalty, and then they get out. And people find that very frustrating. They get out in these prison releases. And so, a life sentence isn't really a life sentence. It's only a matter of time before there's another deal, right? And that's where a lot of this is coming from. It's a response to all the releases. And people say, well, someone's punishment should be final, right? And they shouldn't, a life sentence shouldn't mean 5 years before the next terror, and it's an issue. I understand that. But I would also ask the following. Okay, terrorism is particularly gruesome, okay? But rape is particularly gruesome. Killing of children is particularly gruesome. Murder is all these things, right? It's all. And so, are you going to single these people out because they're terrorists? And if you do, okay, you theoretically can. You can make a law. But then I'll ask you the following question: we've had a few isolated incidents over the years of Jews being involved in terrorist violence against Arabs. There was one famous case in the village of Duma. What was that in the early years of this century? No, trying to think when it was, maybe it was 2010, 2011. I don't remember the date, but it was around then. Do we put Jewish boys who are involved in terrorism to death as well? Because if you make a law, the law has to be colorblind. The law has to be equal. Everyone has to be equal before the law. If you have Jewish vigilantes involved in terrorist and acts of murder, does that mean that they also need to be put to death?
But that's why I'd like to know why we need a separate law for terrorists. If you were a murderer, a terrorist is a murderer. You just said yourself that it's not enough if you drove the getaway car or you dispatched a terrorist, though I would be happy to do away with those as well. But what I'm saying is this. We have had, there was a horrific crime many years ago in Israel. I won't even bring it up, but it involved a serious newscaster celebrity and his wife. So she was quite young when she committed this disgusting crime. And by the way, it wasn't even, she admitted it. It's not like a case of mistaken identity. And life sentence is 20 years in Israel. So she got out of prison when she was still young. She's younger than I am now. So why should she be allowed to have a life from middle age? And, especially now when people live to ripe old ages. I was horrified by that. And so what I'm saying is, no, I agree with you. If somebody commits a vile murder and first-degree murder in particular, I don't see why he or she should be treated differently from a terrorist who commits a vile murder. But okay, that's where the argument goes in, or whether we play God and all of that. But
I just, before we move on to other issues, I just want to say something for all our viewers and listeners to our podcast. They shouldn't get the wrong impression about Israel. Actually, violent crime in Israel compared to other Western countries is actually very, very low. When it happens, we're all engrossed and engaged because it's rare in Israel. It's actually safer to live in Israel than in most Western countries from the point of view of murder and violent crime and so forth. When we have manifestations of it, obviously it's very, very bad. But I still believe it's safer to live in Israel than it is in the United States or Australia or most.
Well, what we don't have, it's interesting, we don't have school shootings, for example.
Yep.
It just, I don't want to arouse the evil eye here, but we don't. America has had several school shootings and crazy. We haven't had that. But here's the thing. Let's just talk about these 200 terrorists, Hamas terrorists, in a tunnel, a Hamas tunnel, a terror tunnel that they built, okay? And they're reportedly stuck in the tunnel, okay? Poor old terrorists who built a tunnel and starved and chained hostages. Now 200 of them are stuck in a tunnel of their own making.
On our side, you have to...
On our side, now. So the question is, what do we do with them? Now, as part of President Trump's 20-point plan, the first phase is that all the hostages have to be returned to Israel. Now, there are still 4 dead bodies held by Hamas. Haven't been read. But the second phase is demilitarization of Gaza and mainly disarming Hamas. Now, those terrorists in that tunnel have weapons. And by the way, they also have food. So there are people who are saying, you know what? Good, let them run out of food. They have food for, I don't know, a year, 2 years maybe, because they were hoarding food. But in any case, whether or not, what do we care what happens to them? Some people say, let's just kill them, because in the last weeks of the war, the IDF was forced to fire on terrorists who suddenly popped up from tunnel shafts and shot RPGs at them.
Not just in the last week of the war. Since the ceasefire,
That's what
the Israelis.
Yes.
Since the ceasefire.
The ceasefire, exactly. So there's this whole discussion about what to do about them. And the Trump administration, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner came on a quick visit here to discuss what do we do with those 200 terrorists. So it was decided, okay, there was a rumor that Netanyahu denied that we got Hadar Golden, the who had been held for 11 years in Gaza, his dead body. It was during the ceasefire in the 2014 war. There was a ceasefire, and he was killed after the ceasefire went into effect, and his body was dragged into Gaza and kept there for 11 years. And he was just brought back this week and buried. And there was an idea that somehow maybe we agreed to release those 200 terrorists in the tunnel in order to get Hadar Golden back. And Netanyahu said that didn't happen. And so far, those terrorists are still in the tunnel. But here's the catch. As usual, thank you very much, the Arab world around us that is supposedly, in on the Abraham Accords or trying to be part of it. Nobody wants them. So if it's like this, if we let them out of the tunnel, that we said they have to come with their arms up and their weapons down, and they're not doing that. The other thing is, why don't we just bomb them, kill them all? We're not doing that. Obviously, we're not going to do that. We don't, because Israel doesn't do that, but also the international community would call us murderers, etc. So that's not an option. That's not an option. So the only option was, okay, they disarm, they surrender, and if they do that, they will be allowed to move out of Gaza, move elsewhere to another country. They'll be spared. Guess what? Nobody wants them. Surprise, surprise. Why should anybody want them? And let me just tell you something. If those terrorists had been on Egypt, we have seen Egypt over the years flood the tunnels. Nobody cared when Egypt said, no Hamas in our borders, no Gaza, no woman, child, nobody from Gaza in our borders. Nobody wants them. So again, Israel is under the microscope for how to deal with these murderers, torturers, and starvers of the hostages over these last 2 years.
So the Hamas is saying that they can leave the tunnel, they'll leave unarmed, but they'll go straight to Hamas-controlled territory in Gaza, and they'll rearm and they'll be part of Hamas's army. That's what Hamas is basically saying. But we should let them out alive without their weapons and allow them once again to rejoin the Hamas network. And there's no shortage of arms, unfortunately, still in Hamas-controlled territory, and they could do that. And Israel, I think, has to play our cards very carefully here. And obviously, we're no longer in government, and we are basing everything we're saying on press reports and public statements and so forth. What is in it for Israel, as I would say? If we, let's say, were to do something with these 200, what could we get in return that we're not getting at the moment? People say that we got Hadar Golden out now because there was a goodwill gesture to facilitate a deal on these people because he apparently was held in the same tunnel, in the same area. I don't know if that's true.
No, it turns out that wasn't true.
But that's what we were told anyway at the beginning. It's not true. But all I'm saying is the following. I think our government should pursue this and say, okay, you want something from us. What can we get from you? Now, from a right point of view, I don't understand logically. If these are armed Hamas fighters, right? And they are on our side of the line on the ceasefire, you say surrender. And if you don't surrender, we can fight and we can kill them because they're armed. They're not innocent civilians. If that's decided, that's an option that's being put on hold. And maybe we're waiting for the ceasefire to fall apart and then we could do it. I mean, theoretically, you could flood the tunnels and they can force them to leave. Or you can put, smoke in the tunnels. There are all sorts of things you could do. And I'm sure we're preparing different options. But are they being kept alive because we think they can be used for leverage to get something else that we want?
But, Mark, Trump's plan, or Trump and Netanyahu's plan, you could say, the first phase, what goodwill gesture? There is this plan in place. And the plan says, first phase, all hostages are returned, period. Now, that hasn't happened. What do we need more deals with them? And that's why Israelis got so livid when they heard that maybe they're negotiating for Hadar Golden's body about these terrorists. Why? We already negotiated.
But maybe it's something else. Maybe it's something else.
No, but now we hear that Trump is planning. Now, we don't know if this is actually happening. A military base, a very, $500 billion military base on the Israel side of the Gaza border to enforce or to monitor the ceasefire. Now, first of all, we haven't hit the second phase of the war, which is totally disarming Hamas. But yes, now it looks as though Gaza will be divided in two parts. They're talking about it like Germany, like East Germany, West Germany, or something. It's not a good comparison. And also, as long as you leave Hamas alive there in that place, it festers. That won't work. But what we also know now is there are no countries, there's a big problem of the day after, even if the plan is implemented. So everything is up in the air. But let me say, I would like to ask you this question. All the seven front war that we were winning, and you could still say we won, seemed to be in some ways, maybe all of this peace is busting out all over, and Abraham Accords actually were headed for renewed war because Iran is threatening a surprise attack on us. It seems to be rebuilding its ballistic missile capability. Hezbollah in Lebanon, we had a ceasefire there, and the deal of the ceasefire was we will not fire unless we see Hezbollah activity in Lebanon, and the Lebanese army is going to guarantee that. But the Lebanese army failed and didn't do anything, and so we have been attacking Hezbollah targets. Hezbollah's response to that is, oh, okay, so we're not disarming because Israel is attacking us. So there's Hezbollah saying we're going to go for it. Then there's Syria. The Syrian president, Ashara, went to the White House and said, I might negotiate it with Israel, but it's got to get out of its buffer zone. Okay, that's Syria. Then we have the Houthis said, if Gaza flares up again, we're gonna resume fighting. So and in Judea and Samaria, what some people call the West Bank, there's constant fighting going on. There's terrorist activity, serious terrorist activity, and infiltrations. And we've had sirens about terrorists infiltrating into Israel. So I'm asking you, with all of this that we were about to design, Trump's 20-point plan, are we headed back to war, regional war, or peace?
So I don't think we're heading for regional war. It's possible the Gaza ceasefire will fall apart. That's possible. And then if we have to return to firing, at least we're doing it we don't have to worry about live hostages being held by Hamas. I think we've said this on a previous episode. Israel will be freer to act against Hamas because we don't have to worry about accidentally, inadvertently killing an Israeli hostages. So I hope with the plan of Trump succeeds. I do know it could fail. And if it fails because Hamas refuses to do what it's supposed to do, which is disarm and stop governing Gaza, right? Then all bets are off. Then if Hamas doesn't fulfill what it's supposed to do under its commitments, then all bets are off. In the north, you're right. Hezbollah has refused to disarm. The Lebanese government is either too weak or is unwilling, or a combination of them both, to really push the envelope on this. And Israel has been acting ever since, according to the rules of engagement, since the ceasefire hit in. When we see an Hezbollah infringement, we attack and we hit. And I think that can continue almost indefinitely. If Hezbollah was to shoot back, though, I think Israel would immediately escalate. I think Israel would bomb Hezbollah targets in Beirut, the infamous, I should say, Dahya. And I think that's, like, anyone who thought there's going to be a perfect solution tomorrow, I mean, that's not realistic. But are we in a much better position than we were this time a year and a month ago? Of course we're in a much better position. Hezbollah is a shadow of its former self. It's still there. Given opportunity, it would rearm in this. So we have to keep our eyes on the ball. But the situation is much better. The situation in Syria is much better. So if you say, I had expectations that the new Middle East was about to break out and we're going to have peace and, love with all our neighbors, I'd say to you, well, that was unrealistic. But from a realistic expectation, where we were this time a year and a half ago and where we are now, no doubt the situation is much, much, much better. 1 minute we've got left. I want to say a word about Hadar Golding, who was buried yesterday, the hostage who was held for 11 years. His family went through hell because 11 years is a long time to have a son who was killed in Gaza, and they were waiting for him to come back for burial. It was very difficult for the family. The parents spoke, I think, at the funeral. They did speak at the funeral, of course not. Very emotional. I think every Israeli could relate to that. But I want to tell you something, and you can disagree with me, Ruthie. Not the parents and not the siblings, but there was a friend of the family who spoke at the funeral, and he attacked the government, and he said he was told, but he was angry. He was told by a general that we're not going to start a war to get back a dead hostage. And this is not a strategic issue. And I want to say that the person, the general or the security official who said that, is 100% correct. Whether Israel goes to war or doesn't go to war, that's a very important decision. In war, we're going to lose people. And there's no war without casualties on our side. There's no war without risk. To go to war to get back a dead hostage, as much as it's maybe in Israel, it's not a nice thing to say today, yeah? But you don't go to war because they refuse to give back a dead. I think that's a bridge too far. As much as you want to support the families, as much you want to comfort families, as much as you want to do everything you can to bring back a dead hostage for burial in Israel, to say that's a reason to go for war, I think that's a bridge too far.
Right, but then let me just end, and one thing to say about the Golden's parents, Hadar Golden's parents. Over the years, one thing I have to say in fairness to them and in honor of them, and I also agreed with them, over the years they said, we don't want you to lose soldiers on behalf of our dead son, we have leverage, and we've been in Gaza. We've had at least 2 mini wars in Gaza since 2014. And then and since, and in 2021. And why did we leave? They were saying, and every time there were deals in Washington, Leah Golden, Hadar's mother, was saying, why are you ending this? Why aren't you leveraging? Why aren't you forcing them to return his body, not go to war in order to retrieve him? Why are you not pressuring the UN and Washington? And also, you dictate to Hamas. For example, in 2021, we ended without demanding his release, his body.
It's more than that, because at the same time, you will recall, there were 2 live Israelis, an Ethiopian and a Bedouin. Should they have got priority over a dead soldier, even though he was a hero and he was a fighter, but he was dead, and you had 2 live Israelis there? In other words, I think a lot of the conversation, first of all, the family deserves our love and respect and support, and they went through hell, and I'm not judging the family, I'm judging the friend of the family who spoke at the funeral. I think that there are some things that people say, but it's just not logical. Are you really going to go to war? Like tomorrow, Hamas stops giving back hostages, all right? So they're breaking the agreement. But let's say they disarm. Let's say maybe they don't have all the hostages. Well, you have to think everything through. You don't just say, if we don't get what we want on every issue, you go to war. It's a much more complicated situation.
I totally agree with that. And now what we're going to say, I just would like to end by saying, if you ever thought that I had some fantasies about peace across the new Middle East, forget about it. That's not me. And yes, we're in a better situation. But what I'm saying is that this is what happens when you fight jihadists. And it's not like having a war between 2 countries that ends in a victory of this side and a defeat of that side. They just keep crawling out of the woodworks, and they just keep recruiting, and they just keep getting funded. And so we can never just say, okay, that war ended. That's the truth.
So we will continue this conversation next week. And until then, I wish you a good week, Ruthie.
Same here, Mark.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ILTV, where we bring you thought leaders, stakeholders, and other experts from the Middle East and beyond. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we'll be speaking with the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, who in recent years has become a leading voice for the Iranian people in the fight against the regime in Iran. Your Highness, it's an honor to have you with us. The Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, thank you for joining us today. Now, I want to start by asking you, there's a lot of people speaking about the Gaza war, but the agenda of the Islamic Republic, of course, extends far beyond just Israel and their terror proxies. Do you think that the West understands the nature of the Islamic Republic? And if not, how can we help educate them?
Well, the most important factor in understanding the nature of the regime is look at its behavior and consistency in its behavior ever since its existence. The DNA of this regime is the complete opposite of the desire and aspiration of Iranians who, let's not forget, were the first hostages of this regime. And it has always tried to use Iran as a launching pad for their ideological indoctrination of the rest of the world and exporting this ideology. In fact, their military branch, the IRGC, is mandated to help them export this ideology all the way across the world. And of course, the proxy war is also one way that they keep the focus away from themselves, engage in regional conflicts, and the regime has always fomented instability in order to keep itself in power, repression at home and conflict abroad. So I think if you look at the past 40 years, and my biggest criticism of the basic flaw in Western governments' analysis or policy vis-a-vis the regime was because it was based on a false premise of behavior change as a goal. And if you look at everything that followed, whether they were using diplomacy or strength in terms of carrot and the stick approach, as we say, and it was based on behavior change. Whereas we have always argued that the only solution is actually an end to this regime and not expecting any behavior change from them. So I think by the passage of time, it appears like this understanding is becoming a bit clearer. But is it necessary to simply understand? I think the next steps have to be taken. You cannot expect for this evil regime to disappear by itself. You need to actually put an end to it. Now, I always argue that this is a campaign of Iranians, by Iranians at home, but they deserve to have some support because all these years they had no supports whatsoever. And there are ways to achieve that. Not by means of foreign intervention or military attacks, but by means of invigorating and equaling the playing field for Iranians to be able to overcome this regime. But why is it in the benefit, in the best interest of the free world as well? We're not asking them to shed a tear for us out of compassion. At least stick to your values of freedom and democracy and be defending the rights of Iranians to self-determination, which is what they ask. But you need to help them the same way we help many dissidents in other countries overcome their dictatorial system or totalitarian system. And it's consistent with the same approach, that if you believe that Iranians deserve to have the same freedoms that you as Westerners enjoy in your countries, then don't let them be thrown under the bus by cutting a deal with this regime that represses them, that kills them, that tortures them, that executes them, that shoots bullets into the eyes of their young people. And instead say, we are in solidarity with you, we will help you overcome. I think that has to be the major shift in attitude, because staying within the status quo and hoping by miracle to have a change of behavior is a total waste of time. And as we're getting more critically close to the red line of nuclear threat, and we don't explore an opportunity of having change before resorting to more dire measures, that would be such a historically criminal thing to do. And Iranians are saying to the whole world, we are on your side, why don't you come and help us?
Now, you've spoken quite a bit about maximum pressure on the regime and maximum support for the Iranian people, as you alluded to in the previous question. I'm wondering what that actually looks like in terms of policy. What can the West actually do to have policies that will support the people and promote regime change?
The most important thing, considering not the desired outcome, as we've seen either in Afghanistan or Iraq, is to understand that change in Iran is not going to be tantamount to another failed state. Because the Iranian people are ready for that change, and have demonstrated their capability if given the chance. That's the whole premise of our argument, that Iranians are ready for change. That if we have a scenario whereby we can guarantee the maximum defections of elements stuck with the regime that don't believe in this regime any longer, and they want to be part of the solution, that's the best way to guarantee a smooth transition without having, at the end of the day, post-regime, a situation of anarchy and disorder. So it's a controlled implosion with an actual game plan, with a transfer of authority and transitional governance, which is part of my campaign and what I'm trying to explain. So we can get to a point that Iranians can finally say, now it's up to us to decide for ourselves. We have a mechanism, we have a process, and we have, beyond the obvious liberty, freedom, democracy, and what have you, but a roadmap to recovery, that the country has the opportunity to now bring in foreign investment, address the issue of employment, job creation, everything that economically makes sense to the average person on the streets, because the rest is all motherhood and apple pie. But how do you actually translate it to something that is beneficial, not only for Iranians, but for those who will benefit from it. So it's a win-win scenario. That makes much more sense than hoping that this regime, with its corrupt mafia in charge, continuing its proxy wars, is going to offer any better solution that it had in the past 40 years. There has to be that change of paradigm.
When it comes to the state of Israel, there have been some voices within Israel who have advocated for separatism as a means of weakening the regime. Now, of course, this isn't the case. In a way, it actually strengthens the regime. This is a conspiracy that the regime itself has spewed for years in order to, cut down the dissidents and undermine them, saying that people want to divide Iran. Why is separatism wrong? Why is this actually a way of strengthening the regime?
Well, first and foremost, to give the regime an excuse to crack down even more in the name of, protecting the land. But Iranians in nature are proud of their past and history. Iran was a melting pot long before America became an example of it in latter years. For centuries, we had ethnic groups, different religions live under the same roof side by side and in peace. That was the nation state that Iran was for centuries. And to this day, especially when you look at the Mahsa Amini situation and the revolution, in the four corners of Iran, they were treating it as a national cause. It was not a Kurdish issue or an Azerbaijani issue and so on and so forth. Now, there are separatists. I believe that the numbers are minimal. There are fringe arguments, but they're given too much a platform, and that's dangerous, and I tell you why. Because Iranians will hesitate when they think that there are certain governments or other forces at play that will be encouraging this kind of separatism, and Iranians are proud of the land is sacred, and there's a reason why you have a sense of national identity. There's a flag that represents a nation, and that's our red line anyway as nationalists. And we believe that we don't need to get there, because I'm not saying that ethnic groups have not suffered at the hand of this regime. But what Iranian is left in Iran that hasn't suffered on this regime? You have suffered because of your ethnicity, you have suffered because of your faith, you have suffered because of your sexual orientation, you have suffered because you're just a woman and treated as a second-class citizen. This is the doing of this regime. That's not Iran. That's not what is in the heart of every Iranian, that respect one another, that don't care whether you're Muslim or Jewish or Zoroastrian or atheist. They don't care whether you're leftist or rightist, so long as you observe the rules of the game and democracy and respect and mutual tolerance. This is part of our, I think, to some extent, culture that was completely devastated by this regime. So I think the guarantee in terms of having equality and end to any kind of discrimination rides solely on what we think is this formula, which is a secular democratic system replacing this autocratic religious dictatorship.
Now, you spoke at the Israeli-American Council Conference calling for peace and cooperation between the State of Israel and a future free Iran, even a Cyrus Accords as a follow-up to the Abraham Accords. What would a future Israel-Iran relationship look like in a free Iran?
A true strategic partnership in the best interest of not just the two countries, but our entire region. Look at the challenges that we face. Not just the region, the whole world does. Climate change, economic issues, water shortages, which is a major issue now as far as Iran is concerned. And in fact, part of the reason I traveled to Israel was to talk to Israeli experts that are the best in the world in terms of water management and understanding the challenges and recommendation as to how to deal with it from every aspect, and many other things, technology, industry, innovation, and what have you. I think the whole region will benefit from it, but first and foremost, it's an element of stability. And if the Middle East has always been challenged by these conflicts that we've had, I think it's important to show and demonstrate that two critical countries in that region can work with one another. It was in the same spirit that when my father was very much helpful to President Sadat, when at the time he established a relationship with Golda Meir, and it led to an Egyptian-Israeli peace agreement. It means that in the right climate, you can achieve peace. And again, in the same spirit, how could you possibly have stability and peace in a region that you have one element and a terrorist regime that is constantly fomenting conflict? So a different Iran with the right partners would be able to not only set the stage for the kind of climate that is conducive to not only peace and something that everybody wants, but all the opportunities behind it. Economic development, interaction, it's good, it's profitable for everyone. I think that's an approach that will have many supporters, from Saudi Arabia to Egypt to Israel to Syria to all the countries that currently are stuck with the status quo.
Absolutely. Your Highness, Reza Pahlavi, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
The wave of anti-Semitism around the world continues, but thankfully there are those shining a bright spotlight and combating this hateful phenomenon. One such organization is the Israeli American Council, and joining us now in the studio with more on their efforts is Aya Schechter, the Chief Programming Officer at the IAC. Aya, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So first of all, can you tell us a little bit about the Israeli American Council? Because you know, when this organization was originally established, it was to provide support, to provide a voice, essentially, for Israeli Americans.
So the Israeli American Council was actually started after the Second Lebanon War, when some Jewish organizations organized rally in support of Israel, and they actually wanted to reach the Israeli American community. And then they realized that they have no way to do that because nobody was catering to this community. And that is how the IAC was first established. And ever since then, we have been working on strengthening the identity of the next generation and their connection to Israel.
And how has that changed after October 7th and sort of this outbreak of anti-Semitism that we're seeing?
So a lot of change in how we do things. So if before we did a lot of events and activities that were around the holidays and celebrations of Israeli culture and Jewish traditions, after October 7th, a lot of our attention was focused around fighting anti-Semitism. A lot of what we did was around the fight to release the hostages. And a lot of what we're doing now is also centered around fighting anti-Semitism, as well as civic engagement and educating our community in the United States on what they can and should do to impact their lives in the United States to live free of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, and so can you maybe go into a little bit more specifics? For example, I know that you do a lot of work on college campuses where we really have seen, the encampments and really a lot of anti-Semitism there.
So yes, so IAC was actually the first organization to actually protest in front of an encampment. And we started to organize that rally, and a lot of other Jewish organizations joined us. And it was in UCLA. And we had thousands of people who came and we protested in front of the encampment. And actually, after that, the encampment in UCLA was gone. We did that in MIT as well. And days later, the encampment was gone. So we really took initiative against those encampments. And we were essential in actually the breakdown of those encampments eventually.
Mm-hmm. And I understand that it's not only on college campuses that you're doing work as well. I mean, it's even at the level of elementary schools, because really this is a widespread phenomenon.
Yes. So I think when we started seeing things on college campuses, it was, it's like seeing the fruit, but actually the roots goes much deeper. And we see more and more that anti-Semitism is in public schools, in K through 12. We have a service for our community that helps them to come to us and tell us, what is going on, and we track and help families and kids who experience anti-Semitism in schools. We see it all the time, from swastikas on lockers, through students who are being harassed by classmates or being discriminated against by their teachers. So there is a wide phenomenon of anti-Semitism in public schools now.
And you're there, of course, to offer support and help to those affected. And I also want to ask, every year the IAC holds its annual conference, and I know that in the past you've had even U.S. President Donald Trump speak at this conference. Maybe you can give us a little sneak peek into what we can expect at this year's conference.
So first of all, now the IAC summit is actually the largest pro-Israel summit in the United States. So that is something that is very essential for us to show that there is a very wide support for the state of Israel in the US. We are going to celebrate the 250 years of the United States, as well as the relationship between Israel and the United States and its strong bond. We're going to thank the administration as part of the summit for everything they did for Israel during the war, and especially the latest deal that brought us the last living hostages, and hopefully all those that we're still waiting for will come back as well. We always hosted people from the administration, but this year it will be bigger. And we will have, like we always do, both Israeli and American speakers that will speak about, Israeli culture, innovation, business, economics, so very wide range of topics, as well as a very big celebration of Israel and the love of Israel.
Absolutely. Well, we look forward to that. Aya Schechter, thank you so much for joining us today and for all of your insights.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
To ILTV on the Hour. I'm India Naftali, coming to you live from Israel with the top stories from Israel and the Middle East. The UN Security Council is set to vote tonight on a draft resolution backing U.S. President Donald Trump's 20-point peace plan for Gaza, a proposal that would fundamentally restructure security and governance in the Strip. According to the draft, the plan calls for the creation of an international security force and a transitional government in Gaza. Both would operate under a 2-year board of peace, overseen directly by President Trump. The board would be responsible for disarming Hamas and other militant groups and for managing the reconstruction of Gaza. The resolution also proposes forming a new Palestinian police force trained by Egypt. Unlike previous security forces in Gaza, this one would not be linked to Hamas. The vote is expected to draw significant international attention as countries weigh in on a plan that could define Gaza's political future landscape. In a concerning development, Hamas seems to already be preparing for the next round of conflict. As reports grow that the United States may set aside its demand for Hamas's full disarmament, it appears the terror group has begun stockpiling advanced weapons in African countries, Yemen, and other locations. Reports suggest that Hamas also plans to smuggle those weapons into strategic areas, including Gaza. Meanwhile, the Gaza ceasefire did hold over the weekend, but not without incident. The IDF confirmed the elimination of a terror operative who crossed Gaza's yellow line and entered the IDF-controlled area. As the terrorist approached the IDF troops, he was quickly identified and eliminated. The IDF added it remains deployed in Gaza in accordance with these ceasefire guidelines and will continue removing any threats. IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir toured Rafah and warned that the IDF is ready to seize additional territory if necessary. The army now controls over half of Gaza, including key security corridors. And now the Israeli government decided to form its own commission to investigate the failures surrounding the October 7th massacre. This is a departure from the traditional state commission of inquiry that many in the public had expected. Under the new decision, ministers, not the Supreme Court, will set the commission's scope and timeline. Prime Minister Netanyahu will appoint a special panel with 45 days to define what the commission will examine. The move has generated mixed reactions. Polls show a majority of Israelis favor a full independent state commission with a broad subpoena power, similar to the one that investigated the Yom Kippur War. Critics, including opposition leader Yair Lapid, say the government is avoiding accountability, while good governance groups and the October Council, which represents 2,000 families affected by the war, have expressed concerns that the process may lack full independence. Inside the coalition, opinions also differ. Some ministers support involving retired justices, while others, including National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, argue the courts themselves should be investigated as part of the review. On Saturday night, about 2,000 people rallied in Tel Aviv, calling for a traditional state commission. Protest organizers say they plan to escalate their campaign in the coming weeks. In southern Lebanon, the IDF carried out multiple raids overnight as part of its ongoing campaign to prevent Hezbollah from rearming. Troops under the 91st Division entered Echron, which is a Hezbollah stronghold in southern Lebanon. The IDF successfully destroyed structures recently reactivated by the terror group. In Ramyeh, another Hezbollah stronghold, soldiers from the 300th Baram Brigade seized assault rifles, magazines, and ammunition. The IDF says Hezbollah's continued presence in the south violates the Israel-Lebanon ceasefire agreement and that operations will continue until any threat is removed. Finally, as he wraps up his term, New York's outgoing mayor Eric Adams made a last-minute stop in Jerusalem, arriving at the Western Wall for a brief visit and prayer. He also met with Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Herzog, who thanked him for his friendship with Israel and the Jewish people. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Stay with us throughout the day for updates coming out of Israel and the Middle East. And you can also catch us on our ILTV app. I'm India Naftali. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Caleb Ben-David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments and security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. 11 years after he fell in battle in Gaza, Lieutenant Hadar Golden's body was finally returned by Hamas after it was recovered from a tunnel in Gaza. With the return of Golden and Lior Rudayev, the remains of 3 Israelis, Ron Givli, Dror, Meni Godard, and Thai worker Sundisak Rinthalak still remain in Gaza. Israel and the U.S. have reportedly agreed on a deal that will provide safe passage to some 200 Hamas terrorists still hiding out in tunnels underneath IDF-held areas of Rafah and then have them deported to another country. But no nation has yet agreed to take them in. IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir called for an external probe into the October 7th attack after a panel appointed by him concluded that the Army's internal investigations had proved inadequate. In the Knesset, Prime Minister Netanyahu argued against an official commission of inquiry amid protests in the gallery by family members who lost loved ones in the attack. In a wave of airstrikes, the IDF takes out Hezbollah military infrastructure in South Lebanon, including rocket launchers, and 3 Hezbollah operatives among them Samir Ali Faki, who was engaged in weapons smuggling for the terror movement. The IDF has now eliminated 15 Hezbollah terrorists this month who were taking part in military activities in violation of the ceasefire agreement signed with the Lebanese government. The IDF's Arabic language spokesperson, Colonel Avichai Adraei, announced his retirement after 20 years. Adraei is Israel's most influential media figure in the Arab world and has won acclaim and threats for his effectiveness in presenting the IDF viewpoint throughout the Middle East. And now our big story. While the country rejoiced over the return of Lieutenant Hadar Golden's body from Gaza after 11 years, there were also troubling signs evident for Israel on multiple fronts. In Gaza, Hamas continues to retrench and rearm in those areas outside IDF control. Efforts to create a multinational Arab Muslim force to assume control of that territory are moving slow, with no nation yet accepting to take part. And the coordination between the U.S. and Israel over the post-war process in Gaza seems strained, evident in the wrangling over the fate of those Hamas terrorists still hiding out in IDF-held areas of Gaza. Meanwhile, on the northern front, Hezbollah is still trying to rebuild its military infrastructure in South Lebanon in violation of the ceasefire agreement with the Beirut government, necessitating continual IDF airstrikes across the border. And Hezbollah's patron, Iran, is moving ahead with rebuilding its nuclear facilities and defying international inspectors, increasing the odds of further conflict with Israel. Well, joining us to discuss these issues is Or Yisachar, Director of Research at the Israel Defense and Security Forum. Or, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Kelly.
Well, let's start with Gaza. The issue of these 200 terrorists, problem in and of itself, but emblematic of what seems to be almost a sort of make it up as you go along approach to issues that should have been resolved with the ceasefire agreement.
Right, and I think all parties understand that by the point where Hamas is part of the history books, we cannot actually end the war in Gaza. I think Israel and the administration speak in unison on this topic. We heard President Trump. Hamas can disarm peacefully, or we do it quickly and violently. We heard Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary Rubio saying point 13 of the ceasefire agreements clearly stipulates the demilitarization of Gaza, and Hamas has to lay down its weapons. So all parties understand that it's not just wishful thinking. This is pivotal and central to President Trump's attempts to instill peace in the Middle East. If Israel wants to normalize with Saudi Arabia, you better get rid of the Muslim Brotherhood main implant in the Middle East. And I think secretly and under the radar, these Arab countries understand that. The 200 terrorists stuck in a tunnel, it's quite a remote issue. It's very local. My only advice for those who are concerned is to just imagine what would happen if, God forbid, 200 IDF soldiers would be stuck in a tunnel at the mercy of Hamas terrorists. What they would do with them, I think we all know the answer.
Right, and certainly the U.S. and Israel on the same page in wanting to get rid of Hamas. But maybe timetables are slightly off. The U.S. really wants to see this regional peace move ahead. The Trump administration making steps. For example, talk about this building this big base in Israel that would house international troops. Certainly an answer to the security issues in Gaza, but is that in some ways perhaps a troubling precedent for Israel moving forward? After all, administrations change, U.S. priorities and Israel's always don't align.
Well, I think we have had U.S. military personnel presence in Israel for a while now, but this really is next level. And my first concern would be to the American electorate before I'm worried about the Israeli point of view, as in I would very much look up into the average American asking themselves whether or not Americans should have boots on the ground in the Middle East. And I think the answer is no. What I think we're going forward with this is a military base, like leading from behind style, where they oversee
no
Israel's
boots
efforts.
and U.S. boots in Gaza. We should stress
no
here.
U.S. boots on the ground in Gaza, and that's nothing Israel ever asked for. The IDF can perfectly well handle with Hamas on its own in Gaza. And I think moving forward, we really do need to reimagine the available toolbox of solutions for Gaza. Within the Yellow Line, there have been talks on models or proofs of concept where certain cities will get sort of an autonomous state, such as Rafah or Bet Hanun or others, with the help of Abu Shabab or other militias. So by so doing, breaking the sort of the monopoly that Hamas has over the control of the Gaza Strip and avoiding a situation where the Palestinian Authority is part of the future of Gaza. So if we can actually make that proof of concept happen, the Emirates or city-states in Gaza, we can definitely implement the same model elsewhere in Judea and Samaria. You're right, timetable, time is running out, and Israel certainly has to use the next 3 years with Trump in the White House to, as fast as they can, reach the normalization with Saudi Arabia, security agreement with Syria. This is at the top of the agenda for Israel and for the administration.
Right. Now, let's actually, since you mentioned Syria, let's move to the northern front. But let's start with Lebanon, because as dicey as things or tricky as these things may seem in Gaza, it's situation more severe, certainly in Lebanon, with Hezbollah trying to retrench in South Lebanon. It seems like one can't even call it a ceasefire agreement at this point. The idea of having to strike almost daily at Hezbollah targets in South Lebanon.
Absolutely, and we can see the guiding hand behind all of these attempts, as U.S. sources claim that Iran wired as much as $1 billion to Hezbollah over the past few months. So we can clearly see that Hezbollah is making a great deal of efforts to rearm, and Israel cannot accept that. Under the ceasefire agreement, we saw how Israel demanded and accepted not only that Hezbollah does not fire rockets at Israel, but that Hezbollah does not arm itself in order to prepare for the next war. And Israel has been enforcing this ceasefire agreement ever since with much success. But we can see how Hezbollah's raison d'etre is to arm and sort of wage resistance against Israel. This is a huge problem for Israel and for Lebanon. The Lebanese government, Lebanese president have already declared and pledged in August to disarm Hezbollah. And it seems that they could have gone to this point because of Israel's military action, because Israel was bleeding in Lebanon and fought against Hezbollah. And now the Iranian efforts in Lebanon are putting all of this in jeopardy. We heard voices in Israel and in Lebanon, the topmost ranks in government, who expressed serious interest in normalizing relations between Israel and Lebanon, something that is really unheard of. And Hezbollah's attempts to arm itself, to rearm itself, and Iran's attempt to help it do so are putting sticks in the wheels. And I do hope that the international community holds Iran accountable and Lebanon itself accountable to prevent Hezbollah from acting this way in its territory.
But there are some analysts who believe that the Lebanese army simply doesn't have the capability, even if the government would have the will, and believe a wider conflict between Israel and Hamas, another round of full-out fighting, is almost inevitable. Do you share that view?
Right. So I think it's interesting because in Lebanon, we increasingly see how voices point the finger at Hezbollah rather than at Israel. We not only, of course, not Shiites, who are the natural base of Hezbollah, but Christians and Druze and Sunnis who have had it with Hezbollah and Iran's attempt to militarize Lebanon. And they claim, we don't want Lebanon to be involved in those fights. I spoke to these people who analyze Lebanon. We heard them on TV. We heard how even the foreign minister of Lebanon says that Hezbollah is the main obstacle to peace. We heard the Lebanese president say, for example, every time we make one step forward, Israel comes and attacks. But then again, it's kind of starting the story halfway through. If the Lebanese government prevents Hezbollah in Iran from militarizing Lebanon, Israel would not have to attack. So this wheel sort of repeats itself, and the ultimate response is for the Lebanese government and the Lebanese people to take responsibility over the territory. The U.S. offered help, France offered help, Israel offered help. But it seems like they have a common enemy now, which is Hezbollah and Iran. And now the main question is, how will the Lebanese people and the Lebanese government take control over their own territory, get rid of Iran's infiltration attempts within Lebanon, and march forward toward normalization with Israel? I think it will be a blessing for the region.
You mentioned Syria also has a common enemy with Iran, with Israel, and yet there are many in Israel who simply don't trust him, the former al-Qaeda figure. Right. Believe he's a leopard who can't change the spots. There was a meeting, almost a historic meeting, between President al-Shara and President Trump in the White House this week. But some of the things that President al-Shara said after the meeting or perhaps don't point in a positive direction, saying no, the IDF has to withdraw from those areas of South Syria. It went in after the Assad regime fell. No demilitarization of South Syria. What are the real prospects of even security cooperation with Syria?
Well, I think security cooperation is a step in the right direction, but it's a step far removed from where we are today. We know that Syria wants to normalize with Israel, not because they like Jerusalem too much, but because they understand that Jerusalem is the gateway to Washington. And we understand that Israel is interested in that as well. Syria can be the first domino stone on the way to normalizing with Saudi Arabia, a lesser country, so to speak, on the way to the great custodian of the holy places of Islam. And we see how Shara is trying to portray a more moderate figure of itself, playing basketball with the head of with the head of CENTCOM, but commander of CENTCOM. And we do see how he is, I don't know if desperately, but he is trying to plead the Trump administration. He will sign that agreement if he gets what he wants, if he can present to his people an achievement. And Israel is happy to talk about various arrangements with the Golan Heights, but I think the demands are clear. Recognize the Israeli Golan Heights, work with us to secure the Syrian Golan Heights, and protect the Druze minority in Syria. If you can do all these three things, you can. The dam is broken, and the dam will be broken on the way to full Israeli-Syrian cooperation. I wouldn't call it peace. I would call it a common sense security arrangement between these two countries, mutual recognition that's already a massive step.
Right. And briefly, Iran, you've mentioned it several times. Troubling signs there, too. Iran clearly trying to rebuild its nuclear facilities. Again, is it almost inevitable that Israel will have to resort to military force with or without the U.S. to deal with the Iranian nuclear threat?
Well, I think it's just proved the doctrine of peace through strength. I mean, both President Trump and Israel said over and over, if Iran does not stop nuclearizing, we will have to attack. And sure enough, at the end of those 60 days opportunity window that Trump gave them, and the 61st day, Israel attacked. And we see how the Iranians were shocked. They did not see this coming, but they are also determined to rebuild their nuclear facilities, and this cannot happen. So this also proved, on the other hand, the invalidity of the concept that we can sign a JCPOA, a nuclear agreement with Iran, like the West did in 2015. And there you have it. The agreement did not work. Last month in October, most of the clauses, what they call the sunset clauses, already expired. The deal itself will expire in 5 years, and Iran is more determined than ever to acquire nuclear weapons. So the correct formula here is to, yes, strive to diplomacy with Iran, but let's not delude ourselves that the regime will sort of give up on its nuclear ambitions. And so there has to be a muscle here that says if you don't stop nuclearizing, we can strike again and again and again until such time that you stop threatening Israel with destruction. You cannot have nuclear weapons. And I think the big achievement from the June war, the 12-day war, is that the American electorate understands that the nuclear Iran is a threat on the United States, not just on Israel.
All right, clearly challenges for Israel remain on multiple fronts there. Or Yisachar, thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. Israel's war against Hamas was fought on other fronts besides Gaza. This includes the media battlefield. Israel and its supporters pushed back against coverage that in many cases they saw as inaccurate, unfair, and biased. Among the worst offenders was the BBC, the UK public broadcaster with global reach. Now the BBC's two top executives have resigned after a recent internal report found fault with some BBC practices, including its coverage of the Gaza war, especially a documentary that focused on the son of a Hamas official. But while admitting some mistakes, the BBC chair is still pushing back on claims it has a bigger problem with its Israel coverage.
I don't think there's a systemic bias in anti-Israel. I mean, there are loads of arguments that suggest almost the opposite, you know. I think that we have issues, as I've talked about underlying problems, and we've made changes in leadership to try and deal with that. But I think, you know, it's worth talking about the scale of the BBC and how much it does and how much excellent, impartial journalism it does.
And joining us for more is Flor Hassan Nahum. She's a special envoy for Israel's foreign ministry, someone who freely speaks out on behalf of Israel in these foreign media outlets, including the BBC. And Flor, you heard there the chair of the BBC, again, refuting the claim of a bigger problem, certainly when it comes to its coverage of Israel on the BBC. I mean, even with these resignations, which were prompted, let's be honest, more by their reporting of President Trump than their reporting on Israel, if changes is really coming to the BBC.
Well, I don't think so, because they seem pretty unrepentant. Tim Davie and Deborah Turnes, who left, are saying, no, we don't have a bias problem. They don't have a bias problem. They retract 2 Gaza stories every week. The problem is that they put out the Gaza story, which is a blood libel on Israel. They get the facts wrong. They won't call Hamas terrorists. They take the numbers of the Hamas so-called health ministry and use it as fact, and they regurgitate the talking points of the terrorists. And they seem completely unrepentant. And with everything that's happened, with all the stories they've had to retract, let's talk about some example. Al-Ai Hospital, where they said that Israel killed 500 people, it turned out to be a Hamas rocket, and then all of a sudden only 7 people were dead. The blood libels of starvation and famine, which now have been retracted by the UN, but who's looking at the retractions? And as you mentioned earlier, the famous documentary with the poor little boy in Gaza who turned out to be the son of the terrorist regime, Hamas's one of the ministers. They weren't even unrepentant about that. The only thing that has caused them to move is the fact that they did something to Trump. But I want to remind everybody that there's actually been a report, the Assassin report, that came out about a year ago that did a 9 million word check on the BBC and BBC Arabia, and they found it to be wholly biased. This is AI, and this is cold analysis that found them to be completely biased. What more proof do they need?
Right. And let's talk about the way this actually has impact in the real world, why we're talking it on Security Brief, because coverage of things like the Al-Ahli Hospital bombing actually started protests and riots throughout Europe, governments pressuring on Israel, arms boycotts, dealing with Israel, something you deal with as an envoy. So we're talking about not just changing just public opinion, but actually impacting on policy when it comes to Israel's security.
Absolutely. And even worse, they don't make the connection at all that the anti-Semitism and the rise of anti-Semitism around the world, and the UK especially, is connected to their negative coveraging, peddling blood libels about the only Jewish state in the world. Never mind the fact that there's real massacres and there's real genocide and there's real starvation going on in places like Sudan. Gets very little coverage. Right. So it's the obsession and the bias.
Right. So what needs to be done? I mean, you certainly have been active in this field, but what could the Israeli government be doing more, the Jewish community be doing more to deal with these kind of issues, especially when it comes to a platform as influential as the BBC?
Well, it would help if we actually had some type of strategy in this country for fighting the communications war. We don't. We don't have one central command of how to fight the communications war. You have the Foreign Ministry and you have the Prime Minister's office that hasn't had a spokesperson for a long time, only recently, and also has a National Directorate for Public Diplomacy without a head for over a year and a half. You'd think in the middle of a war, that would be important. I think what has to change, Kalev, is first of all the understanding here in Israel that this is a real war and that the answer to that real war can't be a nice to have. It's a need to have. That kind of Israeli mentality that it doesn't matter what they say about us, it's what we do on the ground, that has to change because we're living in a different world. We are in a hybrid war. The war is hybrid. It's both military and it's also narrative and it's also communication. And Israel is not even in the arena of the communications war.
Right. I will note one thing. We should note the announcement of the retirement of Colonel Avichai Adrai from the IDF, someone who's been in this position for 20 years, who speaks Arabic, who's been I can think of actually no other figure in the Israeli government or military that had maintained the position of that kind of experience, that continuity, and was able to be as effective as he has been. So there is an example of what can be done when the right person is out there in the right place.
But that's the Army spokesperson unit.
Right.
The Army spokesperson unit have actually done a decent job. But if you're not in coordination with the Prime Minister's office because you don't have a head of a public diplomacy directorate and you're not all in the same message and there's no central command, you can have fantastic people speaking in different forums, but if there's no real strategy or communications fighting this war, it's like all of us being soldiers shooting in a different direction. So whilst people like that have been amazing, and I will say something else, you know, Israel's image, if we are to be accused of being this aggressive military force, Do we really need a man in a uniform being the spokesperson for the country? Just these things have to be thought about, how things look and how things and how the messaging is put out and by who and in what structure. We have none of it. We are all soldiers in a war without a military command, without a command structure. And that is something that the government has to wake up and change, because the real Third World War has already started, and it is in the media.
Well, certainly it is, and certainly the impact that the media's had on governments and public opinions. You could see no greater illustration than, for example, Israel's war against Hamas.
Absolutely. And the fact that Hamas has the sympathy of the world somehow,
Right.
and not Israel, who was attacked, that is as much as an indication of the hatred of Israel, but it's also as much as an indication of the lack of strategy in Israel.
All right, Flor Hassan Nahum, thank you for joining us
Thank
on
you.
Security Brief. And now a final word. The U.S. this week marked Veterans Day on November 11th, the national holiday honoring those who have served in the armed forces. Israel has no equivalent to this holiday, the closest being Yom HaZikaron, which, like the American Memorial Day, is focused on those who have fallen in service. Perhaps Israel felt it had no need for a specific day to honor veterans when the percentage of those who served in the IDF were once a clear majority of the population that was eligible to do so. But that number has dropped significantly in recent years to a minority figure, even as the burden of reserve duty to those who do serve has dramatically increased over the past 2 years. The government is now in the process of trying to help out those younger veterans with various benefits, most notably a bill moving through the Knesset that would provide special tax credits to IDF reservists. But the measure, first introduced this summer, has become stalled owing to a dispute between Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich and the Likud over the terms of the tax credits and who qualifies for them, with both sides accusing the other of grandstanding for public approval. It's well past time for this infighting to stop and this bill to immediately become law, as reservists suffer under the financial burden of missing so many days of work and study since the start of the Gaza war. But of course, it is the height of hypocrisy for Smotrich and the rest of the government to claim sympathy for reservists, while at the same time they advance a new version of the Haredi enlistment bill that in actuality would strip away most of the real incentives to reduce the deferments given to the ultra-Orthodox sector. The IDF is suffering a real manpower crisis and needs to boost enlistment, and no amount of tax credits for reservists will compensate for all the days they've had to spend away from home, work, and family to make up for that shortfall. Now, the U.S. treatment of its veterans is certainly not without faults, but on America's Veterans Day, I do think of my late father, David Mandel, who after his service during World War II greatly benefited by the GI Bill of Rights that helped pay for his education, for the mortgage on his first home, and even the cost of my own education. Perhaps Israel doesn't need a Veterans Day or even a GI Bill of Rights, but it does need the government to respect the sacrifices of those who both serve and served, in giving them the benefits they deserve and penalizing those who fail to heed the call to duty. Thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
And joining us now with more on U.S. President Donald Trump's appeal to the Israeli president to pardon Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is advocate Michael Pardam, vice chairman of the board of the Movement for Quality Government. Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
So this is quite unprecedented, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a first, I think, of a U.S. president making such a request. I mean, what do you make of this?
Yeah, it is unprecedented that the president of a foreign country would be making the request of the president of Israel. We don't have any precedent for this, but this is a president without precedent, you might say.
Yeah. And, it's no secret that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump share a very close friendship, a very close relationship. But is there something perhaps more going on here? Why would Trump do this for Netanyahu?
Well, a lot of people are asking themselves that question. He certainly knows something about the case. He's been given an update, and somebody has helped him formulate that letter. Somebody has put into his mind that this is lawfare, similar to what he believes he encountered in the United States. I don't believe that's the case. But then people say, okay, well, if he's going to do a favor for the president of a foreign country or the prime minister of a foreign country, what is he getting in return? He's a very transactional president. So there are many, many question marks surrounding this unprecedented move.
Many question marks, although at the end of the day, it could just be because of their close friendship. I mean, we really just don't know at the moment.
Well, you know, one of the positive aspects, there are many aspects to this whole situation, but one of the positive aspects is the very close relationship between the U.S. and Israel. There's no doubt about it that that relationship has been tremendously supportive of Israel, and I think is very helpful in Israel in combating, after 2 years, and emerging what I would say to be victorious against its multiple enemies. So it's nice to see that that close relationship does exist. And I wouldn't, be cynical about that, because we've been through a very difficult period. And I would also add that most of the people, maybe even a great majority of the people, would like this trial to be resolved one way or another. So this is a short cut or a short circuit, which I don't think will fly, but it does echo, I believe, sentiment that, this trial is dragged on way too long and should come to a conclusion.
And, we heard President Trump ask the president for a pardon during sort of an impromptu moment in his speech to the Israeli Knesset, which he said really was just sort of off the fly. Now it's official. There's an official letter. So how likely is it that President Herzog will comply with this request? And what does it mean, from a legal perspective? I mean, what happens next?
Well, I think that he made it somewhat of an analogous situation in calling it lawfare, an unjust prosecution of the president. There's a huge difference between Israel and the U.S., and I would make 2 points in this regard. One, there are no political appointees here. The legal system doesn't have elected officials. The Attorney General who initiated the lawsuit was appointed by the Prime Minister, was his close ally in many respects. I don't think you can characterize this as lawfare. The other thing is that the president's power, in Israel's president's power, is very broad. But the law is very clear. The president can pardon an offender. He can pardon a criminal. That's his power of pardon. So there is a question whether, and the procedure is usually that the person himself asks the president, which Netanyahu hasn't done.
So just one minor correction. You said that the Attorney General was appointed by the Prime Minister, but I think this particular Attorney General was actually appointed by the previous administration and was allowed to stay on, although...
Right. The case was initiated by Avichai Mandelblit. Let me just clarify that. If it's not, Avichai Mandelblit was appointed at the recommendation of Netanyahu. There is a process for appointing it. And was not considered a political appointment, although it was considered an appointment of somebody who was very close to Netanyahu. Yeah. And so the fact that this person was the one, the current Attorney General inherited the trials. She wasn't in to initiate the trial. So she cannot be held responsible for initiating the proceedings. And the fact that it's taking so long for the courts to run its course, for the trials to come to a conclusion, is something I think that we have to deal with. I think that's something that also in the U.S. they don't quite understand, how many years trials can go on. I think it's been, but the Prime Minister conducted a war and was on trial at the same time, and in many regards successfully. So who knows? Maybe it's the right thing to do.
Absolutely, and President Trump certainly thinks so.
I cynically say that.
Yeah, President Trump certainly thinks it's the right move. Advocate Michael Parham, thank you so much for joining us today.
You're very welcome. Have a good one.
As questions loom over Israel's future with Syria, the other military fronts are also heating up in Lebanon, Gaza, and possibly Iran. Joining us now to discuss the latest developments is Dr. Fadi Ismail, a former senior staff in U.S. Congress and a research fellow at Reichman University. Fadi, thank you so much for joining us. Just to start, what is your prediction when it comes to Syria? Will we see some kind of agreement? And is it even in Israel's interest in terms of security? What guarantees would Israel need to move forward?
First of all, thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure to speak to you. Look, it's actually, I'm not, there's several parts to this point. First of all, Syria needs to be reestablished as a state. It has to happen. That is quite a big chunk of geography that hasn't seen any stability for almost 15 years now. And it is in everybody's best interests on a security level, but also very importantly on an international economic level to have some level of peace and security there. So every effort that the U.S. administration is making and anybody else to get there is understandable, including the current charm offensive that the President Trump is practicing on the guy that everybody calls a shadow, although it's not his real name, who is now the temporary president of Syria. Now, that's on one side. The second side is, I don't trust these people. I'll be honest with you. I just don't trust them. I have never seen any agreement that they have adhered to in their lives, historically, centuries. You can do stuff with them if you understand that for sure, wherever they can, they'll surprise you.
Well, we'll have to watch closely what happens in terms of President Trump. Of course, there's a lot of concerns swirling now about the situation, obviously, with the Druze, with the Christians in Syria. I don't see a way there can be an agreement without taking those issues into account. But before we do have to wrap up, I just want to ask you, because there's been so many reports in recent weeks about Hezbollah's rearming in Lebanon. I mean, the Islamic Republic in the last year, we saw they poured approximately $1 billion back into this terror group. Of course, all in violation of the existing ceasefire. I mean, will Israel be forced to expand these military operations in Lebanon, and what are the consequences of such a move?
Look, Emily, stay with me for a minute. This is it's a very good question on even more levels than the audience may think. The Syrian government, who is an enemy to Iran and Hezbollah, we have reports that recently they have relaxed the control over the border with Lebanon, enabling some level or increased level of weaponry to move towards Hezbollah. Why would you do that? So that they show how critical they are in the fight against Hezbollah. So now we talk about Hezbollah, and the Syrian government is already using, I'm talking about the current Syrian government, using our concern with them to make us get closer to Syria as much as possible. I mean, from the American standpoint. Of course, Iran is trying to rebuild itself. Of course, Hezbollah, that's obvious, like Hamas is doing. They're not going to just give up everything that they've built. They still have abilities. They still have weapons. When I say they, I mean Hezbollah. Basically, my message is people don't go to sleep. We're still in the middle, if not in the beginning. So that's what I have to say.
All right. Well, we do have to wrap up. I want to thank you for shedding some light on the situation in Syria. Of course, we'll continue to update our viewers about the recent events. Thank you so much, Dr. Fadi Ismail.
Thank you for having me.
And now the biggest threat to Israel throughout this conflict has been, of course, the Islamic regime in Iran. And sadly, it remains so today as well. In recent weeks, we saw the Islamic Republic attempt to assassinate the Israeli ambassador to Mexico. Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar has confirmed this is far from the only attempt by the regime. At the same time, this regime is facing crushing sanctions and an economic crisis domestically, even whilst they send money to terror proxies. Now, here to speak with us about the situation in Iran is Ramin Parham, an author and political analyst. Thank you so much for joining us today. I want to start with the domestic issue going on in Iran. I mean, the regime is under intense sanctions. There's a massive drought, largely due to government mismanagement. What are people feeling? And is this regime really under a high level of domestic pressure inside Iran?
Yes, there is a high level of domestic pressure inside Iran for many reasons. The water issue is of much concern. It's a very dangerous situation. We have the metropolitan area of Tehran, the capital city of Tehran, with something like 13 to 15 million people who are going to be without water, basically, within the next couple of weeks. And there's no solution in sight for that grave crisis, And that in the background of, you have to put that in the background of a dire economic situation with rampant inflation, unemployment, particularly for the young and educated ones, massive corruption, and in general, the feeling that the country doesn't have a functioning government, the country doesn't have a functioning executive branch, which makes the situation very difficult. And several top figures, academics, mostly, to my knowledge, social democrat-leaning intellectuals and academics who have been arrested, among others. So the situation is bad.
Well,
as you could say.
As you know, despite these dire economic challenges, the regime has still spent over $1 billion in the past year, sending it to Hezbollah in Lebanon to rebuild. How is this regime still financing terror when they can't even provide water for the people of Iran?
I don't have any specifics about the amount of money that they have been spending over the past 12 months. It is common knowledge that they do have proxies, which they call the resistance movement throughout the region. That is a public knowledge. It is also public knowledge that so-called resistance, the proxies from Iraq all the way to Lebanon, have cost the Iranian people a significant amount of money over the past several decades. That's public knowledge. But what has happened over the past 12 months, I don't have any specifics. The thing is that there are indications that we are heading toward the second round of military confrontation between Iran and Israel, and there are also indications that there could be strikes against Shia militias in Iraq, in Lebanon, and elsewhere. So there is some sort of a biological reaction, I would say, to that thing. That is, they are ramping up their military strength, probably. They are spending budgets and money on rebuilding the ballistic capacity of the country with regards to the likelihood of another round of military confrontation, which is understandable because there is a military threat.
All right, well, we do have to end. We are unfortunately out of time, but I want to thank you for joining the broadcast today. Thank you, Ramin Parham.
Thank you.
And joining us now with more on the latest along Israel's northern border is Major Avraham Levine from the Alma Research and Education Center. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
So let's start with Lebanon. Israel is intensifying its strikes against Hezbollah as they are in clear violation of the ceasefire agreement. The Lebanese are claiming on their part that they are slowly but surely disarming the terror group. Israel says that's not the case. I mean, what is your assessment of what's happening? And is Israel heading for another war with Hezbollah?
Well, I'd start by saying that I'm not even sure this escalation is that critical. Israel has been attacking in Lebanon for the past year since we signed the ceasefire, once or twice a day. We've counted over 640 attacks since November 27th, a year ago, in Lebanon, in South Lebanon, Beirut area, and in the Bekaa Valley. So not only in South Lebanon. So we see that happening all the time. I don't think anything changed in that sense. I'm waiting for proof. I'd like to see the Lebanese government, Lebanese army that are in charge of disarming Hezbollah. I'd like to see the weapons. Where are they going? Where are the weapons that they found? IDF was very open in showing the whole world hundreds and hundreds of missiles, rockets, anti-tank missiles, drones that we found in only a couple of months, only in South Lebanon. Now the Lebanese army has been working for a year. I'm still waiting for proof that they're finding, that they're taking, that they're destroying Hezbollah arms, Irani arms, Russian missiles in South Lebanon. Right now, we don't see that proof.
We don't see that proof, absolutely. And I do want to move on to Syria as well. You know, U.S. President Trump met yesterday with the Syrian president. Trump had some kind words for al-Shara. I mean, how would you characterize their meeting? And what was the purpose of the meeting?
Well, I'd start by saying we all have a tough history, or a bad past is not necessarily true. Some of the leaders don't. But I'd say I'm happy Syria is in a better place than they used to be. I hope the Syrian people can get something better of life than they had under Assad. On the other hand, I think we should be concerned about his past, Julani's past. Everyone else can call him Ashara, but I still remember his jihadist nickname, El Julani. Maybe that's the reason he doesn't want to move on to the Abraham Accords so fast. But seeing ex-Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, Jabhat al-Nusra, Al-Qaeda, visiting New York and Ground Zero last week, and visiting the White House now, leaves me with concerns about our security. And I think that's where Israel should stand. We do have common interests with Julani. We all want a stable country neighboring our northern border. We all want the weapons coming in from Syria to Hezbollah to stop. Julani's working on that, and IDF is working on that. So in that sense, I think we should negotiate with him about better security understandings, about the border. But I guess I agree with Julani. A peace process is yet to start.
And al-Shara, or Julani, he was constantly saying that he wants peace with Israel. But in his meeting with Trump in recent weeks, he's been a lot more cautious with his rhetoric. I mean, why do you think that is? And do you foresee a future where Syria will join the Abraham Accords?
Well, you have to remember his past and his alliances internally in Syria. And I think when half of your army commanders have jihadist history, I think he's careful to say, I'm going to jump in with Israel immediately. And he's taking it step by step. I think it's extremely smart on his side to not rely only on Erdogan and to look for more partnerships and cooperations with Europe as well as US, representing himself well as a new leader and allowing everyone else to put aside his history. I think that's smart on his side. We have to be careful and remember who he was and be prepared for what happens if he doesn't hold up and is not able to bring together all the different parts of Syria and continue the battle inside. There's a way to go before he has a stable country in his hands.
So still a long ways to go until absolute peace in the Middle East, as Trump likes to say. Major Avram Navin, thank you so much for your insights today.
My pleasure.
And Israeli President Isaac Herzog is currently in Zambia on an official visit to the African nation. He received a warm welcome Monday at the presidential palace, where he held diplomatic meetings and bilateral sessions aimed at strengthening relations. Joining us now with more on this visit and on Israel's broader strategy of deepening ties with African countries is Shiri Fein-Grossman, CEO of the Israel-Africa Relations Institute. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
So let's start with the president's current visit. I mean, can you tell us a little bit about the significance of his visit to Zambia?
Yes, this is very an important visit. We haven't had an Israeli president visit Zambia in decades, and the DRC as well. Both the Democratic Republic of Congo, or in short DRC, and Zambia, which is planned is part of the plan of the trip, are very important regional countries. Zambia and DRC both enrich in resources. Zambia more on the southern part of the continent, and DRC being in the center of the continent and being the largest country of the continent, and has the most mineral resources in the country, some in very high percentage of the world, what's the resource of the world. So both are extremely important, and also both are strong allies of the United States these days, with an infrastructure project, a very big one that is called the Lobito Corridor, which is a project to connect from the Lobito port in Angola to Zambia. A railway that never existed between Zambia and the DRC to the Copper Belt area of the DRC. It's part of this big competition between China and the US over resources and minerals. So I view it as Israel aligning with U.S. interests, but both Israel's interest, and really strengthening its friendships on the continent. And I have to say, DRC and Zambia are strong supporters of Israel. We've just seen the reopening of an Israeli embassy in Lusaka in Zambia after many years, and we at the Israel-Africa Relations Institute have recommended to do so and to open more embassies throughout Africa. So this is a very exciting and happy day for us as well.
So absolutely, and Africa is an area that, I mean, has largely been neglected by the Israeli government, for example, in the past few decades. But there is a renewed push already from a few years ago to try and improve, to try and deepen relations. I mean, what can you tell us about this and about the importance of Israeli-African relations, especially at a time, when we see some of Israel's relations with other countries that have soured?
Exactly. The time is now. Everybody's competing over Africa's friendship. We talk a lot about the Abraham Accords and its importance. Unfortunately, we talk about it a whole lot more, and sometimes I speak about it as well. But actually, the GCC countries are fighting over partnerships in Africa. UAE is currently the greatest, the biggest investor, more than China, in Africa. So everybody's now rushing to be Africa's friends, and Israel should definitely be in the game. Historically, our relationship with Africa started 3,000 years ago with the Queen of Sheba visiting King Solomon, up to Golda Meir and Ben-Gurion's strategy of helping the young countries. Although Israel was only a young country, it really gave its hand to kind of help the new countries in Africa out of colonialism and to help it grow.
So from an historic relationship to a modern day one, Shiri Fein-Grossman, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
And one of Israel's most influential security figures of the past 5 years, Mossad Director David Barnea, has announced he will step down in June 2026. Barnea, who led some of Israel's most sensitive intelligence operations and served as a key architect of the hostage talks in the war with Hamas formally notified Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of his decision. ILTV's India Naftali has more for us. India, what can you tell us about Barnea's decision?
Well, Lidar, what we do know is that for months, David Barnea has been at the center of Israel's most critical negotiations, from the peace talks to the return of the hostages. But he's also the man who oversaw the famous pager operation. So yes, after years of being one of the most important decision makers in Israel, the Mossad director says his time leading the agency will come to an end next year. Mossad Director David Barnea has formally asked to step down in June 2026, with the Prime Minister's office confirming that the search for his successor will begin in the coming weeks. Barnea has led the Mossad since 2021 and is the last senior defense official still in office from the time of the October 7th attacks. Unlike other security chiefs who resigned, Barnea was not considered directly responsible for the intelligence failures of that day. In his tenure, Barnea oversaw high-profile successes, including the pager operation against Hezbollah and multiple other covert missions deep inside enemy territory. But he also became a critical player in the hostage negotiations, serving as Israel's lead representative in talks in Doha, Cairo, and Europe. Barnea was involved in every major stage of the hostage deals. 3 candidates are now being considered to replace him. The first is Major General Roman Goffman, the Prime Minister's military secretary. Second is the Mossad Deputy Director, known only under the alias Aleph. And third is a senior operations official referred to as Chet. In the Mossad, the real names of high-ranking officials are classified for security reasons, so they are publicly identified by a single Hebrew letter. Once a new director is chosen, there will be a planned transition to ensure a smooth handover of responsibilities. In general, most Mossad directors serve anywhere between 4 and 6 years. Barnea had earlier requested that his term not be extended beyond its original timeframe. His time leading the Mossad is viewed as one of the most intense and complex periods in the agency's history.
And in some pop culture news, the most talked about wedding of the year took place Tuesday night. Israeli pop star Noah Kirel and professional soccer player Daniel Peretz have tied the knot in an event full of buzz, fashion, trends, celebrities, and much more. ILTV's Devo Klein has the story.
The wedding ceremony of Noah Kirel and Daniel Peretz is still being talked about today. The Israeli it couple, who were initially accused of dating each other for public relations benefits, have not only shocked the Israeli public by getting engaged last summer, but now have officially tied the knot. You may recognize 24-year-old Israeli pop star Noah Kirel from the 2023 Eurovision Song Contest, where she represented Israel with the song Unicorn, finishing overall 3rd place. But beyond Eurovision, Noah's music career in Israel began when she was only 14 years old. She has since garnered a name for herself in Israel and even broke into the international market just last year. And soccer fans might recognize Israeli goalkeeper Daniel Peretz, who signed with FC Bayern München in 2023. The two were wed in a lavish ceremony, and in attendance, Israel's most notable names in the music and entertainment industries. After the ceremony, the celebrations began, and the music? Mostly Kirel's catalog, with a few popular songs by other artists that were also in attendance. Despite fans that are convinced that Peretz and Kirel's relationship exists only for PR purposes, the newlywed couple is proving them all wrong with heartfelt photos and videos from the wedding ceremony. A big mazel tov to the two.
To ILTV on the Hour. I'm India Naftali, coming to you live from Israel with the top stories from Israel and the Middle East. The UN Security Council is set to vote tonight on a draft resolution backing U.S. President Donald Trump's 20-point peace plan for Gaza, a proposal that would fundamentally restructure security and governance in the Strip. According to the draft, the plan calls for the creation of an international security force and a transitional government in Gaza. Both would operate under a 2-year board of peace, overseen directly by President Trump. The board would be responsible for disarming Hamas and other militant groups and for managing the reconstruction of Gaza. The resolution also proposes forming a new Palestinian police force trained by Egypt. Unlike previous security forces in Gaza, this one would not be linked to Hamas. The vote is expected to draw significant international attention as countries weigh in on a plan that could define Gaza's political future landscape. In a concerning development, Hamas seems to already be preparing for the next round of conflict. As reports grow that the United States may set aside its demand for Hamas's full disarmament, it appears the terror group has begun stockpiling advanced weapons in African countries, Yemen, and other locations. Reports suggest that Hamas also plans to smuggle those weapons into strategic areas, including Gaza. Meanwhile, the Gaza ceasefire did hold over the weekend, but not without incident. The IDF confirmed the elimination of a terror operative who crossed Gaza's yellow line and entered the IDF-controlled area. As the terrorist approached the IDF troops, he was quickly identified and eliminated. The IDF added it remains deployed in Gaza in accordance with the ceasefire guidelines and will continue removing any threats. IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir toured Rafah and warned that the IDF is ready to seize additional territory if necessary. The army now controls over half of Gaza, including key security corridors. And now the Israeli government decided to form its own commission to investigate the failures surrounding the October 7th massacre. This is a departure from the traditional state commission inquiry that many in the public had expected. Under the new decision, ministers, not the Supreme Court, will set the commission's scope and timeline. Prime Minister Netanyahu will appoint a special panel with 45 days to define what the commission will examine. The move has generated mixed reactions. Polls show a majority of Israelis favor a full independent state commission with a broad subpoena power, similar to the one that investigated the Yom Kippur War. Critics, including opposition leader Yair Lapid, say the government is avoiding accountability, while good governance groups and the October Council, which represents 2,000 families affected by the war, have expressed concerns that the process may lack full independence. Inside the coalition, opinions also differ. Some ministers support involving retired justices, while others, including National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, argue the courts themselves should be investigated as part of the review. On Saturday night, about 2,000 people rallied in Tel Aviv, calling for a traditional state commission. Protest organizers say they plan to escalate their campaign in the coming weeks. In southern Lebanon, the IDF carried out multiple raids overnight as part of its ongoing campaign to prevent Hezbollah from rearming. Troops under the 91st Division entered Etaron, which is a Hezbollah stronghold in southern Lebanon. The IDF successfully destroyed structures recently reactivated by the terror group. In Ramyeh, another Hezbollah stronghold, soldiers from the 300th Baram Brigade seized assault rifles, magazines, and ammunition. The IDF says Hezbollah's continued presence in the south violates the Israel-Lebanon ceasefire agreement and that operations will continue until any threat is removed. Finally, as he wraps up his term, New York's outgoing mayor Eric Adams made a last-minute stop in Jerusalem, arriving at the Western Wall for a brief visit and prayer. He also met with Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Herzog, who thanked him for his friendship with Israel and the Jewish people. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Stay with us throughout the day for updates coming out of Israel and the Middle East. And you can also catch us on our ILTV app. I'm India Naftali. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth on JNS. I'm Emily Schrader here back in Jerusalem, and this week we're discussing the Jew ban in Birmingham at the Aston Villa Maccabi Tel Aviv football match, which I had the pleasure or displeasure, depending on how you look at it, of attending myself. We'll also discuss the fracture on the American right, where neo-Nazis seem to have gained a foothold within the GOP. Can the party leaders stamp out this extremism? We'll speak about this with conservative commentator and author Dinesh D'Souza about the challenges within the GOP. All this now on Axis of Truth. Well, this past week, I went to the Aston Villa Maccabi Tel Aviv football match in Birmingham, UK. Not as a journalist, not as a political commentator, but simply as a football fan. Now, mind you, Israeli fans were explicitly banned from this match for absurd reasons, which I'll detail shortly. But I bought my ticket fairly like anyone else in the Aston Villa section, and I cheered for them because their fans support Maccabi Tel Aviv and opposed the ban from day one. And yet, because I took a photo wearing a shirt that said Zioness, the horror, I was reported by someone. Someone decided that a word declaring pride in being a Jewish woman was apparently a threat or some kind of violation. Dozens of police officers and security staff from the stadium descended on me to interrogate me about what Zioness meant. They accused me, falsely, of wearing Israeli football gear in the home section at a football game. The horror. It was absurd. Even Aston Villa fans around me defended me and said that she's done nothing wrong. But the stewards from the stadium refused to listen, dragged me out of my seat anyway. Take a look.
Okay, ladies, who's got the actual Israeli football t-shirt on?
Not Israeli football t-shirt. She got a Zionist.
None of us have Israeli football t-shirt. None of us. Look. This has nothing to do with Maccabi.
What? Yeah, but it's Zionist.
Yeah, but
what is Zionist?
But wait, but it's an organization and it's him. We're not doing it.
Just bear with me a minute. The report I had was that you had a football top on.
Nope,
okay?
absolutely not.
Let me check with our controls,
Yeah.
and then we'll find out if you can stay or you can go. It's for your safety as much as anything else.
So this was pure discrimination, and it didn't happen in a vacuum. All of this occurred after the West Midlands police banned Maccabi Tel Aviv fans from attending altogether under the ridiculous claim that they were hooligans after the pogrom that took place against Jews who attended a similar match in Amsterdam. But what they really meant is that they couldn't guarantee Jewish safety in a city where pro-Hamas thugs roam freely. And that is indeed what we saw. Outside the stadium, the real hooligans were easy to find. Hundreds of protesters, many wearing masks in violation of UK law, waved flags of Palestine, even of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and chanted for genocide against Jews and Israel. Some of them held signs that said, "Call the anti-terror hotline if you see a Zionist." These signs were posted all over the city as well, along with others that called Israeli football players baby killers. From the streets, you would have thought that it was Palestine playing a football match that night, but it wasn't. It was just the Jew haters who can't stand the idea, apparently, of Jewish people playing sports. In the end, after I explained that my shirt had nothing to do with football and simply meant a female Zionist, I was allowed back in. But the truth is that the damage was done because this is blatant discrimination. This disgraceful episode shows just how far Britain has fallen. When the West Midlands police literally fabricated excuses and openly discriminate against Jewish or Israeli football fans while ignoring actual extremists on their streets, it's clear that the country has lost its moral compass. This was never about security. It was never about hooligan football fans or racism. It was about hatred of Israel. It was about hatred about a society so cowed by terrorists and mob rule that it punishes Jews for simply existing and wanting to attend a football match. And today I can tell you that I had the displeasure of seeing that hatred up close and personal. Well, our next story this week is also in the United Kingdom and is an example of just how egregious the money laundering has become when it comes to the Islamic Republic. A shocking investigation by the Sunday Times exposed that this week that Ali Ansari, a 56-year-old Iranian banker now sanctioned by the UK for funding the IRGC, quietly built a £142 million property empire across London's most exclusive neighborhoods. And he's far from the only one. Ansari bought more than a dozen mansions on the Bishop's Avenue in Hampstead. It's a street that's known as Billionaires Row, and he did this using a shell company registered in the Isle of Man. He disguised his Iranian identity in doing so, listing himself instead as a resident of Cyprus. But this is not a story about a single mansion or one greedy banker. Ansari went on to purchase an additional £33.7 million mansion for his family, along with 2 luxury flats near Kensington Palace, worth another £36 million. He even had staff quarters attached to each one. All the while, he was allegedly financing the IRGC, the same terror arm of the Islamic Republic behind global assassinations, cyber attacks, the targeting of journalists and dissidents worldwide. Kind of makes you wonder where all that money came from, Well, the UK government finally sanctioned Ansari after his family's private bank collapsed in Tehran under billions of pounds in debt. Officials in London have described him as a corrupt businessman who provided economic resources to the IRGC and to individuals who are working to destabilize other countries, including the United Kingdom itself. And what's truly disturbing is how openly all of this took place. Ansari wasn't even hiding. I mean, he traveled frequently to Britain. He held multiple passports from Iran, Cyprus, and St. Kitts and Nevis, and continued to oversee his sprawling London estates, while ordinary Iranians back home are facing poverty, hunger, and of course, state violence. British intelligence has already confirmed more than 20 Iran-backed plots on UK soil just in the past year. And these operations target journalists, activists, and dissidents who fled the regime's brutality. Yet even as the regime's agents are being exposed, one of its top financiers was quietly living in luxury in London's safest and wealthiest neighborhoods, and many of them still are. This story should really be a wake-up call because it proves that the regime's corruption isn't confined to Tehran. In fact, the regime actually has more influence in London than it does over the Iranian people inside of Iran. It's penetrated deep into these Western capitals, specifically London, aided by financial secrecy, shell companies, and really a lack of enforcement. And sadly, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Billions of dollars stolen from the Iranian people have been funneled through the UK and across Europe under the guise of business and investment. The same regime that jails women, that tortures women for showing their hair, that murders protesters for demanding freedom, is laundering its money through Europe, and in particular, London real estate. While the Iranian people fight for dignity and justice, their nation's wealth is being siphoned off by the cronies who live in mansions, drive luxury cars, and enjoy the freedoms denied to all those back home. Even their children attend expensive private schools in the West, while the regime itself rails against the West. Iran's dictatorship is not only exporting terror, they're exporting this corruption. And until the West shuts down these networks, every unchallenged transaction and every empty mansion will stand as a monument to our own blindness. Now, next up, we have to discuss the now viral video of Kevin Roberts, president of one of the leading conservative think tanks in Washington, the Heritage Foundation, in which he defended Tucker Carlson's decision to host neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes, a video that was nothing short of humiliating and a perfect example of the moral decay within parts of the conservative movement. Now, in this clip, which has garnered now over 25 million views, Roberts called critics of Tucker Carlson a venomous coalition, which apparently I'm now a part of. This video he halfway backtracked on only a few days later, but first he doubled down. All this, mind you, while he was pretending that his argument was that we shouldn't attack those who are also on the right. Now, this is despite the fact that Tucker Carlson has spent the past 2 years viciously attacking other conservatives. And don't even get me started on the vile scum that is Nick Fuentes that he platformed. These actions by Kevin were not courage, they were cowardice, intellectual and moral bankruptcy dressed up as some kind of principle. Now, fortunately, the backlash that we saw from some of the true conservatives was immediate. There was a lot of controversy. We saw figures like Ted Cruz, Mitch McConnell, and Ben Shapiro publicly condemning Carlson for platforming this open anti Semite, Nick Fuentes, warning that giving him airtime wasn't really about free speech. It was about spreading the cancer of hate and racism. Even longtime GOP allies called the episode a grotesque moral failure. But tragically, we also saw that others in right-wing media who chose silence or, even worse, deflection. Megyn Kelly's continued refusal to condemn Tucker Carlson, or even the blatant Jew hatred of Candace Owens, was another display of illogical moral weakness. Now, Owens has repeatedly trafficked in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, blaming Jews for their own persecution. She's parroted extremist propaganda that honestly is completely indistinguishable from that of both the far left and the far right. And she's been spreading unbelievably inappropriate conspiracy theories about the murder of Charlie Kirk. First, she accused Israel. Now she's alluding that Erica Kirk was somehow involved. Yet instead of strong condemnation, Kelly shrugged it off and said she didn't want to attack Candace because she's a young mother. What? You're supposed to be a journalist. That is not journalism. That is enabling hate for ratings and for relevance. This really isn't a hard thing for people to do, to condemn racism. And then, of course, there's Tucker Carlson himself, whose recent embrace of anti-Semitic and authoritarian narratives isn't anything but accidental. Now, his media company was initially funded by Pakistani-Iranian businessman Omid Malik. Carlson claims that he and Neil Patel bought out Malik's stake, but the financial records do raise a lot of questions. Now, according to the available records, what Carlson would have had to pay is in the tens of millions of dollars just in difference from the initial investment, and there doesn't seem to be a conceivable way that Carlson could have afforded that, which of course prompts the question, who made up or what made up that difference in funding? Now, perhaps coincidentally, around that same time, Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump Jr., who was also involved in the establishment of this network, Tucker Carlson's network, began appearing with Qatari officials and even attended the Qatar Economic Forum. Now, Carlson's transformation from American conservative to a populist propagandist for the Islamic Republic, for Russia, for Venezuela even, reveals something possibly far darker than political naivete. It's ideological corruption, and the Heritage Foundation's defense of him shows that the right is being hijacked and subverted from within. If the conservatives in the United States cannot find the moral courage to draw the line at anti-Semitism, then they've really already lost the battle for their own soul. Well, following that story and the crazy developments on the right in America, joining us now to discuss the issue is Dinesh D'Souza. Now, Dinesh is one of the most popular conservative intellectuals in the U.S., as well as a filmmaker and an author himself. Previously, he worked in the Reagan White House, and he's the author of the best-selling book, United States of Socialism, America, and the Big Lie. Today, his new film, The Dragon's Prophecy, explores the biblical dimensions of the October 7th massacre and the struggle we see between good and evil. So as you can imagine, this conversation is extremely timely. Dinesh, thank you so much for joining us today on Axis of Truth. Now, you've been one of the most prominent conservative thinkers, I would say, in the last few decades. I want to get your take on how you interpret what's happening right now in the GOP. Unfortunately, we've seen a lot of anti-Semites and fringe, isolationists kind of attempting to take over the conservative movement from within. Do you think that this is the greatest internal threat that conservatives or conservatism has faced, at least since the Reagan era?
Yeah, I do think it is. In the Reagan era, there were safeguards and limits to all this, in the sense that you had, I would say, kind of a group of responsible guardians who, again, didn't try to suppress anybody, but made a distinction between free speech on the one hand and either endorsing points of view on the other, or allowing them respectability in the Republican Party or on the right. So these guardians were people like Bill Buckley, Irving Kristol, and there were many others. Reagan himself was also part of this. He would have no truck with any kind of naked bigotry of the kind that we're seeing today. And it's not just about the Jews. It's racial bigotry. Vivek Ramaswamy, for example, just posted a Halloween photo of his two kids, dressed up, all, looking very all American and excited to go out and collect candy. And all you have to do is just go down his feed and you see all this abuse, about him being brown and his kids not belonging in America. And so the anti-Semitism is allied with other types of bigotry that are also resurfacing in very ugly ways. And so I think not only is there the risk of chasing away conservative Jews, but also conservative Indians, conservative Blacks, conservative Latinos. I mean, there is no Trump coalition without these conservative minorities that have been moving in the direction of the GOP. So nothing could be more destructive and suicidal, just from a political point of view, to allow this to continue.
Well, the Heritage Foundation, one of the leading moral and intellectual pillars of the conservative movement, they helped shape the agenda of the Reagan and actually also the Trump administration. How did it get to this point with what we saw just in the past few weeks? The defense of figures like Tucker Carlson by Kevin Roberts, who even in that video he released kind of echoed some of these anti-Semitic talking points himself. They've also aligned themselves in some cases with Islamist-backed propaganda networks in some cases. And is this just ideological drift, or is it a deliberate subversion of the right that we're seeing?
This is a hard question to answer because I have known a lot of these parties: Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Bannon, Gates. My first job when I came to Washington, D.C. in 1985 was at the Heritage Foundation. I was the managing editor of their magazine, then called Policy Review. So I'm a Heritage alumnus, you could say. And I think all of this is so difficult to analyze on the basis of motive. It's very easy to analyze on the basis of its effects, which are manifestly destructive. And the motives, I think, vary between these different people and institutions. Uh, so, for example, Candace, I think, has always wanted to be a kind of Hollywood figure. And I don't know if she became enamored with Kanye West, and that was her entree to that cultural sphere, which is actually more important to her than the political sphere. I don't know if that's where she got the virus, I think is what I'm saying. Um, Tucker is a whole different matter. There's been the idea that he's being paid by Qatar, but he's from a wealthy family. He has a large following. He doesn't really need Qatar to pay his electric bill. So it has never seemed to me to be at least an adequate explanation. And yet, Tucker does act like an agent of Qatar, right? In other words, he defends Qatar in his newsletter all the time. Not only that, he's defended Sharia law, which is a very odd thing for him to defend. Societies with Sharia law are a lot more orderly. Um, and so, and he has said that Netanyahu is the main villain of the war with Hamas. So not Hamas. And again, goes beyond disagreements with Israel or beliefs that Israel didn't have had the wrong strategy. Now, Heritage is in a different position. I think what's happened with Heritage, to some degree also with TPUSA, Turning Point, they have gone rather deep into the water with Tucker. And disassociating with him is very difficult. I mean, Heritage has been funneling a lot of money to be a sponsor of Tucker's show, and they have sort of a alliance with the Tucker Carlson network. In their defense, or to say a word on their behalf, this Tucker turn is all fairly recent. I mean, I myself toured with Tucker a year ago in Australia. We spoke in a number of Australian cities. Not a word of any of this came up. And so this is all a new Tucker, if I can put it that way, that we're seeing over the last 6 to 9 months. and maybe Heritage is in a difficult position of not quite knowing what to do now that they are. It's kind of like entering into a legal partnership with somebody you discover that they're a fraudster, and now you're like, what do I do now? So I'm hoping that Heritage is actually looking for a way to disassociate from Tucker, but I think they are very reluctant to do that in a public manner.
Now, one of the things that I found particularly disturbing is this idea that you can't criticize someone because they're on the right. And I know you spoke a little bit about Tucker Carlson already. I personally wouldn't even consider him to be on the right anymore. I mean, he was defending Venezuelan socialism under Maduro just a few days ago. He interviewed Pezeshkian, the president of the Islamic Republic, with really a softball interview. And he says that he hates Christian Zionists when his own father was a Christian Zionist. I mean, I'm not really sure how people are still justifying this as some sort of movement on the right. This isn't anything I certainly ever grew up with in any of the organizations I was involved with. So I guess I'm just confused as to why it would even be difficult to condemn for Turning Point USA, for Heritage Foundation, for Megyn Kelly, for many of the people whom I've long admired, in some cases worked with. Why is it so hard for them to say we disagree with this and these are problematic statements? Because that's not cancellation, it's condemnation. How did this happen? I mean, we're seeing people on the right suddenly behaving like the left.
Yeah, and it's look, I think the roots of it go back to the fact that there has been so much political repression, deplatforming, censorship. You can't say this, you can't say that. A lot of young people have been sort of villainized for being young and white and male. And let's just say that that propaganda campaign, heavy handed as it was, has not worked because a lot of young people went in the exact opposite direction and now began to interpret the more outrageous the thing you say, the more you are giving the middle finger to these elites who are trying to keep you down. This is really the key to understanding the popularity of Nick Fuentes, for example. It's not that people think that Nick Fuentes is, Nick Fuentes purports to be an alpha male. I mean, he's unbelievably beta male, right? He's got this high pitched nasal voice. He looks like any mid-sized woman could like crush him, to the ground. So he's not exactly an embodiment of like Conan the Barbarian, but he is the ultimate kind of middle finger guy, right? And so if you say something is a taboo, he will say it. And I think a lot of young people are like, yeah. So this is the sort of cultural phenomenon you're dealing with now. The idea that all these young people are sort of they have a coherent ideology, they don't. So I blame the Pied Pipers like Tucker who are feeding them that ideology. The ideology is not coming from the bottom up. It's actually being provided from the top down. And that is why the responsibility falls squarely on guys like Tucker who are, in a very sort of sly way, advancing ideas without taking the responsibility of defending those ideas. Like, I've never seen Tucker say, all right, let me give you 3 reasons why it would have been really good for us to ally with Hitler against Stalin in World War II. It's because, let's just say, Hitler was not a threat to Europe. Stalin was. Hitler wasn't going around invading other countries. Stalin was. Now, all of this is the opposite of the truth. So you can't make that case. So he doesn't bother to make it. He simply brings it out of a guest. He agrees wholeheartedly. He acts like it's a very profound insight that has been suppressed for decades. This is the modus operandi that we're dealing with. And I think what is heartening, I think, Emily, is that when I first went out against Tucker, no one was condemning him by name. People were disgruntled, but they were afraid to like take him on, partly because they saw him as too deeply embedded. He's got Trump's cell phone, and he's close to JD, and he's got a massive following. But I'm happy to say that now pretty much the entire mainstream of the conservative movement is up in arms about all this. I think even Heritage is in full-scale retreat, although they're treating it, I think, regrettably, not as a moral problem, but as a crisis management problem, which reflects a real weakness at that institution.
I want to ask you a little bit about the Dragon's Prophecy, your new film. It makes the moral and biblical case for Israel. And unfortunately, today, I think we see Christianity sort of being twisted, mostly by political actors, to justify hatred of Jews or even other forms of anti Semitism, in some cases, even sympathy for terrorists. How did this inversion happen? And what do you say to Christians who are being misled into thinking that this hostility to the state of Israel is somehow an expression of faith?
There's a scene in that film, this is toward the end, where my wife Debbie and I are baptized in the Jordan River. Now, this is a very innocuous thing that we did before there was any of this controversy. And yet, symbolically, look at what it shows. It shows, first of all, our connection as Christians to the land of Israel. I mean, that Jordan River has been flowing since ancient times. It's the same water. It also happens to be the same water in which Jesus was baptized. And so this emphasizes that it emphasizes the Jewishness of Jesus, someone who's raised in a Jewish household, taught in synagogues, bathed in the pool of Siloam, along with the countless other Jews, walked the pilgrimage road to the temple. So, despite the universality of God, and of course Christians believe in the universality of the message of Jesus, nevertheless, you can't deny the particularity of that same God. He chose a particular people at a particular time in history. So, in that sense, God's presence in the world, we understand as Christians, was manifested in a very particular way. I think it was one of the popes, it might have been Benedict or John Paul, I don't remember, who said it is the holy land for everyone, but it is the promised land only to the Jews. That's the mainstream Christian position. Now, admittedly, over centuries, there have been renegade groups that have tried to separate the Jews from the Christians, the Old Testament from the New. By the way, the latest practitioner of this dark art was the Nazis themselves, who needed Christian support, particularly in Munich and those parts of Germany, and so they needed a Christianity, and so they sort of adopted what they called positive Christianity, which was an attempt to kick out the Old Testament or the Hebrew scriptures out of the Bible and claim, in a sense, an earlier version of replacement theology. So isn't it amazing that this exact same sort of doctrine and heresy is back and is being pursued by people who have, well, something of a similar agenda?
Yeah, disappointing, I would say, but yeah, it's definitely interesting. I know your film also draws a parallel between what happened on October 7th and also the ancient biblical wars that we read about between Israel, or I should say the Israelites, and the Philistines. Do you see today's ideological and spiritual battles, even inside the West, not just in the Middle East, as a continuation of that same moral struggle between good and evil?
Yes, I think that in ancient times the battle was fought mainly on the battlefield, and so the Israelites had to put on the armor and face the Philistines, either individually as David did with Goliath, or collectively on the battlefield. Today, it's a more complex battlefield because the battlefield is partly military, as we see in the war between Israel and Hamas, but it's also cultural, it's moral, there's a propaganda war going on, and also the enemies are more complicated. Even though there is a, even though the Palestinians and the Philistines, that's kind of the same name, they're not actually the same people. They're motivated differently, right? The Palestinians do it in the name of Allah. They are Muslims. They claim themselves the mantle of God. The Philistines, of course, were pagans and worship multiple gods. You also have inside the West this phenomenon of the of a cultural left that is politically allied with these radical jihadis. A very odd alliance. Some people have called it the Red-Green Alliance. It's particularly odd because those two groups cannot inhabit each other's worlds. And God forbid, if you and I were defeated and we were out of the picture and they control the world, I think they would start chopping each other's heads off. Only one side would be left standing. So that macabre, that is exactly what happened in Iran, and the jihadis won. So that's an excellent point. So yes, I do think that it's a spiritual war, no less now than then. Although I think that the weapons and the landscape of the battlefield is broader and somewhat different.
Well, exactly. And that's what happened in Iran. The last question I want to ask you for today, in the Dragon's prophecy, you call for Christians and Jews to return to their roots and to stand united. I think it's more important perhaps now than ever, in particular this week, at least than it has been in a long time. But what does that actually look like in practice? And can the moral alliance between Christians and Jews survive this wave of anti-Semitic, I guess, infiltration and more importantly, political manipulation that we're witnessing right now?
The need for it is very obvious, both on the political and on the spiritual level. So, in other words, if the devil, which is the dragon, is resurrecting the ancient enemies of Israel, in an effort to attack not only, by the way, the Jews, God's chosen people, but also what the film calls the spiritual Israelites, which is to say the Christians who are, in the words of the Bible, engrafted onto the tree. So, in other words, this is the spiritual case for Jews and Christians to come together. But look, even if you were to set aside the Bible and the spiritual argument, if there's a red-green alliance, it's united by one thing: hatred of Jews and Israel on the one hand, and hatred of Christians and the principles of America and the West on the other. So it's not very hard to see why the hated groups need to come together against the bad guys, right? Against the devil's platoons, if I can put it that way. This is what makes the right-wing effort, the perverse effort on the MAGA right to drive a wedge between Jews and Christians, a wedge between America and Israel, all the more baffling. And I think that even though we could give rational and even secular arguments for why that's come about, in the end, I think that there is a sort of diabolical or spiritual root even to that. In other words, the dragon is operating not only with the jihadis, not only with the cultural left, but I'm sorry to say, also right of center on our own side, sowing the seeds of division and hatred.
And just for our viewers, how can people watch this when it's available?
The website for the film is thedragonsprophecyfilm.com. You can stream it on a number of platforms. And it's also available in DVDs on Amazon and also from that same website. So it's The Dragons, plural, prophecyfilm.com.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Dinesh D'Souza. Absolute pleasure to have you on.
My pleasure.
And now for our good story of the week. For the good, the bad, and the ugly, IDF soldier Jonathan Carton was speaking at a student supporting Israel event in Toronto at TMU, only to have an anti-Semitic mob raid literally the event and assault him. Now, while security was unable to control these violent thugs, Jonathan took action and expelled physically many of the rioters himself. Take a look at this hero. Well, our bad story of this week, Birmingham wasn't enough for the freak show that has become the anti-Israel movement. A recent push from countries like Slovenia, Ireland, and Norway shows an effort to expel Israel from FIFA and UEFA because clearly Jews playing sports is just unacceptable. This isn't the first such attempt, but as more countries are joining on this bullying campaign, concerns are rising. Their justifications are that some teams play over the Green Line in parts of Judea and Samaria, and that there are not what they called anti-racism measures. Now, keep in mind that the Israeli national football team is composed of Arabs and Jews, and the captain himself was a Muslim Israeli, but apparently that's not enough for these obsessive Jew haters. Shame on them. And last but not least, our ugly story of the week. And no, believe it or not, it's not actually socialist jihad lover Mamdani winning the election for mayor of New York City, but it is related. Within 24 hours of the election, one of the largest schools in New York was defaced with swastikas, and Mamdani's response was to condemn the actions, despite his previous anti-Semitic associations and statements. The best part of all of this, however, was that the founder of the pro-Hamas group within our lifetime, Nirdin Kiswani, who's led countless blatantly anti-Semitic demonstrations in New York, was furious with Mamdani for condemning anti-Semitism. She then went on to imply that anti-Semitic attacks are merely false flags and that there isn't a problem of anti-Semitism. Now, keep in mind, these are the same types of people who got Mamdani into office. There's a reason that we saw people like former squad member Jamal Bowman, America Deserve 9/11 streamer Hassan Piker, and of course Hezbollah fangirl Rania Khalik at Mamdani's victory party in New York City. So to see them already turning on their own, it's very satisfying to watch. Sad for New York, though, as the city is definitely lost under Mamdani. Well, that's it for this week on Axis of Truth. Of course, we'll be back soon with more interviews and stories from the Middle East and beyond. I'm Emily Schrader. Be sure to follow me on social media, Emily K. Schrader or Emily in Tel Aviv. And thank you for watching. See you next week on Axis of Truth.
This week, hundreds gathered in New York City for a powerful evening of resilience and solidarity hosted by Americans for Ben-Gurion University. The event marked 50 years of excellence at the Goldman Medical School and came at a pivotal time for Israel's Negev region. With moving testimonies from survivors, students, and university leaders, and a $2 million matching grant announced by the Joyce and Irving Goldman Family Foundation, the night blended emotion, hope, and even humor, led by Emmy Award-winning comedian Alex Edelman.
Americans for Ben-Gurion University brought resilience, hope, and humor to New York City benefit.
We are supporting a fabulous university that serves southern Israel, supporting their students, supporting their people.
Campaign efforts. A4BGU's New York City benefit celebrated 50 years of excellence at the Goldman Medical School, an institution renamed in honor of Lloyd Goldman's parents.
My sisters and I named in our parents. So it's the Joyce and Irving Goldman Medical School, and my sister Katja and my sister Dorian will be here this evening, and we are thrilled about peace, about Israel, and about Ben-Gurion University.
The Joyce and Irving Goldman Family Foundation announced a $2 million matching grant to support the future of medicine, investing in BGU curriculum, students, and faculty. One of the universities that was hit hard was Ben-Gurion University. Hundreds of students found themselves returning to wear uniforms.
The university itself lost about 110 of its members and families on the 7th of October. And a number of our students and graduates were taken hostage by the Hamas, mainly from the Nova Music Festival. Over 6,000 of our students have been on reserve military duty. Some have been killed killed and wounded. It's been a difficult time, but we are resilient. We're going to move forward and make Israel better and stronger.
We heard the testimony of Sasha Trufanov, a Ben-Gurion University alumnus and hostage survivor who suffered 498 days in Hamas captivity.
Started hearing shootings
coming closer and closer, voices of speaking, shouting. We thought we had a discussion between me and my fiancée, Sapir. She said it's Arabic. I said that no, it's Hebrew. I wanted to believe, like there are soldiers.
And a testimony of Noah Shuker, a fourth-year medical student and casualty officer in the IDF, that shared what the importance of A4BGU.
They make sure that we have everything we need. I can say, as a student who also been in reserve service for over 400 days, they made sure that I could really just stay on top of my studies, not miss any test. I didn't miss any lecture. I had everything that I needed in terms of marathons and tutoring and psychological support. They really made sure that we would see social workers, and we had talks with regular talks with psychologists, making sure really that the university is doing everything they can to protect us and to keep us on top of our studies and in good shape.
You could feel the sense of mission and goodwill among those who came to support the people of Israel and Ben-Gurion University. The evening concluded with a powerful message to the people of Israel.
For me, the most important thing for Jews around the world is to go to Israel and share the love.
The United States is in lockstep, and there is a large part of the United States that loves Israel and will be behind them, whatever it is.
The wave of anti-Semitism around the world continues, but thankfully there are those shining a bright spotlight and combating this hateful phenomenon. One such organization is the Israeli American Council, and joining us now in the studio with more on their efforts is Aya Schechter, the Chief Programming Officer at the IAC. Aya, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So first of all, can you tell us a little bit about the Israeli American Council? Because, you know, when this organization was originally established, it was to provide support, to provide a voice essentially for Israeli Americans.
So the Israeli American Council was actually started after the Second Lebanon War, when some Jewish organizations organized rally in support of Israel, and they actually wanted to reach the Israeli American community. And then they realized that they have no way to do that because nobody was catering to this community. And that is how the IAC was first established. And ever since then, we have been working on strengthening the identity of the next generation and their connection to Israel.
And how has that changed after October 7th and sort of this outbreak of anti-Semitism that we're seeing?
So a lot of change in how we do things. So if before we did a lot of events and activities that were around the holidays and celebrations of Israeli culture and Jewish traditions, after October 7th, a lot of our attention was focused around fighting anti-Semitism. A lot of what we did was around the fight to release the hostages. And a lot of what we're doing now is also centered around fighting anti-Semitism as well as civic engagement and educating our community in the United States on what they can and should do to impact their lives in the United States to live free of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, and so can you maybe go into a little bit more specifics? For example, I know that you do a lot of work on college campuses where we really have seen, the encampments and really a lot of anti-Semitism there.
So yes, so IAC was actually the first organization to actually protest in front of an encampment. And we started to organize that rally, and a lot of other Jewish organizations joined us. And it was in UCLA. And we had thousands of people who came and we protested in front of the encampment. And actually, after that, the encampment in UCLA was gone. We did that in MIT as well. And days later, the encampment was gone. So we really took initiative against those encampments. And we were essential in actually the breakdown of those encampments eventually.
Mm-hmm. And you know, I understand that it's not only on college campuses that you're doing work as well. I mean, it's even at the level of elementary schools, because really this is a widespread phenomenon.
Yes. So I think when we started seeing things on college campuses, it was, you know, it was like seeing the fruit, but actually the roots goes much deeper. And we see more and more that anti-Semitism is in public schools, in K through 12. We have a service for our community that helps them to come to us and tell us, you know, what is going on, and we track and help families and kids who experience anti-Semitism in schools. We see it all the time, from swastikas on lockers, through students who are being harassed by classmates or being discriminated against by their teachers. So there is a wide phenomenon of anti-Semitism in public schools now.
And you're there, of course, to offer support and help to those affected. And I also want to ask, you know, every year the IAC holds its annual conference, and I know that in the past you've had even U.S. President Donald Trump speak at this conference. Maybe you can give us a little sneak peek into what we can expect at this year's conference.
So first of all, now the IAC summit is actually the largest pro-Israel summit in the United States. So that is something that is very essential for us to show that there is a very wide support for the state of Israel in the U.S. We are going to celebrate the 250 years of the United States, as well as the relationship between Israel and the United States and its strong bond. We're going to thank the administration as part of the summit for everything they did for Israel during the war, and especially the latest deal that brought us the last living hostages, and hopefully all those that we're still waiting for will come back as well. We always hosted people from the administration, but this year it will be bigger. And we will have, like we always do, both Israeli and American speakers that will speak about, you know, Israeli culture, innovation, business, economics, so very wide range of topics, as well as a very big celebration of Israel and the love of Israel.
Absolutely. Well, we look forward to that. Aya Schechter, thank you so much for joining us today and for all of your insights.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
And in a significant development in the U.S. Jewish and conservative communities, multiple Jewish groups are now withdrawing or threatening to withdraw from the Heritage Foundation's anti-Semitism initiative known as Project Esther. The move comes in response to the foundation's public defense of Tucker Carlson after his interview with controversial figure Nick Fuentes, who is widely recognized for anti-Semitic views. The resignations signal a major split between conservative think tanks and Jewish organizations over principles and trust. We are now joined by Rabbi Yaakov Menken, Executive Vice President of the Coalition for Jewish Values and member of the Advisory Board of Religious Leaders for the U.S. Religious Liberty Commission. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning from America, and thank you for having me.
Good morning. To begin, what were the key factors that led your organization to decide to cut ties and withdraw?
Well, if one looks at the video from Kevin Roberts, the head of the Heritage Foundation from last week, he said he would back Tucker Carlson, and Heritage would, in all situations, would never disavow him. But after he set up a straw man and demonized Jews, those who were protesting Tucker Carlson's speech, as if they were a venomous coalition out to get Tucker. Tucker is obviously the one being venomous in this situation. If you look at the people he's now bringing on his show and the things he is saying himself, when he talks about Israel committing genocide in Gaza, he is joining the very forces that Project Esther is supposed to be designed to contradict and rebut and silence.
Yes, but the Heritage Foundation's president, Kevin Roberts, who you just mentioned, he apologized for his initial defense of Tucker Carlson, and he stated that the foundation will never stop fighting against anti-Semitism in all of its forms. Does that apology sufficiently address the concerns raised by your group?
I would say it's finally a step in the right direction. For about 5 days, he was dodging around and not actually apologizing for it. Now he's realizing that, yes, Tucker Carlson says things that are honestly and truly evil against the Jewish community. And we cannot pretend that there's this idea of, no enemies on the right. That's great for political partisans. But if you're out there promoting values, and especially Jewish values, like we do as a Jewish organization, we're called Coalition for Jewish Values. We cannot pretend to be partisan. If we're going to call out Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib, we're going to call out Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson when they use the same rhetoric. And what Kevin Roberts did was refuse to come in with that and even make us out to be the bad guys. Now, hopefully, this what we saw last night from him was a step back in the right direction, but we had already laid out, here's what needs to happen, and we got something back that was entirely inadequate, and we had left it for enough time. We had to say, we're out. They can always invite us back when they correct the situation.
And your withdrawal is being seen as a message to the conservative movement. What do you hope this action achieves in terms of how anti-Semitism is handled within conservative think tanks and media allies?
The bright point in all this is that on the left, they allowed anti-Semitism to fester until it boiled over. And then all of a sudden, we have anti-Semites actually in Congress telling us horrible things about Jews. And Jewish organizations just sat there, or worse, became indoctrinated themselves. Now, on the right, that's not going to be allowed to happen. And by the way, it's not as if it's Jewish organizations versus conservatives. The entire task force is comprised of mostly non-Jewish organizations, and everybody was outraged. Here we have the sponsoring organization saying they will back an anti-Semite, and that's really where the thing lies. It's a matter of one organization, and particularly its head. He had a town hall yesterday which was not a smooth sail because of the amount of pushback he was getting from his own people within Heritage Foundation. So I think this is hopefully a teachable moment that anti-Semitism should never be accepted among decent American pro-values conservatives the way it has been accepted, sadly, on the left.
Rabbi Yaakov Menken, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Today, schools around Israel are marking 30 years to the assassination of Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin. Over the weekend, thousands of Israelis gathered at Rabin Square in Tel Aviv to commemorate the assassination that shocked the nation. Rabin, a Labour Party prime minister, was assassinated on November 4th, 1995 by right-wing extremist Yigal Amir after a peace rally in Tel Aviv. His murder shocked Israelis nationwide, and the event was branded as one of the darkest days in Israeli history. But this year's anniversary carries immense significance and resonates with a lot of Israelis in the wake of Israel's war with Hamas. During his term as prime minister, Rabin was actively engaged in peace talks with then-Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat, when the hope for coexistence was widely seen in Israeli society as a step toward peace. In the shadow of October 7th, Rabin's ambitions continue to reflect a divide in Israeli society.
I came here tonight, first of all, with my family, my children. For them, this is something that they didn't live through, but I remember Rabin's assassination very, very well. I was 21 years old then, and it was a time when I thought there was a lot of hope for a different future with the Palestinians and with peace in the region. And unfortunately, things turned out very, very differently from that. We see that even today.
At ILTV, we're not just reporting the news. We're on a mission. Every story we tell stands for truth, for Zionism, and for Israel. When you subscribe, you're not just buying an app, you're becoming a partner in strengthening Israel's voice around the world. ILTV is factual, direct, and unapologetically pro-Israel. And we need you with us. Scan the QR code on your screen right now to subscribe and stand with Israel, because this isn't just news, it's a mission.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm India Naftali, coming to you live from Israel with the top stories from Israel and the Middle East. The UN Security Council is set to vote tonight on a draft resolution backing U.S. President Donald Trump's 20-point peace plan for Gaza, a proposal that would fundamentally restructure security and governance in the Strip. According to the draft, the plan calls for the creation of an international security force and a transitional government in Gaza. Both would operate under a 2-year board of peace, overseen directly by President Trump. The board would be responsible for disarming Hamas and other militant groups and for managing the reconstruction of Gaza. The resolution also proposes forming a new Palestinian police force trained by Egypt. Unlike previous security forces in Gaza, this one would not be linked to Hamas. The vote is expected to draw significant international attention as countries weigh in on a plan that could define Gaza's political future landscape. In a concerning development, Hamas seems to already be preparing for the next round of conflict. As reports grow that the United States may set aside its demand for Hamas's full disarmament, it appears the terror group has begun stockpiling advanced weapons in African countries, Yemen, and other locations. Reports suggest that Hamas also plans to smuggle those weapons into strategic areas, including Gaza. Meanwhile, the Gaza ceasefire did hold over the weekend, but not without incident. The IDF confirmed the elimination of a terror operative who crossed Gaza's yellow line and entered the IDF-controlled area. As the terrorist approached the IDF troops, he was quickly identified and eliminated. The IDF added it remains deployed in Gaza in accordance with the ceasefire guidelines and will continue removing any threats. IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir toured Rafah and warned that the IDF is ready to seize additional territory if necessary. The army now controls over half of Gaza, including key security corridors. And now the Israeli government decided to form its own commission to investigate the failures surrounding the October 7th massacre. This is a departure from the traditional state commission inquiry that many in the public had expected. Under the new decision, ministers, not the Supreme Court, will set the commission's scope and timeline. Prime Minister Netanyahu will appoint a special panel with 45 days to define what the commission will examine. The move has generated mixed reactions. Polls show a majority of Israelis favor a full independent state commission with a broad subpoena power, similar to the one that investigated the Yom Kippur War. Critics, including opposition leader Yair Lapid, say the government is avoiding accountability, while good governance groups and the October Council, which represents 2,000 families affected by the war, have expressed concerns that the process may lack full independence. Inside the coalition, opinions also differ. Some ministers support involving retired justices, while others, including National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, argue the courts themselves should be investigated as part of the review. On Saturday night, about 2,000 people rallied in Tel Aviv, calling for a traditional state commission. Protest organizers say they plan to escalate their campaign in the coming weeks. In southern Lebanon, the IDF carried out multiple raids overnight as part of its ongoing campaign to prevent Hezbollah from rearming. Troops under the 91st Division entered Etaron, which is a Hezbollah stronghold in southern Lebanon. The IDF successfully destroyed structures recently reactivated by the terror group. In Ramyeh, another Hezbollah stronghold, soldiers from the 300th Baram Brigade seized assault rifles, magazines, and ammunition. The IDF says Hezbollah's continued presence in the south violates the Israel-Lebanon ceasefire agreement and that operations will continue until any threat is removed. Finally, as he wraps up his term, New York's outgoing mayor Eric Adams made a last-minute stop in Jerusalem, arriving at the Western Wall for a brief visit and prayer. He also met with Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Herzog, who thanked him for his friendship with Israel and the Jewish people. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Stay with us throughout the day for updates coming out of Israel and the Middle East. And you can also catch us on our ILTV app. I'm India Naftali. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ILTV, where we bring you leading voices from the Middle East and beyond. In this special, we're taking you inside the Israel-Gaza war and global anti-Semitism to hear from thought leaders, cultural critics, shaping today's discourse. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we're speaking with Brianna Wu. Brianna is an American software engineer, a journalist, and a political activist known for her fearless advocacy on tech ethics, gender equality, and national security issues. A prominent voice on the progressive left, Wu has become an outspoken critic of the movement's radicalization, particularly in relation to national security threats and the rise of anti-Semitic rhetoric masquerading as social justice. Brianna is also a former congressional candidate and the co-founder of the game development studio Giant Space Cat. Wu is now visiting Israel for the first time, where she's been engaging with local communities as well as survivors of the October 7th attacks. Her evolution has positioned her as both a bridge builder and a bold critic in today's fractured political climate. And today we have the pleasure of hearing from her firsthand here in Israel. Brianna, thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here in the studio.
It's such a generous introduction. Thank you very much. I'm a huge fan of yours, Emily. I love your work.
Fan of yours as well. Very, very excited to have you here with us. Now, I just want to start by asking you, I mean, you've been vocal about changing your perspective a little bit on Israel through everything that's happened. What sparked the shift? I mean, was there a specific moment when you were like, wow, this is not what I thought it was?
Yes. So I rose to prominence in the United States. It was about 11 years ago. There was a thing called Gamergate, which is basically this scandal in the United States about how women were treated in the technology industry. I thought we were on the side of women and women's rights. And I started to understand there was something really rotten in progressivism during my congressional campaign, when, the Women's March in the United States explicitly banned Zionists from participating in it. And I remember going, that's really weird. I thought, Jewish women were women. And to my credit, I took a step back and did not participate in that march. The thing that really made me understand there was a cancer we needed to deal with was on October 7th. Because I saw a really good friend of mine advocating what Hamas was doing. And I actually called her up on the phone. This is someone who I'd gone around the world, I'd been on stage at conferences with, talking about women's rights, talking about sexual violence at work. And I call her up and I'm like, do you understand, Jewish women were raped here? How can you be advocating this when this is what we've been doing publicly for the last 10 years? And before I know it, we're in a screaming match about Israel-Palestine. And I sat there to myself, and I want to admit, I had barely followed this conflict. I was vaguely Israel, but I did not really deeply follow it. So I started really reading about the history here and truly came away 99% pro-Israel. It seems like it's a much more straightforward conflict than I think people will admit.
Now, what was your initial belief or understanding about Israel from the progressive movement, from the circles that you were in? Did it change drastically, or were you just not really that involved? Were you not really aware of it ahead of time?
There's an actual tweet that, I put out a while back when, and I'm embarrassed to say it now, it's this disappearing Palestine meme that completely inverts the history and makes it seem like Israel is taken and taken and taken from, Gaza, when that's not the truth. I critiqued it, when y'all bombed a building that the AP headquarters were in, not really understanding the nuance of Hamas going into civilian locations strategically, turning them into valid military targets and basically daring Israel to respond. So I had this storyline that I just picked up like oxygen from the progressive movement, but when I started to really read into it and check it out, it just didn't.
One of the things that we hear a lot about Israel, especially from more extreme progressive groups, although also on the far right these days with how things are going, is that Israel is this colonialist entity, that Zionism is a colonialist movement and therefore something regressive, not progressive. What's your experience with this claim? And now that you've been in Israel, even if it's just a couple of days, what's your experience with that? Do you think Israel is a colonialist entity?
I think Israel is the most successful decolonialist project in history. You've reclaimed your land, you've turned it into a paradise. And I want to tell you a story about actually getting here. So, my plane lands in Munich to take the flight to Israel. And I have to walk 15 minutes through the entire Munich airport to this other side, completely secluded, no flights around, no people, nothing. Go through this additional security. It's just Jews and woos on that side of the airport.
Jews and woos, I love it.
Jews and woos. Just so separating it out. And I was thinking about this before the trip here, talking to Jewish friends. Like, I'm afraid to have opinions. I'm afraid to show my Jewishness at work. I'm not sure where to send my kids to college. So that's where I was coming from. So I wake up the night I get here and I put on my running shoes and I go out for a run on the beach in Tel Aviv, and there are thousands of Jews there, happy, playing volleyball, pushing baby carriages, old couples walking together hand in hand. And I've never seen this together, like that many Jews just so happy. And I think this idea, when it's your land to begin with, that you have taken it from someone else, it seems very comical to me.
I've definitely been to that airport and done that same flight as you, and it is a bit alarming. It's its own terminal.
Yes.
It's its own area. You have your own security, and it's a little bit intimidating. On the one hand, that's a good thing because you want to make sure the flight is safe.
Yes.
But on the other hand, it's a little bit sad. Yeah. It's a little bit sad that we still have to do that. Now you're in Israel now. It's your first time here. What has most surprised you so far, and what has been, I think, the most meaningful experience for you thus far in your visit?
Well, it's hard to, I saw one of the kibbutz that was attacked on October 7th yesterday. It's really difficult to stand in rooms where women were raped and burned alive. It's hard to look upon places where brave men threw themselves on grenades to save their girlfriend, right? That, I don't mind telling you, I just wept in my hotel room last night. We saw the Nova Festival. It's horrific. And, I almost feel like maybe if you're from here, you're a little blind to it, but there's such a grief baked into being in Israel and being a Jew right now that's very apparent to me. So that was the most meaningful. I think the thing that has surprised me the most is just how open people are here. Everyone wants to tell you their story. They're interested, and I think people are just truly kind here. It's really beautiful.
I think you met with one of the survivors,
I did.
Right? A Nova survivor?
I did.
Can you tell us a little bit about that experience, if you can?
No, I can. It's just he was clearly still dealing with a lot. And, we sat down yesterday. They had a bench at the Nova Festival where one of the families of one of the young women killed put out a bench, and out of the hopes people would sit there and look at this picture of their daughter and reflect on her life. And I did that with the Nova Festival survivor, and he told me how the entire month after that happened, He just walked around thinking he was dead because he couldn't understand how he was spared. And he kept telling me over and over that he couldn't believe how clean the place was because the only way he could see it was with all the dead bodies there. And Emily, I gotta tell you, it is so hard for me to square that reality with what I've been seeing in the United States with the progressive movement after October 7th, which is turning the victims of terrorism into the perpetuators of terrorism. The people I've spent the last decade working with do not care about this. They will not look at this. And it's really a crisis of conscience for me.
Now, you've spoken more recently about how the Democratic Party has been hijacked by this more extremist movement, some of which you've already spoken about. I want to ask you, what has the impact been on everyday Americans, on Democrats, on moderates, on women, and of course on the Jewish community, the LGBTQ community, the minority communities that exist within this sphere where the Democratic Party is supposed to be advocating for them? It's supposed to be their home. And yet it's sort of been hijacked by this regressive, I would say, movement. What is your take on this?
So I think it's very straightforward. You know, I have been in the United States as a frontline advocate for these issues for literally the last 11 years. I was there for Me Too, women, Black Lives Matter, LGBT rights across the board. Again and again, we've done that. Somehow when it comes to Jews, y'all don't count. And there is a cost on the left for asking people to consider their anti-Semitism. The cost is very straightforward, Emily. I fully believe that the Democratic Party is not going to be electable until we deal with this anti-Semitism. There's a cancer within our movement, and let me tell you why. You can talk to some fringe leftist that can convince himself that these Hamas terrorists are actually the good guys, but normal Americans are not stupid. I can show you polls that show that they equate that kind of fringe radical belief increasingly with our party. They think we stand for that. So, just beyond this reality that it's deeply unfair to the Jews that vote Democrat and stand with us and donate to our party and run for office, beyond that, it is going to continue losing us elections, in my view.
Well, I think one of the things that's especially pernicious about the whole inversion of the victim and the aggressor on this conflict is that this is something that's also anti-America.
Yeah.
We've seen these movements burning American flags, calling for, at Columbia, I don't remember the exact quote, eradication of Western civilization, something like this, referring to the United States. Is there any pushback from the Democratic Party? I know there's voices like yours. Are there more like you who are speaking out with alarm bells about this concerning trend?
Obviously, we have Richie Torres. He's been a real champion, just flat out saying that the fringe Free Hamas movement is the biggest gift we've ever given to the Republican Party. He's dead on about that. Most Democrats, I'm sorry to say, have not shown leadership in this moment. We need people to stand up. And it's not even that we don't need individual Democrats to solve the crisis in the Middle East. We need them to call their Jewish neighbors and say, you matter to us. And for whatever reason, we've tried to split the middle on this and not take sides. And by doing that, we've shown our Jewish friends exactly what we think of them.
Now, as someone who has become more pro-Israel, we'll say, over time, do you believe that it's possible to support and advocate for Palestinian human rights, for example, while also supporting a Jewish and democratic state of Israel?
Of course. How could you not do that?
Some people don't think so.
I personally, I understand this is an unpopular opinion. I think the quickest way to bring peace and security to the Palestinians who are the victims of Hamas is to finish the job. Take out these Hamas terrorists, put in place a system that can get them food and education without this indoctrination and support of terrorism, and move forward from there. It's very clear to me that's the way forward.
Now, I want to ask you about some of the criticism that you face since you've been more outspoken about the issue of Israel, especially since October 7th. Now, I myself have seen the rash of nonsense that you have received on social media, but I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about this sort of cancel culture that you've been on the receiving end of when it comes to this conflict, especially amongst some of your progressive peers?
So it's really funny to me when people accuse Israel or Jews of paying me to have this, to support them. If I add up all the contracts I have lost since October 7th for standing with you, it's $100,000. Like, it has been a significant amount of work. Yeah, I've gone and found other people to work with, but it's really hard when people choose not to work with you because you stand with Jews in Israel. I've been blacklisted from certain media organizations that, again, covered my work on women's rights, but just for whatever reason, when you're talking about Jews, that's too far. So, and just on top of that, you talk about like secondhand smoke causing cancer. I feel like I have secondhand anti-Semitism at this point because I get so much harassment, death threats, insults on a daily basis. It's truly bizarre. And yeah, you can call me every Jewish slur in the book. It doesn't affect me, but it also does at some level. It's really, you can see how they do not consider you human if you advocate for this stuff.
It really is appalling, and I think one of the interesting things about Israel is how they've sort of turned from an old school anti-Semitism to like a modern anti-Semitism under the name of Zionism. It's sort of this catch-all term for everything they don't like. And you see now, also in Israel, you see sometimes, Arab Israelis or other Israeli minorities being targeted with anti-Semitism, swastikas, or calling them, Nazis, these type of things, because they are Israelis. Yeah. They've been targeted simply because they're Israelis, and we saw it on October 7th as well. Israeli minorities, Arab Israelis being slaughtered just as their Jewish compatriots here in Israel. So it's definitely a alarming trend, and I'm sorry that you've been on the receiving end of these crazy watermelon brigade, I call them, free Palestine protesters on social media, hopefully not too much in person.
No, it's been lovely here. Well, they have shown up to my house multiple times.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? How did you handle that?
I sent it to the FBI. They drove up to my house. They took pictures outside of my front door and then they told me how they were going to kill me. And, you report that stuff. So one of the things is we need to think about our immigration policy in America. We are bringing these same radical elements that want to hurt Jews into this country. I've seen firsthand, these are people that have no problem advocating for violence. And I think I have plenty of criticisms of the Trump administration, but I think there is the first duty for any president in the nation is to keep people safe. And I think screening the people that we allow into the country for these extremist, terrorist-supporting views makes absolute sense to me. I think it is really damning of the Democrats that we have not done that.
Well, I think it's definitely a bipartisan issue. I mean, It shouldn't be something on the right or left. It's a national security issue.
That's right. So why do the Republicans own this? I don't understand it.
Yeah. I want to ask you, what do you think is the most dangerous misconception on the progressive side when it comes to Israel, when it comes to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict?
I think it's this idea that Israel is the aggressor here. And it is, we talk sometimes in women's rights politics about DARVO, deny, attack, reverse victim order. And that's exactly what has happened to Israel here. You have the victims of October 7th and terrorism for many, many years, and you've turned them into the aggressors. I think it's setting up this anti-Western dynamic where Jews can't defend themselves, and even our very values of democracy themselves, this is on the back foot now.
Do you think that there's room still on the left for these more moderate, I would not even say moderate, but more logical voices when it comes to advocating what are or were the core values of the Democratic Party?
I think we need to come to, forgive the phrase, Jesus moment in the Democratic Party. We need to sit down and really think about what has happened here. Because I believe, I think anti-Semitism shifts to any particular moment. And I think what has happened in this moment is anti-Semitism has shifted into the language of human rights. And it's wrapped itself in that. So it's like if you stand for women's rights, and you stand for gay rights, then you've also got to stand against this, and you have to stand against your own country. And that's where it goes too far. So I think until the Democrats can sit down and really understand the degree to which our values have been co-opted, I don't see how we get our feet underneath us again. And just one thing about that, it is so important, for when I think about Israel, one of the things I find so inspirational about your people and about this country is I think Israel has a lot of the answer for these toxic identity politics that I've seen destroy the movement I care about over the last decade. It seems like in America we've got this idea where every group can just come forward and can explain how it's the victim hard enough, and then all of society needs to rearrange itself to address it. And don't get me wrong, I think women face certain challenges, Black people, we need to address poverty. These things are real. But what I find so inspirational about Israel is this is a society where all the odds are stacked against you, and you made choices. Some of them were difficult choices, they were painful choices, but you made them. And you've built a paradise anyone can walk outside in Tel Aviv and see for themselves. So I think it's time for Democrats to get back in touch with that spirit. Like, yes, there's some people that have been handed a hard hand, but our destiny is up to us and no one else, and let's go build that future together.
That's a really great way of putting it. I wanted to ask you, one of the things that we've seen that I think has been particularly inverted since October 7th is the LGBT movement that's sort of been co-opted by this Free Palestine crowd, despite the fact that there is some of the most homophobic, intolerant views in the world under the Palestinian Authority. And we're not even talking about under Hamas in Gaza, which of course executes gay people. In Israel, in contrast, you have a thriving gay community. You have the largest gay pride parade in the Middle East, really the only one in the Middle East. If you exclude Turkey with Istanbul, they have a little something going on there. What is your response to some of this hijacking of that particular movement in the U.S. that we've seen?
Well, I don't mind admitting I'm a trans woman. I was deeply inspired by Dana International in 1998. I thought
I'm not a trans woman, and I was too. So
look, she was amazing. She's amazing. I hope I get to meet her while I'm here. But I was going to say, it's very strange to me. I can point to you to about 3 other trans women on the left that support Israel. It seems to me our entire movement has just gone along with this ideology of the people that want to kill us. And it's truly very terrifying to me. One of the reasons perhaps this isn't fair, but this is my experience and I want to share it, that after October 7th, when I started really thinking about these politics, I asked myself what my life would have been like if Jews had not been there for me. And let me tell you some of the things that would not have happened. The therapist that helped me transition 20 years ago to be the first student at Ole Miss to ever transition would not have been there, and I probably would have died. The school administrator that went to bat for me and helped me get access so I could continue classes, she was Jewish. She actually pulled me into her office and explained to me the lipstick I was wearing did not work for me, like a Jewish mother. Like the surgeon that helped give me the health care that made my life possible. He didn't just help me, he's trained half the surgeons in the country on this, Dr. Jeffrey Spiegel. So it's like, when it comes to the debt that I think the trans community owes Jewish people, it is non-trivial. I really urge you to go look at the history here. The fact that we can just ignore all of that and go in for this brainwashing, it was a moral mistake of historic proportions. And I don't know how to change that, but I can say I am personally sorry and I apologize.
Well, I think you're doing plenty now. You're very outspoken and really putting yourself out there, sometimes at great risk to yourself. We'll wrap this up, but I do want to ask you before we close, what is your advice to young progressives, to young activists in the LGBTQ movement, in the women's rights movement?
I think that, we have a duty to speak up. I really do. And I think that it's a lot easier for us to be silent and go along and not have these conflicts. There's a pattern I've seen in the Democratic Party over and over again. We love our polling data, and we will sit down and look at these sheets of paper, and we'll find the right words to use, and we'll sit in a team meeting, and we'll say, if we just use this phrase and we match it over here, then we can say something that'll make this side happy and this side happy. Not choosing sides is not working here. We just got annihilated in the last election. Yeah, I urge people to look at the internal polling for the Democratic Party. Jews are abandoning us. They feel homeless right now. If Trump had not been on the ballot, a lot fewer of them would have voted for us in this last election. So I think we have a choice. We can show bravery, and we can stand with the people that share our values, or we can continue on this course doing nothing, and we can lose the Democratic Party. And I truly think the stakes are that high.
I think also that even for someone on the right, it's important to have this dialogue, to be able to speak to people who are different than you, to have multiple parties represented. It's not healthy for a society to be so one-sided. So there's a reason even for people on the right, I think, to support what you're saying, because this robust pro-America dialogue is something I think that helps both sides.
What I've found,
to this issue.
I know your country has some political divisions as well, but America is extremely divided right now. One of the things I find so fascinating, that if I speak to a Republican and they are someone who is on board with the right of Israel to exist from a national security perspective, I've never talked to them and not been able to find like a place to start a conversation where we could talk about tax policy, national security, women's rights, infrastructure investment. It is so helpful as I do my job as someone who works in politics to have that place to start. So I think Israel is important for many reasons, but I think it's also a place that the right and the left can start to talk to each other.
All right, well, we do have to conclude, but I do want to thank you for, first of all, for being an ally, for coming to Israel, for seeing things for yourself, for being willing to change your views and to accept new information, and to continue learning on this journey. And I hope that you have a wonderful trip here in Israel. We're very, very lucky to have you here and lucky to have you as an ally, and appreciate all of the work that you're doing. Brianna Wu, thank you.
It's my pleasure.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ILTV, where we bring you leading voices in the Middle East and beyond. In this special, we're taking you inside the Israel-Gaza war to hear from stakeholders, thought leaders, and decision makers. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we're speaking with attorney and founder of the End Jew Hatred movement, Brooke Goldstein. Brooke is a human rights attorney, an award-winning filmmaker, author and founder and executive director of the Lawfare Project, as well as the founder of End Jew Hatred, the movement, and the co-founder of the Zionist movement. She's also a widely known television commentator and has given lectures around the world. Brooke, thank you so much for joining us today. I just want to start by asking you, how did you get involved in all this? How did you get started, and what inspired you to be such an activist for Jewish civil rights?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for having me, Emily. I'm such a big fan of yours. We work together, and I admire you, admire everything you do, and I've wanted to sit here with you for a long time.
Mutual.
So thank you for having me. So how did I get started? I was actually in law school, and I ended up producing a documentary film it was called The Making of a Martyr, and I spent 2 years in and out of Jenin, Ramallah, Tulkarm, and Nablus, and I secured